Santa Clara, about an hour drive south of San Francisco. It is a perfect day for football. Mid-60s, it'll get to the upper 50s when we conclude. The sun is shining a brilliant blue above, and that will take us to our sideline as we welcome in our sideline reporter, Laura Oakman, sponsored by King's Hawaiian. Nothing brings friends and family together on game day like King's Hawaiian sliders. Bring them to the table, and you'll be the real MVP. Football and King's Hawaiian. There's nothing like it, and there's nothing like Laura Oakman as we send it to you live on that beautiful field here in California.
What a beautiful day, Kevin. Sam Darnold told me he was the one person who never lost confidence in himself, but that doesn't mean he didn't need a confidence boost. You would think that boost came in Minnesota, where we all saw the resurgence, but Sam told me it was actually before that in San Francisco, where it was all about the Sam Darnold recalibration. Sam said, as silly as it sounds, running scout team versus that Niners defense, letting it rip, making plays and making good decisions. He said, that's where I gained so much confidence. But here's the recalibration. He said, watching Brock Purdy take what the defense gave him, not forcing anything, whether it was a deep ball or just checking it down. Sam said, for the first time I saw, it didn't have to be pressure packed. He said, all the narratives about the quarterback position, I listened to all of them all those years. It's on you. It's all about you. He said, I finally realized all I have to do is my job on every single play. Just do my part. 1 of 11. He said, I finally saw it so clearly. Kevin, I know Kurt will have more with Sam on that confidence journey. I love how freely he shares it.
He's been great, and we thank you, Laura, and we so look forward to your reports all game long and your great work after the game, talking to the victors of Super Bowl 60. Now, for more of our pregame activities, let's join Scott Graham at our Progressive Commercial Insurance Set. Get a business insurance quote online in as little as 8 minutes. Visit ProgressiveCommercial.com. Scott, your 17th Super Bowl. Great to be your teammate today, and take it away.
16 of them with you, Kevin. It couldn't be more than an honor than this it is here this afternoon. Speaking of this afternoon, we have got ourselves a perfect day for football. This kind of harkens back to the way things looked, call it 10 years ago. You'll understand why I'm saying that in a moment. Coming up, we're going to get you one step closer to kickoff time. We're going to hear from both head coaches, both quarterbacks, and a conversation with NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. But up next, we're joined by my co-host for the rest of the evening. He is a Super Bowl 50 champion right on this field a decade ago, Ryan Harris. This is Westwood One's coverage of the Super Bowl.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
If you're struggling with fentanyl, pain pills, or opioids, you're not alone. You're not broken. Opioid addiction is a medical condition, and real help is available. At the Matrix Center, we offer medical assistance treatment designed to reduce cravings, manage withdrawals, and help you get your life back on track. Without judgment, we provide care in private, supportive setting, and accept both Medicaid and self-pay patients. Call the Matrix Center at 316-260-3445. 316-260-3445. When you're ready, we're here.
Some teams just play the game. KC fans live for the game. Let North Star Comfort Services make the space you live in more comfortable and energy efficient. When is the last time you looked in your attic? When it comes to insulation, for instance, re-insulating your attic with new insulation or by adding more can save you between 10 to 20% on your energy bill every month. Let North Star get your home more efficient. Give us a call for an estimate or go to NorthstarComfort.com. That's NorthstarComfort.com. When only the best is good enough.
Go Kansas City! Westwood One celebrates 60 years of the Super Bowl.
Carolina will get one more snap. The storyline the last 2 weeks has been all about Peyton Manning. At 39 years of age, the oldest starting quarterback to ever get under center and start a Super Bowl. In what may be the final game of his Hall of Fame career, he and the Denver Broncos have defeated the Carolina Panthers 24-10 as the confetti flies. Denver is your Super Bowl 50 champion.
It was a coronation ceremony. One of the greatest quarterbacks of all time about to walk away from the game. And his final bow came along with the golden anniversary celebration of the Super Bowl, the last time it was played here in Santa Clara. Peyton Manning was not the centerpiece of the 24-10 Denver victory. He threw for only 141 yards and no touchdowns, but his counterpart, Cam Newton, had a much tougher day. He turned it over 3 times, including a fumble that was recovered for a Denver touchdown, and was sacked 7 times. Von Miller was the game's MVP, but the honor could have gone to the entire Broncos defense, built by Super Bowl winning quarterback turned executive John Elway. This moment for the past 60 years of the biggest game in pro football is brought to you by Nutrafol. Nutrafol Men is the game plan that puts you back in control of thinning hair. Go to Nutrafol.com/men to start today.
It was a decade ago. It was right here in this stadium on another gorgeous day, maybe 10 degrees warmer, but one of the guys who was on the field and got an opportunity to celebrate and put on a ring is my co-host for the rest of the day today, Super Bowl 50 champion Ryan Harris. Welcome back. Welcome back to what's got to be one of the peak moments of your life.
It was the most incredible day outside of marrying my wife and having my kids, and it just brought so much to my life and to my teammates. And I got to talk to Peyton a couple nights ago, and we were discussing how this game is unlike any game, from the anthem to the podium. And then I got to get the Lombardi Trophy from Peyton and hand it to DeMarcus Ware. I don't know how I was the fulcrum, but it was one of the greatest moments of my career.
I get an opportunity to look at that ring, and I tell you what, that moment is something that it lives with you forever. You heard Vince Lombardi at the beginning telling us it stays with you forever. That brotherhood is forever, and this has to be a timestamp in your lives. I'm sure the guys in the field right now aren't thinking that that could be them, but it could be.
Well, they have to entertain it, and what it starts like is, where are your parents sitting? You find out where your parents are sitting in the stands, you find out where to look afterwards, but then you have to get through really this entire beginning of the game. You're going to come out, the first team's going to be on the field for about 20 minutes before anything else starts, and then you have a famous singer with planes overhead. You have to be ready to be distracted, refocus, and then play the toughest game, because your opponent is as good as you and did the same things you did to get here.
All right, so speaking of these two teams, some broad strokes as we get ready for this game and what it is that they have to do, what they have to make happen out there, the focus early in the game for both teams.
Well, for Seattle, it's going to be having elite execution. They have to keep Sam Darnold upright. They have to take care of the football, no turnovers. And then, oh, by the way, you have to have some guys like Walker and Shaheed show up in a big way. They also have to limit the penalties. That's the one piece people are missing about this phenomenal Seahawks team. They got in trouble even against the Rams with the penalties, so they got to be sure to play clean football and have that elite execution. And for New England, you have to prove it again. And I don't think any team wants to do it more than them. They're happy to be the underdogs. I think you want to be the underdog coming into this game, but they got to get Ramondre Stevenson running the football early and often. They got to get sacks on Sam Darnold, and they have to allow Drake May some opportunities to use his legs. That's a great part of this offense that a lot of people overlook. It looks a little bit reactionary, but it is planned at times, and they got to do that again today.
Do you also have to do the impossible, which is be ready for something you can't be ready for, like a Philly special or a ball being snapped over Peyton Manning's head for safety?
You absolutely do, and the first thing is know how your process is to react to the unexpected. Okay, if I'm seeing something I don't expect, I'm going to play my technique. If it's wrong, we'll learn about it, but I'm not going to let that be the play that gets me distracted for the rest of the game. And then you got to be able to execute, too, in key situations, because some of the situations is when you are going to get those different exotic looks.
You can stream the Super Bowl on Westwood One for free, sponsored by LinkedIn Ads. With LinkedIn Ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. Get a $250 credit when you spend $250 on your first campaign. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. Reminder, you can listen on WestwoodOneSports.com or by downloading the Westwood One Sports app today. And today's matchup features two defensive-minded coaches, one who played the game at its highest level, the other took an alternate route to coaching, and two quarterbacks who both were selected in the top 5 with very different early returns on their careers. Kurt Warner's conversation with Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel is next. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
The big game is here, and there is no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks. Who do you think will have a big day? Set your top picks and turn your knowledge into cash with Prize Picks. You'll get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. It's simple. Just pick 2 to 6 players, pick more or less on their stat projections, and submit your lineup. They also have early payouts. If your lineup gets off to a hot start, you can cash out before the game even finishes. Join millions of users on America's #1 sports picks app. Get in the game with Prize Picks, now available in 45 states, including California, Texas, Florida, and Georgia. Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the code PRIMETIME and get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code PRIMETIME on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you get the $50 credit in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
I am Steve Smith, Sr., former NFL wide receiver and host of the 89 Show on YouTube. As men, we're taught to handle things. Be strong. Don't complain. Don't talk about it. Being a man also means being a father, a friend, a husband, and carrying all that gets heavy. Ignoring it doesn't make it go away. If you got things you don't say out loud, BetterHelp gives you a place to say them. Online therapy that works around your schedule. Visit BetterHelp. That's betterhelp.com/89. Don't wait.
First and 10 for the Rams. Warner under a rush, throws it out to the right, and it's picked off. Ty Law to the 30, to the 20. Touchdown! Touchdown, New England Patriots! Ty Law off the quarterback pressure. He goes 48 yards, and the Patriots take the lead.
I'll tell you where the pressure came from. It came from Kurt Warner's right side, and it was Mike Vrabel who got there and forced Kurt Warner to throw the ball before he wanted to.
Howard David and Boomer Esiason here on Westwood One with one of the plays that spawned an upset in Super Bowl 36 and laid the foundation for the New England Patriots dynasty. Welcome back to Super Bowl 60 here in Santa Clara. Today, New England plays in football's biggest game for the 12th time, and a win would give them an unprecedented 7th Lombardi trophy. Mike Vrabel was right in the middle of 3 of those 6 titles that New England won under Bill Belichick, and now trying for his first as a head coach. Vrabel built this newest evolution of the Patriot way, which helped a 4-win team from a year ago arrive here today. And Kurt Warner sat down with Vrabel earlier this week.
Coach, let's go back to a year ago when you took over as head coach here in New England. Honestly, what were the goals and expectations for this season?
Well, I've always told everybody I try not to have too many expectations because then you can't be disappointed. So the first thing I wanted to do was put a program together for the players that when they came back, it was something that they wanted to be a part of. It was something that they wanted to build, and it was something that they would want to protect. And that was my goal. It was to make sure that everybody that would touch the players and be around the players knew what was expected of them. They had alignment, put a great staff together, and then be ready for when the players came back in April.
Every Super Bowl team seems to have a moment. What was the moment for this team where you really felt like, hey, we've got a chance to go to the Super Bowl?
Well, my buddy Larry Izzo sent me a video message, and it was about the return, the kickoff return in Miami. And he narrated it for 5 minutes, and he kept rewinding it. And I don't know if it was that, but I'll give Larry credit for sending me that. I can't really pinpoint anything. I know that the guys started believing in themselves, going on the road Sunday night in Buffalo. But it's just such a journey that we've kind of just stayed pretty consistent. And I just feel like we've continued to grow and continue to build and be a little bit better each week.
So, Coach, correct me if I'm wrong, but you come across as a coach with an old school mentality, but you connect really well with the new age player. How do you balance the two?
By being consistent and firm and honest, being authentic, being real, but also, trying to get to know them on a personal level and understand what is important to them and the people that raised them. And, again, I've always learned that the things that, people that you care about, what they care about is you should care about as well. So they see me get mad. They see me they can make fun of me. I can make fun of them. And, we're really just we spend a lot of time together. So it's important that you try to, not take yourself too seriously.
You have a unique perspective that you've been to the Super Bowl numerous times as a player. What's the one thing that you've learned as a player that you try to impart on this team getting ready for this experience?
Well, just not to take these opportunities for granted. I tell them I went to the AFC Championship game my rookie year and, didn't make the playoffs the next 3 years. So we focused on that of just trying not to take things for granted and appreciating what you do, where you do it, and who you do it with.
Is that a challenge for you now that you're heading to your 5th Super Bowl? Is it ever a challenge to really appreciate the moment and not let it become commonplace?
No. I mean, I'm having fun coaching these guys. I'm having fun with this staff. I'm excited for their families. We want to embrace the preparation, and we want to enjoy the experience, and we want to enjoy the execution. And we can do all those things and still work hard.
I know as a player I visualized throwing a touchdown pass to win the Super Bowl. And I know when you were in your first Super Bowl, you visualized pressuring Kurt Warner into throwing an interception to Ty Law for 6 points. How do you visualize a game, and specifically a big game like Super Bowl 60 as a coach?
Well, we've talked about believing in things before you can see it. And we've really tried to believe that this is where we would be. And sometimes you have to be able to believe it before you can see it, and we've tried to focus on that. So I'm going to just get these guys ready each day and try not to overload them. We have some time, leading up to the game so that we're not doing everything on one day, but just giving them little things to focus on each and every day to improve.
Coach, you've done an incredible job. It's been a fun season to watch. You got one more? Good luck to you.
Thanks, Kurt. I appreciate it.
Mike Vrabel is the 8th head coach all time to lead his team to a Super Bowl in his first season. The last, that was Gary Kubiak, whose Denver Broncos won Super Bowl 50 right here at Levi's Stadium 10 years ago. While Vrabel was playing his last season in a Patriots uniform, Mike McDonald was just beginning his coaching journey at Cedar Shoals High School in Georgia. Laura Oakman's conversation with the Seahawks head coach is coming up next. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
The big game is here, and there is no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks. Who do you think will have a big day? Set your top picks and turn your knowledge into cash with Prize Picks. You'll get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. It's simple. Just pick 2 to 6 players, pick more or less on their stat projections, and submit your lineup. They also have early payouts. If your lineup gets off to a hot start, you can cash out before the game even finishes. Join millions of users on America's #1 sports picks app. Get in the game with Prize Picks, now available in 45 states, including California, Texas, Florida, and Georgia. Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the code PRIMETIME and get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code PRIMETIME on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you get the $50 credit in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Woohoo! Hear that? That's what having fewer hot flashes and night sweats can sound like. Veoza is the #1 prescribed hormone-free treatment FDA approved for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms, also known as hot flashes and night sweats, due to menopause. Veoza can cause serious side effects, including liver problems. Your doctor will do blood tests before and during treatment. Stop Veoza and call your doctor if you have symptoms of liver problems, such as feeling more tired than usual, decreased appetite, nausea, vomiting, itching, yellowing of the eyes or skin, pale stool, dark urine, or stomach pain. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Ask your doctor about Veoza. To learn more, call 1-866-239-1637 or go to Veoza.com. That's VEOZAH.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Manning in the gun, 4 wide. 5 in the secondary for the Hawks. Shotgun snap. Manning grips it. He's hit. The ball flutters. Intercepted. Another interception. It's Malcolm Smith from the 50 to the 40 down the sideline. The 30 gets a block at the 20. Cuts inside the 10. The 5. He returns it for a touchdown. The ball was deflected. It fluttered in the air. And the linebacker, Malcolm Smith, got it and races downfield from the sideline to the middle of the field. He returns it 68 yards. And Seattle has picked off Manning for a second time. They lead 21-0.
In the shadow of the skyline of New York, Malcolm Smith's MVP performance in Super Bowl 48 gave Seattle its first and still only Lombardi Trophy. Welcome back to Westwood One's coverage of Super Bowl 60 from the Progressive Commercial Insurance set, along with Super Bowl 50 champion Ryan Harris. I'm Scott Graham. Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. The Seahawks teams under Pete Carroll were known as the Legion of Boom defense. As Seattle is beginning a new chapter, they've taken on a personality of their head coach, Mike Macdonald. He was on an elite academic track at Georgia, but the call to coach was too strong to ignore, so while he was studying, he volunteered to coach linebackers and running backs at a high school in Athens. Today, he becomes the 4th youngest head coach in Super Bowl history at the age of 38. Macdonald sat down earlier this week with Laura Oakman.
Science says that we do not bond over shared success. We bond over shared adversity. And I'm sitting here thinking about your quarterback. And before you sat here, Cooper Kupp was here and talking about everything he's gone through. And how much does that help the connection piece and everything you're building when your main guys are guys who have had to fight so much to be here?
I think it just shows what your character is, in those moments. And so, you really understand who these guys are at their core, where they haven't just been silver spooned their entire life, and it's well, who are these guys? I don't know. They haven't really been tested. So, shout out to our personnel people that they understand the person. They've done all the work, the people that we know that know Sam, the relationships that we've had throughout the league that have had really great relationship with Sam in our building that have known Sam since his college days. All those things really matter because we felt really confident on who he was, probably a lot because of the things he's gone through and how he's shown who he is. So that's cool. Yeah, it's a great point. And I'm glad he went through that, Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
Besides business school, you also went to a very prestigious leadership school at the University of Georgia and their institute that only allowed 30 people in a year.
Right.
So I know that you have studied leadership. What's the biggest thing when you learned from that you could apply immediately to getting this job?
It's not about you. It's just really simple. I went into that school thinking I was going to be sweet and I was, I'm exclusive and it's a cool guy and I was going to get a great job, and just because I made the squad, and very quickly I learned that is not what life and leadership is about. So it was an incredibly humbling experience. And then when you're doing it for real, like in high school, when I was coaching high school football and you're actually putting it, into a day-to-day operation, it just became very clear what leadership was about, and you fell in love with it, to bring people with you, not necessarily always, hey, the light's shining on me, but it's no, this is where we're going, and man, is that rewarding when you get it right.
What's the one thing that you could never teach a course on, that you have to be in this chair, and I mean this chair, as the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, that you're no one could have taught me this, I couldn't have studied this, I had to learn it here?
Man, there's so much you don't know. And you have to be okay with that. You're responsible for what comes to life on the field and where the organization is going for the most part. But there are so many people that have expertise, like Dave, like John Schneider, like our nutritionist Andrea. All these people that want to help and want to excel in their roles and grow. And if you can align those people and get them pushing in the right direction and feel like they're an integral part of the mission, that's powerful.
Was there a time last year or this year that you were there we are, there it is? Do you remember when it felt like it just was clicking or it clicked?
I think this training camp, we had a practice once. I think Coach Dungy was there that day. And I just said that was the best practice I've ever been a part of. Like, that was just incredible. I mean, the daily preparation of what it takes to get ready. I think, this is our X amount of practice and X amount of days. I mean, you're in the grind of training camp, but then the spirit of the team to go and attack the day. And then we get after it. We're competing our tails off. It's a great, both sides making plays. Special teams had a great practice. After practice, guys don't just fly into the locker room and dip out and get ready for meetings. They're on the field afterwards, signing autographs, working on their craft, working. You're just like, this is what it is right here. That was really special. That was cool. And then not soon after that, it's, we're playing the Chiefs, and just to feel the operation and the buy-in from our team and the enthusiasm of the guys that weren't playing in the game, excited for the young guys. It started to really feel like we had a special group.
Have you had the conversation yet about what Sunday looks like, feels like? How much are you talking about emotions and butterflies and all of that?
Yeah, we're talking about it a lot because this is our first time as a team going through it, and this is my first time for me going to the Super Bowl. So, we're kind of, like I said, you don't know all the answers, so you're trying to plug and find, solutions from people that have experienced it, use their advice to the best you can, but also prep the team on, hey, look, we want to be loose and focused this whole process, but I think you do have to understand what's going to be different compared to a normal game. So you can't stay on cadence. So you can realize, hey, maybe I'm too high now. Maybe I got to bring it back down. All those little things that are different from our normal cadence, I think it's important to kind of hit it straight on with the guys and let them know this is how it's going to be.
Ryan, one thing to keep in mind, if you take the Rams out of the equation, Mike Macdonald's defense is allowing fewer than 10 points per game during this current 9-game winning streak.
They play tough, they compete, they attack like he talked about, and I really want to double-click on something he said. He realized it's not about him, and as a player, you want your coach to understand that he's on your team, you're on his team. It's a two-way street, and that way you have more of a teammate who has a coaching responsibility than a head coach who's telling you what to do. And conversely, for Mike Vrabel, I thought it was great that he told his guys, hey, don't take this for granted. I had to wait 8 years before I got the chance to play in a Super Bowl. It is something unlike any other opportunity, and you have to make the most of it. Bring that energy. It's worth it to study. It's worth it to get a little extra sleep, and it's worth it to have the game of your life.
It seems like these teams, we say culture too often, but it seems like these teams have adopted a culture.
Well, in both of these franchises, if you're a fan of one of them, you're going to be back in this arena, in this area of the Super Bowl because of the way these coaches have approached the game and as well as coached their team in just a short amount of time. It's really remarkable that both these head coaches are here today based on the fact that they really hadn't been in this situation before.
Time now to hear from Nick Kostos of You Better You Bet on Westwood One Sports, presented by BetMGM. With some of the numbers our listeners might be interested in for tonight's matchup, Nick?
Thanks, Scott, and happy Super Bowl Sunday. The spread for Super Bowl 60. See Sam Darnold and the Seattle Seahawks, about a 4.5-point favorite over Drake May and the New England Patriots, the total around 45.5. The big move in the betting market the past 2 weeks has been towards the under. As for the side, it feels like most analysts think the Seahawks win and cover, and I agree. I think the most likely outcome, New England's offense struggling to score against the excellent Seahawks defense. If you disagree, consider a bet on the Patriots. As for props, if you think Seattle wins a lower scoring game, consider Jackson Smith and Jigba for MVP with better odds than Darnold. If the Patriots can't run successfully, Drake May will have to throw. May's passing yards prop, 222.5, and Seattle tight end A.J. Barner feels undervalued at both yards and to score. This report was sponsored by BetMGM. Own your moment. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Scott, back to you.
All right, thanks, Nick. Still to come, we've got a conversation with Commissioner Roger Goodell, and we'll talk with Sam Darnold and Drake May. This is Westwood One's coverage of the Super Bowl.
Wichita, where the spirit of the frontier meets the hopes and dreams of tomorrow. From cattle trails to the air capital, Wichita was built with vision and grit. I'm Justin Baxter of Baxter & Associates. Since 1976, we've helped Wichita's families and business owners build and protect their legacies. As we approach our 50th year of financial planning, we honor the history that shaped us, and we look ahead to the future we'll create together. At Baxter & Associates, We design financial strategies tailored to your journey, whether you're building a foundation for your family or planning your business's next chapter. Your future deserves resilience and forward thinking. Baxter & Associates is here to help you take control of your financial future with trusted expertise and personalized guidance. Baxter & Associates. Time well spent, money well invested.
Baxter & Associates. Call 316-652-0101 or go to money-planning.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Osaic Wealth Incorporated. Member FINRA SIPC. These entities are not affiliated.
Hey Sarah, Mom slipped in the tub again and we need to find a safer, more accessible option for her. Who installed your parents' new walk-in shower?
We called Allstate's Home Improvement. They were able to come out the next day, show us the different styles, and even gave us a free estimate.
I've seen their showroom on West Kellogg. I'll reach out to them today.
Call Allstate's Home Improvement at 316-444-1220 and receive 26% off labor, and qualified buyers receive no interest or payments until 2027. Let our family work for yours.
With 10 extravagant indulgences for $3 or less, Taco Bell's new Lutz Value Menu makes you feel Lutz. As their official Lutziers, I help when it makes you feel too Lutz. Because you don't have to call the delectable new mini taco salad an hors d'oeuvre. The beefy potato loaded griller isn't bruleed, it's grilled. And the crispy new salted caramel churros are just as good if you don't put your pinky up. So don't let the Lutz go to your head. Try Taco Bell's new $3 or less Lutz Value Menu today. At participating Taco Bell stores while supplies last. Price and participation vary. Tax extra.
Welcome back to the Super Bowl 60 pregame show on Westwood One. It's time to dip into the archives for another classic call, sponsored by Straight Talk.
Second and goal at the 1. The quarterback, Wilson, is in the shotgun formation. Lynch will flank into his left. 2 wide to the near side, 1 to the far. In the shotgun, there's the snap, it's belt high. Quick throw, it's intercepted at the goal line. It's intercepted by Malcolm Butler. Malcolm Butler is intercepted Russell Wilson at the goal line. 20 seconds left.
It wasn't just the defining moment of the last time these teams met at a Super Bowl. It was a play by Malcolm Butler and a decision by the Seahawks coaching staff that will be remembered by fans and Marshawn Lynch forever. That's today's classic call, sponsored by Straight Talk. Every now and then you find a deal where you get more and pay less. Now that's a good deal. That's Straight Talk Wireless on Verizon's 5G network. Find it exclusively at Walmart and straighttalk.com. What some might not remember is that Josh McDaniels, the Patriots offensive coordinator, held the same job back in February of 2015. And I asked him this week about his memories of that day.
I still regard that as one of the greatest games that I've been a part of, and that was one of the greatest teams that I've ever had to prepare for as a coach, and that was absolutely solidified that day. It was fitting to me that game came down to the last possession, the last couple plays. The two best teams playing their best in the most critical situations in the Super Bowl. So really privileged to have been a part of it, and very fond memories of that game.
Now, the architect of that Seattle team was general manager John Schneider. He is still in the same role with the Seahawks and is the man who helped construct this roster here today at the Super Bowl, including linebacker Ernest Jones via a trade from Tennessee last year. Just a few moments ago, as they were leaving the field following warm-ups, Laura Oakman caught up with Ernest.
Thank you, Scott. Ernest Jones, you told me something about winning the Super Bowl your rookie season and said, great short-term, but long-term it slowed your growth, saying you missed so many steps because of so much success so fast. How is this Super Bowl different for you?
Oh, it's so different. I appreciate it a lot more now. But I understand the journey now. I understand what it takes to be, a really high-impacting player, for your team. So I'm excited, man. We got a great group, great team across the line. So let's see what happens.
That was your me question. Now your we question. Top-ranked defense against a young quarterback who's turned it over 5 times the playoffs. What's the key to getting to Drake May in this offense?
Let's get after him early. Let's sustain, pressures. Let's get after him and let's see what he does with it, when we get the pressure on him.
Ernest Jones, have a great game today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Scott, back up to you.
All right, thanks, Laura. Get a 40% off limited time offer on annual NFL Plus subscription, and you'll be set for the start of the 2026 season. Offer ends February 16th. Sign up today at plus.nfl.com/radio. Terms and conditions apply. Well, as we said, the teams have left the field now, and it is time to start getting ready for the pregame ceremonies. A gorgeous day here in Santa Clara. The near side of the field is in shadow. The far side of the field is bathed in bright sunlight, and we have got a nice breeze. It is an absolutely gorgeous day for football. Still to come, we're going to hear from the quarterbacks, but up next, a conversation about the state of the NFL with Commissioner Roger Goodell. This is Westwood One's coverage of the Super Bowl.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All-white chicken meat breaded in tortilla chips. They're Taco Bell's crispy chicken nuggets. Pretty different than the nuggets you're used to. Haters will say, but that's not the classic nugget. Haters are right. Haters will love them anyways. Oh, and they come with Hidden Valley Ranch, another classic. But we mix it up with Diablo. They can't hate that. I mean, they can, but they won't. Crispy chicken nuggets from Taco Bell. A brand new classic. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last.
Did you know that tinting the windows in your home will block 99% or more of the harmful UV light that can damage wood finishes, photos, heirlooms, and the furniture? It can also cut down on glare so you can enjoy the views from your windows better. North Star Comfort Services has been a leading provider of insulation, window tinting, and residential energy analysis for more than 70 years. Call us today at 685-2368 and let us create a comfortable, safe, healthy, and energy-efficient living environment. North Star Comfort Services, providing comfort you can trust since 1947.
I'm extremely pleased to present to you the next Commissioner of the National Football League, Roger Goodell. Roger, congratulations.
Thank you. It was late summer 2006 when Paul Tagliabue passed the torch to the league's current commissioner, and Roger Goodell has been at the helm of the National Football League for almost 20 years now. As we prepared for a milestone Super Bowl, the league continues to evolve and expand in its reach both here in the United States and internationally. When Roger and I sat down this week to talk about the state of the league, we began where he did, as an intern for Pete Rozelle back in 1982.
Well, you know, Scott, when I walked in, I was so wide-eyed just because that was always a dream of mine to be part of the NFL in some fashion. And just walking in those doors and working for Pete Rozelle in an indirect way, very indirect way at the time, but to be part of something that I feel so strongly about, so passionate about, and love so much, I was overwhelmed with just that opportunity, even though it was a 4-month internship. But at the end of the day, when I look back now, I could never imagine that. It's not just the size or the international aspect of it, or it's the impact that it has on people. I think that is what makes me feel so good about the game and the NFL.
I know that you've said in the past that you thought Pete Rozelle was one of the greatest commissioners in any sport, and that Paul Tagliabue was as well. Mm-hmm. And we lost Paul back in November. If people missed it earlier this week, kind of a new way to honor what is a really big part of who he was and his legacy.
Yeah, he was a great commissioner. I often say I worked for the two best commissioners in sports. I admire both of them as individuals, as commissioners, and they meant so much to me in giving me opportunity. And one of the things that Paul cared so deeply about is seeing our players as more than just football players. He was an athlete himself, a college basketball player at Georgetown, and he cared deeply about academic achievement. So working with his family and trying to decide how we properly honor him, we created this award. It'll begin next year, which is the Paul Tagliabue Academic Achievement Award. And I think this is going to be able to highlight the great things that our players do by going back and getting further education. I talk about Bobby Wagner went back and got his MBA during the season. It's extraordinary achievements by young men. We need to continue to shine the light on how wonderful our players are.
Are we up to 9 international games next year?
Yes. This week we announced our 9th game, yes. So, yes, that's another growing part of the league.
And it's not just the expansion of the international games themselves. I'm going to imagine it's the expansion to countries that have not experienced this yet. And I'm assuming there's fan bases there that are clamoring to be able to see an NFL game.
And it's a combination of, are there fan bases there? And does it have the potential to be a bigger fan base? We don't do these as one-off events. We do them as part of a strategic attempt to grow a fan base on a global basis. And now with the games, we're now getting cities, countries, markets that say, we want one of those. And that's a great thing for our future. And our players have really taken a great position on it, that we're part of that history of bringing the game to the world. We're somewhat ambassadors, and I'm really proud to see that. And we'll continue this growth in partnership with every one of those elements of the game, and I think it's going to be really powerful.
Talking with NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell, everybody wants to know, are we headed toward, when are we going to arrive at 18 games? And I know that that's not something that we know for sure right now. Is that the direction that we believe that we are heading in?
Well, I think we always have to look at what we can do to improve. I think there were times when we had 6 preseason games. I don't think that's the best quality of product. We don't need 6 preseason games. We don't need 3 right now, you can argue. And so should we look at the season structure? I think that always has to be done. We agreed with our Players Association that we're going to make those decisions collectively, whether it's roster size, whether it's is there a double bye, and that'll affect media partners, fans. That's a big discussion. We were successful in going from 16-4 to 17-3. I think the big part of that is the safety of the game and what's the wear and tear on our players. All of that has to be balanced, and I think, with our partnership, we'll find a way to at least evaluate that and make the best decision.
So one of the things that would lead to, thinking-wise, it's been a long time since we've seen a new team. Is expansion kind of always out there sitting as a thought?
Well, you can think of expansion as the number of teams, or you can think of expansion as us playing in international markets and reaching in different areas and expanding our international series. I think as far as teams are concerned, at some point, if our international growth continues the way it is, I can see international growth on an international basis. There, undoubtedly, even today, I think there are cities out there that could support an NFL team, and we're at the early stages. So, I don't take international expansion off the table. I think it's very possible someday. When you deal with
Super Bowl halftime shows, you're dealing with artists, and this has gone back since the beginning of time. And do you concern yourself in these situations? I mean, we've seen situations that have happened in the past, and live mics and that type of thing. Is it a concern that you bring to the table as you make the decision, or straight on through until that halftime show or whatever it is over?
Absolutely. It's a big platform, Scott. It's grown dramatically. It's for an artist, it's now become the number one thing is to be on that Super Bowl halftime platform. But what we really focus on is not just the quality of the artists, but do they understand the platform? Do they understand the opportunity to unite the world, to be able to bring people together and use their talents to have that kind of an impact? And so that's how we really look at it. Is you have to be a great artist to have this platform, but you also have to really have a talent for being able to bring people together. And most of these artists love that challenge, and most of them love the opportunity, and those are the ones that are the most successful ultimately.
Finally, 4+ hours from now, there's going to be confetti here, there's going to be a trophy, there's going to be a wild celebration. What goes through your mind in that moment when you're down there and looking out not just at the players who are on either side of you or the coach or the owner, but the fans, the families that are sitting. It's one of my favorite pictures in my time doing this. What's going through your head in those moments when you're about to award yet another Lombardi Trophy?
Well, listen, I always say that winning the Super Bowl is one of the greatest, if not the greatest, team achievement, because I think it's the most significant team sport. There's no other sport that has all the elements of football to win. It's a long season, but you get to that point and you see how hard these individuals have come together as a team, and the fans and the families that support them. And frankly, the support that we've had from the fan base just overall, and the season, as you look back on it later today, it'll be a fun moment for us to say thank you, San Francisco. Thank you to every one of our markets and our teams, because they're all part of the season. And congratulations to a new Super Bowl champ.
Roger, thanks so much for the time. Really do appreciate it.
My pleasure. Great to see you.
With the new international venues next year, including games in Paris and Melbourne, Australia, the subtle takeaway from our conversation is the possibility that one day a team or teams could be based in a foreign country. We're getting closer. Up next, Kurt Warner's conversation with Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
The big game is here, and there is no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks. Who do you think will have a big day? Set your top picks and turn your knowledge into cash with Prize Picks. You'll get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. It's simple. Just pick 2 to 6 players, pick more or less on their stat projections, and submit your lineup. They also have early payouts. If your lineup gets off to a hot start, you can cash out before the game even finishes. Join millions of users on America's #1 sports picks app. Get in the game with Prize Picks, now available in 45 states, including California, Texas, Florida, and Georgia. Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the code PRIMETIME and get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code PRIMETIME on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you get the $50 credit in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
This is Steve Smith here, former NFL wide receiver and host of the 89 Show on YouTube. In football, any sign of weakness can be used against you. So I always put on a tough front. But inside, I was struggling mentally on how and what to do. It takes years to understand that only by opening up could I begin to overcome them. If you need someone to open up to, BetterHelp Online Therapy can help. Visit BetterHelp. That's betterhelp.com/89 to get started.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Super Bowl 60.
Kansas Fan Headquarters, 97.5 and 1240 KFH Wichita, KNSS HD2 Clearwater, and Odyssey Sports Station.
With the third pick in the 2018 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Sam Darnold, quarterback, USC.
Darnold, plays fake, looking, throws across the field to the left, and it's intercepted on his first pass. Intercepted near side, taking it down the sideline. Quandre Diggs into the end zone. Touchdown, Detroit. Calamity for the Jets to open the season.
Ian Eagle, as always, with a perfect choice of words, the true high and low of Sam Darnold's introduction to the NFL. Since that 2018 initiation and the ghost stories that followed, Darnold has been with 5 NFL teams, including one that played in a Super Bowl. But true success didn't happen until last year in Minnesota. And even in the wake of a 14-win season a year ago, there was a frustrating early exit from the playoffs on the back of a sack and turnover-filled game. Now he's arrived in Santa Clara, 1 win away from making all that is past truly prologue. Sam sat down with Kurt Warner earlier this week.
What was the most difficult moment since you've been drafted?
Yeah, I think
I think there were some moments, in New York, in Carolina, when things necessarily weren't going the right way. And those were tough moments. It's tough to go from high school having all the success that I had, in college, same thing, just being able to run around and make some plays out there to not necessarily being able to do that in the NFL. And I think for me, I learned a ton throughout that entire experience. For me, it's just about owning the system, owning the offense, understanding where my outlets are. I think that was a huge part for me, but I learned a ton, throughout those first few years of my career.
Why has this team in Seattle been the perfect fit for Sam Darnold?
Oh, man. I think, there's a lot of different ways that I could answer this question. I think the biggest thing is the group of guys that we have. This locker room is unlike any locker room I've ever been a part of, just how close we are, how much we can, quite frankly, mess with each other, how loose it is in that locker room. It's awesome to just be a part of, and I'm so thankful to have those guys to be on the field with.
Every Super Bowl team I've been a part of kind of has that moment during the season where you're like, okay, we got something special. What was that moment for you with this team?
Quite frankly, I think it was that Thursday night game against LA. We always knew how resilient we were as a team, and then being down 16 points in the fourth quarter and being able to come back the way that we did, using all three phases to be able to come back in that game. Obviously, Sheed with the huge punt return, our defense doing their thing, and then on offense being able to close the game out the way we did. It's not always going to be pretty, and you win in so many different ways in this league, and I feel like we've showed that.
With a defense like yours, does it make you more conservative or aggressive as a quarterback?
Yeah, I think both, right? I think, when you have an opportunity to take a shot and you get that perfect coverage, let's call it quarters, right? When you got a chance to throw a post and the safety cuts on, a high cross or something, being able to take that chance and let it rip and understanding the backside's not going to get there, that's, it, Kerr, that's such a great feeling as a quarterback. But then also, it's such a great feeling in this offense to be able to call a shot and, they might bail out of there and play a coverage that you weren't expecting, and you got great checkdowns in the right spots. That's the best part about this offense. That's the best part about playing with a defense like this as well, is understanding even if it's 3rd and 7 to 10, 3rd and 10 plus, I understand we don't need to get it every single time. Sometimes the best play is taking a sack on that player, finding an outlet to just be able to dirt it at his feet. And I think that's a powerful thing to feel as a quarterback. And again, like you mentioned, I have my defense to thank for that.
I know you've thought about this moment a million times, as every young football player has. What are you most looking forward to in regards to the Super Bowl?
The game, probably, just in general. Just playing in that atmosphere, and there's millions of people watching. We're the only show going on that day. I know I've played plenty of primetime games, and it's been that way for me before. But this is a different ball game. And not being afraid to say it too. Understanding that it is going to be that way. It's going to feel that way. And so I think preparing for that so that it doesn't surprise me when I'm out there and I don't feel like the lights are too bright.
All right, let's finish here. A lot of conspiracy theorists out there that believe the NFL is scripted. I'm going to make you the script writer for Super Bowl 60. I want you to tell me what the final on-field scene looks like.
Oh man, Kurt, I can't predict that. I'm not gonna tell you what that looks like. I'm not even gonna put it out there because I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. So we're excited to play, man, and I'm really excited to play. But I got no predictions for you, unfortunately, on what the final scene is gonna be like.
There's not gonna be Sam Darnold dropping back, throwing the touchdown pass like you have a million times in your front yard. That's not what's going through your mind.
Hey, you said it, not me, but that might be a possibility. We'll see.
That's awesome, man. Well, I'm so excited for you. Been an incredible journey. Love to watch it, and you got one more. Go finish it, man.
I know. I appreciate it, Kurt. Thanks.
Great take by Sam Darnold. He passed the buck right to Kurt Warner on that, and Kurt joins us right now. Kurt, you know what it's like to play in a first Super Bowl, and when you did, you had 294 yards in the first half, but only 9 points. You'd taken some big hits. How does Sam Darnold look to approach this? Do you have to come out and test the waters, or do you have to be the gunslinger you are?
Well, Scott, first and foremost, we know that he's thrown the touchdown pass in his mind a million times. He just wasn't willing to give it to me, but I know it was in there. Yeah, I think, and he mentioned it a little bit in there when I asked him about his defense. You have this great defense on the other side. How can you play? And so he said, I can play more aggressive, or I can play more conservative and kind of feel this thing out. And I believe that's a huge part of how he plays early is, does he say, hey, I know I've got a great defense. Let me try to go get a shot and see if we can turn this thing early. Or does he come out and go, hey, I don't have to try to push it. I don't need to make any mistakes. I can play a little bit more conservative. And I often feel that's where quarterbacks go in these kind of games is let's feel this out. Let's try a few easy completions early. Get something so we're feeling good offensively, and then maybe take our shots a little bit later.
All right, thanks so much, Kurt. We'll be back with us in just a few minutes. Green Day wrapping up their opening ceremony performance. There's concert stage right across the field from us on the 20-yard line, and a full concert going on right now. You want to be a better player, a smarter coach, or a more informed fan? Kurt Warner has created the perfect tool for you, QBConfidential.com. That's QBConfidential.com. Join the team today. When Sam Darnold started his NFL journey, Drake May might have been a better basketball player than football player at Myers Park High School in Charlotte, North Carolina. My conversation with the Patriots' 23-year-old field general is next. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
The big game is here, and there is no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks. Who do you think will have a big day? Set your top picks and turn your knowledge into cash with Prize Picks. You'll get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. It's simple. Just pick 2 to 6 players, pick more or less on their stat projections, and submit your lineup. They also have early payouts. If your lineup gets off to a hot start, you can cash out before the game even finishes. Join millions of users on America's #1 sports picks app. Get in the game with Prize Picks, now available in 45 states, including California, Texas, Florida, and Georgia. Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the code PRIMETIME and get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code PRIMETIME on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you get the $50 credit in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at EasterSeals.com.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Grammer. Wounded Warrior Project supports injured veterans by connecting them with fellow warriors, by serving them through mental health and wellness programs, and by empowering them to live on their own terms. No one should face a battle alone. Join us at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Barbasol, the American original, just got a pick 6. That's right, 6 premium ultra-thin blades on Barbasol's new Ultra 6 Plus razors. Check them out today on Amazon and see why Barbasol's the GOAT of shaving.
Barbasol. So 3rd down and 7. May under center, back on a play fake, rolling to his left. May's going to run to the outside of the sideline. He's got the first down. Drake May picks up the first down, and that may play that sends the Patriots back to the Super Bowl.
Ryan Radke here on Westwood One as New England rode the young legs of their second-year quarterback to the brink of the promised land. Welcome back to Westwood One's coverage of Super Bowl 60 from the Progressive Commercial Insurance set. Along with Super Bowl 50 champion Ryan Harris, I'm Scott Graham. Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Since we're talking promised land, we might as well invoke Isaiah 11:6, and a child shall lead them. Now that may be misinterpreted for non-biblical use, but it pertains here. Drake May turn 23 right before the season opener this year. He's a member of what some call the first family of North Carolina sports. His brother, who won a ring playing college basketball at North Carolina, is rushing here from his pro basketball career in Japan to join the family in the stands. But May is wise beyond those years, as we saw in that final play from the AFC Championship game. That was not a design run for him, but he changed the play at the line of scrimmage and didn't tell his teammates what was coming. This week, I asked him where he got the moxie to do that.
I think you have to be confident. I think in these circumstances with the stage we're on, I think confidence is what makes you go. I think the teammates, give me confidence. Coaches give me confidence. Family, my wife. So there's a lot of support staff that gives me a bunch of confidence in myself. And I think the biggest thing for this week is just have a good week of practice. And at the end of that game, I contemplated telling them, and they'd rather me not. And I think that's what we were just trying to do, whatever it took. And glad that we were able to make the winning play to get to here. And that's what those moments you remember. And I think that's what makes it cool about this sport and the stage we're on. I'll remember that moment for the rest of my life.
This team you're playing shows a lot of defensive looks. The same look at first that turns into a lot of different looks. How much are you able to read in a situation like this as you get to the line of scrimmage, do you believe, and how much you're going to have to react to?
I think it's reacting. I think kind of post-snap, seeing with what they do on defense, the guys that they have, knowing that they're very well coached and that they, teach their guys to show the same picture and try to switch it up to the quarterback after. This year, we got a lot of different teams that are trying to do that, trying to showcase that and show split safety and drop down some, stay some, cloud this side of the field. But I think it's just tough with how much and how well these defenses are getting disguised. And you see this almost every week with defenses trying to win a play by making you think it's something and playing something different.
Your dad was a hell of a quarterback. Your mom was a hell of a basketball player. Your brothers, all athletes, national championships, basketball, baseball. Did you really have any other choice but to get into this?
My parents, they always say they tried to, just, hey, whatever you guys wanted, we'll be fans of and we'll love you for it. But really I think sports is what, we gravitated towards. And I think just having 3 older brothers, just trying to find something that fit me. And I think that was one of the coolest things for me to see, my dad and my mom that, great athletes and able to, see them growing up that, they love sports and loved basketball and love golf and just love different sports where you're competing. And that's what, my family is, really growing up with them, competing in board games, competing in 2-on-2 basketball with my brothers in the backyard, competing in golf now. We're trying not to get as physical to hurt each other, but no, I think it's been awesome for me to see them and just kind of be the youngest brother and just, learn so much from them and learn the ups and downs of sports and the ups and downs of life. Them 3 and my parents are, the 5 people that keep me grounded and keep me humble, along with my wife.
I saw a tweet from 14 years ago, maybe a family friend, watching a 9-year-old kid running around as a running back, saying this is one of the best athletes I've ever seen. What I want to know is, when did you know that you had something? That's something that potentially was going to allow you to excel? Because if somebody saw it in you in 9...
That's a great question. Saw it in me in 9. I always played up with my brothers. I always tried to play at their level. So at some time, when I was playing with kids my own age, I'd maybe excel a little or play at a higher level. But really, I was recruited in high school, and I always felt like I wanted to play in college and decide between basketball and football. And I think I made the right decision. But I fell in love with playing quarterback. And it's one of the most special positions in the world. I think especially in sports, of what we have to deal with and what we're rewarded with, and just the feeling of playing this position is like nothing else in life. But in high school, I lost my last year to COVID, and I didn't get a chance to play my senior year in football. So really went to North Carolina to play quarterback and sat another year. So I really spent 2 years not playing football and not getting hit and really not having, being the guy or being the quarterback, and really kind of find that next year, my first year playing in North Carolina, I'm like, man, maybe I can, really do this. And was just, working, in practice and trying to see what it'd be like when the lights came on and we played in some games. And I think it just from there, I felt like, okay, maybe I can make something happen, in this sport. And I always believed in myself to make it to college, but I think college is a test of, what can I really become. And now I'm at this point now where I'm, not trying to let the dream stop of, hey, you make it to the NFL, or hey, you're a first round pick, or hey, you're a starting quarterback. Let's go make something happen in the position I am. And we got a chance to win the Super Bowl on Sunday. That sounds pretty good to me.
Drake Maye is a 23-year-old grown-up facing the number 1 scoring defense in the NFL. Is he up to the task?
He is. I mean, he beat a great defense in Denver just 2 weeks ago, and you get to hear why he's a compelling leader. He sounds like a 10-year veteran. He's also been in this stadium for a Super Bowl as a fan, so there's some familiarity not only with the athletics that you got out of him,
but when he was a young kid, he came to Super Bowl 50 and saw his Carolina Panthers lose. So he's he will know this atmosphere, know the sounds, and he will be able to go execute. And I love what he said. You got to go make something happen. That is absolutely the mindset you need to become a champion.
John Bon Jovi just introduced the Patriots for the celebrity intro right after Chris Pratt had done that for the Seahawks, and it is starting to bubble up here with excitement. New England in their all-white, Seattle in their all-blue. What has to happen early for each of these teams?
For Seattle, they got to score a touchdown. Got to score touchdowns, not field goals. And for the Patriots, if they can get Sam Darnold on the ground, that's going to change the game plan for the Seahawks.
Once again, the excitement level is just beginning to bubble up here in Santa Clara. We're almost there. Up next, we are going to honor America through the voices of Brandi Carlile and Charlie Puth. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
The big game is here, and there is no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks. Who do you think will have a big day? Set your top picks and turn your knowledge into cash with Prize Picks. You'll get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. It's simple. Just pick 2 to 6 players, pick more or less on their stat projections, and submit your lineup. They also have early payouts. If your lineup gets off to a hot start, you can cash out before the game even finishes. Join millions of users on America's #1 sports picks app. Get in the game with Prize Picks, now available in 45 states, including California, Texas, Florida, and Georgia. Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the code PRIMETIME and get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code PRIMETIME on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you get the $50 credit in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
This is Steve Smith here, former NFL wide receiver and host of the 89 show on YouTube. So having a counselor and working with BetterHelp, that gives you an opportunity to really start to unpack, but people don't understand when you unpack things, you also open up a box that you're not always sure what's inside. So I think that's why seeing a professional is extremely important. If you need someone to open up to, visit BetterHelp. That's betterhelp.com/89 to get started.
Hi, this is Commissioner Roger Goodell. On behalf of the NFL, I want to take this opportunity to recognize the men and women currently serving in our military, as well as any veterans tuned in. Today's Westwood One broadcast of the Super Bowl is being heard around the world on the American Forces Radio Network, on military bases and more than 200 ships at sea. To all of you listening, thank you for your service to our country. Come home safely and enjoy the game.
And we here at Westwood One echo the sentiments of the Commissioner, Roger Goodell. Of course, there will be a military flyover when the anthem is complete, and that will be all branches of the military participating in that flyover here in Santa Clara today in honor of our nation's 250th birthday this year. As we said, it is a gorgeous day here in Santa Clara. We've got all kinds of sunshine out there on the far side. The field is now completely in shadow. Now we bring you down to the field for America the Beautiful. Now that'll be coming momentarily. Brandi Carlile is preparing to sing, a Seahawks fan who began her Grammy and Emmy Award-winning career playing in clubs in Seattle. So we know where her loyalties lie coming into this game. On the other side, the national anthem will be sung by Charlie Puth, a multi-platinum artist. We have flags that are about to be unfurled as these songs are sung from the far side of the field to near. There is a military color guard standing near the 40-yard line. And we have a group of instrumentalists who are just to the right of the shield as we take you down to the field.
Ladies and gentlemen, as our nation approaches its 250th anniversary, the year 2026 will commemorate 2.5 centuries of freedom, unity, and the founding ideals set forth in the Declaration of Independence. The National Football League, Seattle Seahawks, and New England Patriots are proud to stand with the America 250 Commission in honoring this historic milestone and reflecting on the enduring spirit of our country. Now, signing America the Beautiful in American Sign Language is Julian Ortiz. Performing America the Beautiful, 11-time Grammy Award-winning artist from Washington State, Brandi Carlile.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains of majesty, above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on me and crowned thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. America, God shed your grace on thee and crowned thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
From the nation's capital and the military district of Washington, today's colors will be presented by the Joint Armed Forces Color Guard and drummers from the United States Army Field Band. Returning to sign our final performance in American Sign Language is Fred Beam. And now, to honor America with the singing of our national anthem, please welcome multi-platinum award-winning artist and composer, Charlie Puth.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what surrounding me at the twilight
An unbelievably rousing edition of the national anthem from Charlie Puth and an incredible flyover to bring us right to kickoff time here in Santa Clara. The opening kickoff between the New England Patriots and the Seattle Seahawks is coming up next. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Navy Federal Credit Union can help you dominate debt with the Platinum Card. Transfer your credit card balance to the Platinum Card within your first 60 days and get a 0% intro APR for 12 months. Our members could save thousands of dollars over the promo period. Visit NavyFederal.org/platinum. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. After the intro rate expires, variable APRs are 10.24% to 18% based on credit worthiness. Rates are subject to change. ATM fees for cash advances are up to $1 at non-Navy Federal ATMs. Offer ends 3/31/2026.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Just when the Colonel thought he'd run out of genius chicken-related ideas for KFC, he cooked up another one and decided to turn Tuesday into KFC $10 Tuesdays, a day where anyone can get 8 pieces of juicy fried chicken or tenders in their choice of extra crispy or original recipe for just $10. And just like that, the Colonel turned one of the lamest days of the week into one all about chicken. KFC $10 Tuesdays. The Colonel lives so we could chicken. Prices and participation may vary. Tax, tip, and fees extra.
Well, you've heard America the Beautiful and the national anthem, and everybody's settling in here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Time now for the coin toss, sponsored by Rocket Money. Too many streaming subscriptions draining your budget? Track unwanted expenses with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/football today to start saving. It is a big deal, Kurt Warner, to be elected captain of your team, especially when your team is in the Super Bowl.
There's no doubt about it. There's so many different special moments that come with the Super Bowl, being able to represent your team, to walk out there, be a part of the coin toss, moments that you'll never forget.
So we are going to have the flip of the coin in just one moment. These two teams come in red hot. They have both played well. Their defenses have led the way. We saw Darnold, you and I did a couple weeks ago in the NFC Championship game. He was almost perfect in that game, something that has not been the story of his entire season, though.
No, a big question, really, even up to that moment, was how would he handle the pressure of a big moment? When the team was asking him to carry them, did he have it in him to do that? And I've said it numerous times. I felt like that was the best game of his entire career in the championship game when he had to carry them throw for throw against the MVP who played a great game. It was a special moment for him.
Let's go to our PA announcer, Alan Roach, here in Santa Clara.
Super Bowl 60 captains and honorary captains represent the past, present, and future of our sport and our great country. The captains of the NFC champion Seattle Seahawks, Sam Darnold, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Devin Witherspoon, Brady Russell, Leonard Williams, and Julian Love. the captains of the AFC champion New England Patriots, Drake May, Hunter Henry, Robert Spillane, Marcus Jones, Brendan Schooler, and Christian Gonzalez. Our honorary captains for Super Bowl 60, 3 remarkable young leaders and football players from the Bay Area. Representing SPAT, Dominic. Representing Big Brothers Big Sisters, Sterling. And representing the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, Yesenia. Joining them are 3 Pro Football Hall of Famers and Super Bowl MVPs. He was the MVP of Super Bowl 10 from the Pittsburgh Steelers, Lynn Swann. Super Bowl 41 MVP and Super Bowl 50 champion playing right here in the Bay Area, Peyton Manning. 3-time Super Bowl MVP from the San Francisco 49ers, Joe Montana. For this historic coin toss, the NFL is honored to use the Libertas Americana Medal, a treasure of our nation's founding, designed by Benjamin Franklin, commemorating 1776. Following today's ceremony, this historic coin will take its place in the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History. And now, please welcome game referee Sean Smith.
Congratulations, gentlemen, on winning your conference championship, and welcome to Super Bowl 60. I'm Sean Smith, and I'll be your referee today. With Seattle being the visiting team, you will make the call. In my hand is the commemorative coin, the Lady of Liberty representing heads, and this side is tails. Joe Montana, would you please do the honors of tossing the coin once we get the choice? What is your choice? Tails. Tails is the choice. Tails. Heads. You want to toss? New England's won the toss and elected to refer their choice to the second half. Switch ends, gentlemen. Seattle will receive the ball on this end of the field. Good luck, gentlemen.
All right, Sean Smith has gotten this thing underway. We'll be kicking off moments from now, but time for today's winning playbook, sponsored by LinkedIn Ads. With LinkedIn Ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. Get a $250 credit when you spend $250 on your first campaign. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. Kurt Warner, the New England Patriots come in as the AFC champions. When they've got the ball today, what are you looking for?
Well, it starts with running the ball. Drake May has been great in the regular season, has struggled more in the playoffs. They need to establish the run and work their young quarterback into it. One thing that goes into the run game for the Patriots is the legs of Drake May. That's been probably his best asset in the playoffs. Could loom huge today. Big plays. They have been a big play offense all year. Nobody's thrown the big play, the deep ball better than Drake May. How can they create some of those big plays? And then you protect the football. In a game like this, in the big moment against a really good defense, you can't give the other side any easy opportunities.
And the Seattle Seahawks, the NFC champions, their keys today with their quarterback, Sam Darnold.
Well, they want to play by running the football and play action. That is where Sam Darnold is at his best. They want to stay out of the drop-back game. So can they run the football against this really good Patriots defense that has not allowed more than a 50-yard rusher in the playoffs? JSN, Jackson Smith-Njigba has been their guy all year long. You know coming in, you circle him and say, we got to stop that guy. But nobody's been able to do it. How do the Patriots figure out that puzzle piece to stop JSN and force other guys to beat him. And the last thing is pressure. This New England team has been the best throughout the playoffs at getting pressure on the quarterback. Everybody wants to see Sam Darnold with pressure on him. Can he react and make the right play? That is going to be key.
The field now is completely in shadow, but all the stands across the way immersed in sunshine. The temperature dropping, the wind picking up. We take you live to the field and our Laura Oakman.
Kevin, usually it takes years for a team to lay the groundwork to become a Super Bowl team. Not these teams. Mike Vrabel's first year in New England. Mike Macdonald's second in Seattle. What do they share in common? Culture. I asked players, what's the most important thing they need to establish tonight? Not one said X's and O's. That's usually what I would add here. Seattle's Cooper Kupp said, handle our business, our process. It's about us. Patriots' Marcus Jones said, Vrabel's message has been consistent. Embrace the role of what we are and who we are. Stay true to our identity and connection.
Laura, we thank you for that. Time now for the opening kickoff, sponsored by CarShield. The right play could change the whole game, and when your car breaks down, CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Go to carshield.com. That's the easiest call you'll make all day. Again, that's carshield.com. The Patriots will be kicking off. They are in all white. The kickoff will be with the wind, which is blowing from our right to our left. The kickoff coming from our right to our left. Deep back will be Rashid Shaheed, who is at the goal line. In front of him, elevated off the practice squad moments ago, running back Velus Jones. And the kickoff will be Andy Borregales for New England. Patriots in all white, dark blue trim. And the kicker for the Pats approaches the ball, swings his leg through it, end over end, and out of the end zone in a wise thing, keeping it away from the explosive Shaheed of Seattle.
Yeah, you're waiting to see what their approach would be, and we've seen this over the last couple games we've called against Seattle is, hey, we'll put the ball on the 35-yard line. We are not going to give that guy in Rashid Shaheed an opportunity to make the big play. You know, I failed to mention that in my keys, but special teams will be huge. Marcus Jones on one side, Shaheed on the other side. Will they kick to them? And when they do, can they make one of those big game-changing plays?
All right. The Seattle Seahawks break huddle at their 35. Darnold is under center. His running back is Kenneth Walker. Looks at a four-man front against the snap, spins left, hands to Walker over the left tackle, 35, far sideline 40. He's close to a first down, running into his own bench. The Seahawk bench across the way. They'll spot him past the 45 of the Seahawks. First down, Seattle.
And a good start right there, trying to get Kenneth Walker to the edge with the outside zone play. He is a guy that wants to bounce it because he's got that home run speed. They were able to seal the edge. He gets the corner. Great start with a first down on play number one.
Both these teams like to use extra offensive linemen. Not a part of it right now, but there are three tight ends. First and 10. Here's a quick snap and a handoff, and it goes to Walker over the right tackle and stoned. Nothing there, no place to go. Jelani Tavai is the one to make the stop outside. In fact, they lose about a half yard inside the Seahawks 45.
Well, and you're going to see the interior of this New England Patriots defense is where they are so solid. Landry and Williams and company inside. They are going to push the pocket as they did right there. No crease at all for Kenneth Walker.
George Holani is the back, 45 of Seattle. It's second down and 10. Shotgun for the quarterback. Darnold moves. Smith and Jigba. There's the shotgun snap. He looks and throws a line drive to the numbers. It's caught across the way by Barner, the tight end. Staggers by the 50, 45 far sideline. He's down to the 41-yard line in New England. There was a catch and a run on the play of 14 yards. And they are into Patriot territory on their first possession from the 41 of New England.
And moving fast, coming up here with the no huddle, changing the tempo.
And Holani will be the back from the 40 of the Patriots. A fake end around, back to pass on the logo. Here's a long pass. Darnold far side, caught over the shoulder across the way. Was it grabbed? Indeed it was. And picked up by Cooper Kupp. And he's all the way down to the 17-yard line of the New England Patriots. It's a gain of 32 through the air.
And two great throws and catches. Marcus Jones in great position on both of the last 2 plays, but perfect placement of the football by Sam Darnold for big plays.
It's 1st and 10, shotgun snap from the 17 of the Patriots. Darnold back to pass, pressured, backpedals, sets, arching, spiral pass, far side of the field and incomplete out of the end zone, looking for Smith and Jigba. With the coverage on the play by Christian Gonzalez of New England. 2nd down and 10 on the opening drive of Super Bowl 60, clock at 12:51.
Smart play there by Sam Darnold. Nothing open, buys a little bit of time, still nothing open. Don't have to force it right here. It's been a good opening drive. Just throw the football away and live for another down.
Kenneth Walker, the running back, is back in. 2nd down and 10. Pass completions of 14 and 32 on this opening drive. 17 in New England. Under center is Darnold. Now stands up and sets his protections. 5 on the defensive line. There's the snap. Here's the handoff. It's Walker. He cuts from left to right. He's over the right tackle. Picks up a couple on the play. Give him 2. And just inside the New England Patriot 15-yard line, it's 3rd down coming up now on the opening drive in a scoreless first quarter.
3rd down, good drive right here. Don't have to force it. Biggest thing, you got the momentum. You want to make sure you get points if you're Sam Darnold. If it's there, take it. If not, okay to throw it away. And you feel good with the opening drive that you were able to make a few plays and get some points on the board.
It's 3rd down and 8. In the shotgun is the quarterback, Sam Darnold. Receiver in motion. He's got the ball inside the 15 of New England. 7 on the defensive line. Shotgun snap. 5-man rush. Line drive throw. Far side incomplete for Shaheed. At about the 4 on the far side of the field. It's 4th and 10. They're going to go for 3, and the Patriots hold him out of the end zone defensively.
Really good coverage by Carlton Davis. Probably good that ball was wide to the left. If he puts it on the money, Carlton Davis may be going the other direction for 6. Give New England's defense credit. Coming into to this game, 8 possessions inside the red zone for their opponents, only 2 touchdowns. Once again, inside the red zone, nice job of getting the stop and forcing the field goal.
Jason Myers of the Seahawks will try a 34-yard field goal on the Super Bowl logo. Good snap, ball put down, line drive, kick is away and good. 3-0. Seahawks have scored first here in Super Bowl 60. And for every field goal made throughout the season on our broadcast, Barbasol made a donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. A big thank you to our friends at Barbasol Shaving Cream on celebrating their 20th year sponsoring the NFL on Westwood One, a great partner, an American original Barbasol for over 100 years. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. It's 3-0 Seattle, 11:58 in the first quarter, and this is Westwood One's coverage of Super Bowl 60.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Have you been using fentanyl or other pain pills medications like OxyContin for over a year and feel like it's out of control? Did you try using Kratom to get off, only to get hooked on 7-0? Get your life back by calling the Matrix Center today for medication-assisted treatment and counseling. Patients improve their health, work steady jobs, have happier families, and start feeling good about themselves. Call the Matrix Center today at 316-260-3445. That is 316-260-3445. Now accepting Medicaid insurance.
This Valentine's Day, treat your loves to a special gift every night. Fill your freezer with our viral 30-pound Surf and Turf meat box for $179. Or shop a 10-pound case Colossal King Crab or Lobster Tails, $399 this week only. Celebrate every moment, from ultimate proposals to iconic birthdays or anniversaries, with a handcrafted steak and seafood at at BoilingBay.com. That's BoilingBay.com.
On the opening drive of Super Bowl 60, Kurt Warner, the Seahawks go downfield, get a 33-yard field goal, and are on top 3-zip.
Really good drive by Seattle. Came out, ran the football early, a couple nice passes, as I was saying, into tight coverage. Sam Darnold right on the money. Couple good throwaways, not to put the ball in harm's way, and you take 3 points. All about momentum early in these games. You want something good to happen. A lot good happened for that Seahawks offense.
Jason Myers going to kick off into the wind for Seattle in all blue. Navy blue jerseys and blue pants from our left to our right. Trots to the ball, 4 yards away. Swings his right leg through. End over end to Ernest Johnson. Will take the ball at the goal line up the middle of the 10. On the hash mark, the 20. Broke a tackle at the 25. He's on the Super Bowl logo and up to about the 28-yard line of New England. 28-yard return live to the field, and Laura Oakman.
I thought my reports down here were going to be talking about, should I put on my sunglasses? Should I take off the jacket? It was that kind of beautiful for the last 4 hours. The second that ball went on the tee, it changed. The wind is gusty. These new scoreboards, the size of the stadium, it whips now. It used to be more straightforward. Wind comes into the corners. The flags are all going in different directions. Gusts say about 13 miles per hour. I'd say a little bit stronger than that.
All right, Laura, 28-yard line, under center the quarterback, Drake May. 1st and 10, gets the snap, spins to his right, hands off on the play, goes to Ramondre Stevenson, who runs over the center, past the 30 on the hash to the 34, and he'll pick up 6 on the play for New England. 2nd down and 4. First quarter clock, Kurt, at 11:35.
Now both teams come out, start with a run. A nice little run there by Stevenson right up the middle of the field. Put yourself in 2nd and short. I like the approach. Take some pressure off your young quarterback.
Couple tight ends. Drake May under center, 2nd down 4, 34 of the Patriots, gets the snap, spins to his left, hands off on the play, Stevenson staggers. He tries to barge ahead, gets to the 37 over the left guard. He'll pick up a couple, so at the 37 of the Patriots, it's 3rd and 2 for New England.
And you take it 3rd and 2. Wouldn't be surprised if Josh McDaniels runs the football here, but opens up the playbook, the threat of a run, some quick passes. Exactly where you want to be on your first 3rd down.
It's an empty backfield, 5 wide. And moving from our right to our left, Drake May, 2nd, make it 3rd down and 2. He'll bring his running back, Stevenson, back there with him in the gun. 5 yards away from the center. Shotgun snap, short throw, Stevenson. Leaping catch on the near side, 35, staggers by the 40, comes on the near sideline. And he works his way for a 1st down catch and run on the short throw to the 43 in New England. On 3rd and about 2, it was a gain of 6 through the air.
He was a little late. I thought he had Stevenson right off the bat and hesitated looking to the inside. Got it to him late, but Julian Love was right there with an opportunity to get him down on the ground. He makes one guy miss, moves the chains for the Patriots.
At the New England 43, first possession. Drake May is under center. 1st down and 10. The back is Stevenson. Here is the snap, faking the handoff. Back 5, short lateral throw near side. Douglas, he makes a move at the 45 with the catch on the sideline. Goes by midfield and dives. And he's close to the 1st down, picking up about 7 on the play to the 49-yard line of Seattle on a gain of about 7 yards on that short throw.
Good decision by Drake May. You come off the play action. You're trying to get the shot down the field on the deep corner route. Good coverage. Just dump it down to Douglas, and Douglas doing the rest. A great little stiff arm to the outside and able to bounce back to the inside and pick up 8.
2nd down 2 on the NFL logo. 49 of Seattle. There's the snap and a handoff, and it goes to Stevenson over the right tackle. He's got the 1st down as he works his way, chiseling over that right tackle down to the 45-yard line of the Seahawks. It's 1st and 10. Welcome to NFL Flag, where there's a position for everyone. Get ready to run, throw, jump, and fly. Let's play. Visit NFLflag.com to find the lead today. First quarter clock ticking at 9 minutes. It's a 3-0 Seattle lead. The Patriots are on the move. They began at their 28. Now they're at the 45 of Seattle. The quarterback is Drake May. Gets the shotgun snap, a left tackle block. Here comes the pressure. They get him from behind. Brought down by Derek Hall. Sacked by the Seahawk outside backer. They lose 10, and they're back to the 45 of the Seahawks with the new sack by Seattle's D.
And I was just going to say they were doing a great job of staying ahead of the chains, right? Winning the early downs is so important against this really good defense. But there's a couple quick throws to the left-hand side. I thought he had a Hunter Henry on the quick stick route. He felt it was a little too tight. He got outside the pocket. Would have loved to see him throw it away right there. Unfortunately, a big loss for the Patriots.
Patriot 45, second down and 20. Shotgun snap to May. It's a four-man rush. He moves in the pocket. Punt fakes, runs from the 45 to the 50. Far side 45, angling to the sideline. Then brought down by Eamon after a run of 12 as he angled across the way. Got some yards back on that previous sack. He's to the 44 of the Seahawks, and now it'll be 3rd and 8 for the Patriots and 7:45 in the first quarter.
This is where Drake May has been so good in the playoffs. Stepping up in the pocket, eyes down the field, not there. Finds a crease, getting ready to turn the corner. Nice open field tackle by Nick Eamon on the outside. If he misses that tackle, May is around the edge for another first down.
Seahawks 44, third down, let's call it 9. Shotgun snap, here comes the blitz. He's being chased and he throws May down that far sideline and no one home. It was Kevin Witherspoon who came off the edge like a torpedo. Untouched, uncovered, pressured the quarterback into the throw. It's 4th and 9, and here comes the punting unit on the first possession for the Patriots this afternoon.
Well, Kevin, I know you follow me on Twitter, and every week during the regular season, at least one time a game, I'm going to say have a pressure plan. When a team brings an all-out pressure, you got to have a quick answer. Seattle brought everybody, a cover zero, man-to-man on the back end. Got to get the football out of your hands and have an answer. They did not there. Forces an easy throwaway and a punt by the Patriots.
Bryce Beringer will be punting from our right to our left for New England. Beringer gets the belt-high long snap and punts the ball with his right foot to the near side. Shaheed under it, looks into the blue skies of Northern California, makes the fair catch at the 9, near the 10 of the Seahawks. 31-yard well-placed punt. It's a 3-0 Seattle lead on a 33-yard field goal. 7:11 to play in the first. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
Don't bank the old way. Join the millions banking fee-free at Chime. With qualifying direct deposit, you get fee-free overdraft, access up to $500 of your pay when you say, earn 1.5% cash back on eligible Chime card purchases, and supercharge your savings with 3% APY. Get up to a $350 new account bonus. Visit Chime.com/gameday.
Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services for MyPay and Chime Card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride N.A. Optional services and products may have fees and charges. Stated annual percentage yield for Chime Plus, only otherwise APY is 0.75%. No minimum balance required. Go to Chime.com/gameday for details.
The cost of mesothelioma treatments can exceed $400,000, and families often face losing their homes and life savings just to pay the bill. The Rights and Claims Department of Flint Cooper has helped victims secure financial support they need to pay for their care and ensure their family's future. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma and don't have legal representation, call Flint Cooper now at 800-606-8169. Time is running out for you to file a claim, so don't wait. Call 800-606-8169 for a free consultation.
This Valentine's Day, celebrate the one you love the most with Hallmark cards at Walgreens. Valentine's Day is the best time to send your favorite person a reminder of just how much they mean to you. A Hallmark card is a super simple and beautiful way to say how grateful you are for the love you two share. Don't forget, Valentine's Day is Saturday, February 14th. Visit Walgreens today to find a Hallmark card that shows just how much you care for them, because love lives here.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification coast to coast and around the world. This is Westwood One, your home for the Super Bowl.
Kansas Fan Headquarters, 97.5 and 1240 KFH Wichita, KNSS HD2 Clearwater, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Midway through the first, Seattle 3-0 over the Patriots, and time now for our Fact of the Game, sponsored by Liberty Mutual.
Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Liberty Mutual customizes your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need. And here's our fact. Quarterback Sam Darnold is the third QB to start a Super Bowl while playing on at least his fifth team. He joins Earl Morrall, who started in the Colts loss to the Jets in Super Bowl III, and Chris Chandler, whose Atlanta Falcons fell to the Denver Broncos in Super Bowl 33. Both Morrall and Chandler had 3 interceptions in those Super Bowls, and I'm reminded of what you said with Darnold on the first series today. He almost had a couple picks.
He did. They were close, but they were perfect throws. Sometimes you got to see that. You see the window, you put it in perfect placement, and they led to big plays, but you just got to be smart in those situations like I felt he was on that third one as he just threw it away.
After the Patriot punt on their first possession from the Seattle 10 as a shotgun snap. It's 1st and 10. The fake handoff, dripping back to the goal line to throw. Here's a pass far side, incomplete. 20-yard line going for Jackson Smith in Jigba. And the quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks, Sam Darnold, threw into a thicket of defenders. Incomplete pass.
He did. You don't see many drops by JSN. That ball was right on the money in between 2 defenders. But you're right, a little pressure on the naked bootleg to Sam Darnold. When he let that thing go, I'm like, a lot of white jerseys back there. But a perfect throw to JSN. He just couldn't come down with it.
It's 2nd down and 10 from the 10 of the Seahawks. Darnold is in the shotgun, flanked by his running back, Walker. 4 in the defensive line. Arms outstretched. Shotgun snap. 4-man rush. Line drive throw. Short far side. It's caught by Smith and Jigba at the 14 on the far sideline. He only picks up 4 on the play. They quickly converged on the NFL Offensive Player of the Year. Now, Kurt, 3rd and 6.
Good job by Carlton Davis on the outside, playing the cornerback position in a cover 2 look. So he's got the flat. He fell off a little bit, but kept his eyes back to the inside. Jackson Smith and Jigba runs a choice route, breaks outside. As soon as he catches it, Davis there to make a tackle.
George Hawani is the running back on a 3rd and 6 from the Seattle 14-yard line. Quarterback Darnold in the gun, wipes his hands on the white towel off his belt buckle, looks over the defense, 8 on that defensive line, shotgun snap, they rush 4, here comes the blitz, he's hit, he breaks away, he staggers, he looks, he throws off balance down the far sideline, incomplete. For an open Smith and Jigba at the 50-yard line. He bought time, he broke the tackle, but the Seattle quarterback could not get the feet set and the throw accurate. 4th down, here comes the Seahawk punting unit.
Jalen Hawkins comes off the left-hand side. He's a free hitter on Sam Darnold. He's mad at himself that he didn't make the sack. Darnold able to shake it, trying to make a play, just couldn't hold the football long enough for Jackson Smith and Jigba to break open on the deep end. Good job against pressure, or good job with pressure by the Patriots defense.
Here comes the Seattle punt. It is high by Dixon. Jones is under it, waves his right arm. He's on the near sideline, got it on a knee at the 35 of the New England Patriots on a punt of about 50. And a pretty good hang. They got everybody down there, and Jones, an electrifying returner, calls for the fair catch. 6:07 first quarter. Seahawks took the opening drive and got a field goal, 3-0 over the Pats. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
I am Steve Smith Sr., former NFL wide receiver and host of the 89 Show on YouTube. As men, we're taught to handle things. Be strong. Don't complain. Don't talk about it. Being a man also means being a father, a friend, a husband, and carrying all that gets heavy. Ignoring it doesn't make it go away. If you got things you don't say out loud, BetterHelp gives you a place to say them. Online therapy that works around your schedule. Visit BetterHelp. That's betterhelp.com/89. Don't wait.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8 year old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
Your business has goals, and you need the right team to help get you there. Don't cross your fingers and just hope quality candidates see your job posting. With Indeed-sponsored jobs, you can skip the waiting game and match with the talent that actually matters for your business. Plus, with Indeed-sponsored jobs, there are no monthly subscriptions, and you only pay for results. Don't leave hiring to chance. Hire better and work better with Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Welcome back to Northern California, the San Francisco Bay Area, in Santa Clara. Kevin Harlan with Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner. We're in the Grainger broadcast booth here in Santa Clara. Laura Oakman is down on our sidelines this afternoon. At work every day is game day. Give your crew an edge with Grainger. You'll find supplies and solutions for every industry when you call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger for the ones who get it done. 3-0 Seahawks, who have just punted. And here come the Patriots. They'll take over at their own 6, 1st and 10.
Good job by the defense there to force that 3 and out, get it back for your offense. Offense deciding to put in an extra offensive lineman here.
Travion Henderson is the running back. The quarterback is Drake May, and he's under center with the 1st and 10. At his own 36, he gets the snap, he turns to his left, he fakes the handoff, moves up in the pocket, throws on the run, line drive long down the middle, clock 45. Grabbed right there, and Diggs is the one to grab it. Maybe Kabuti, who gets the ball. It's a 21-yard pickup. It's thrown right down the middle over the hash mark to the 43-yard line of Seattle. It is a 1st and 10. Good-looking throw by May.
Put in the extra big fella. Tell everybody on the other sideline we're going to run the football. Caught with the play action. Diggs does a nice job of finding the hole as May steps up in the pocket. Really good throw on the run.
Henderson the back. Shotgun snap. Seattle 43. Handoff Henderson. Hit behind the line once. Got away and then was brought down by Byron Murphy. These defensive tackles for both teams are terrific. They throw him 3-yard loss. Back to the Seahawk 47. Where now it'll be 2nd and 13 for the Patriots. And the clock is at 5:15 of the first.
And good pressure by the linebacker, Drake Thomas, right there. He's in the backfield. As soon as the handoff happens, forcing the stop of the feet, and then the rest of the Blue show up in a hurry.
2nd down, let's call it 14 from the 47-yard line of Seattle. May is in the gun, flanked by the running back, Henderson. 4 wide, 5 on the line. They rush 5. Here's a short pass caught by Henderson on a lunge at the 50. He falls ahead, brought down on the near sideline at the 48. He loses a yard. The 48 of the Seahawks, right in front of the Patriot bench below us. Now 3rd and 14 for New England, trailing 3-0 here in the first.
Really good play by Job. He drops down from more of a safety position as they bring an all-out blitz to the backside. Drake May's got to get rid of the football. And Job right there to make the tackle.
6 in the secondary. Stevenson the back. In the gun on the NFL logo. 48 of Seattle is second-year quarterback Drake May. The snap is there. Drifting back 7. Cox is up. He's hit and brought down. Sacked on the play by Witherspoon. He's come in twice and pulled up a play. Losing 10. And they're back to the New England 42 on a big-time play by the Seattle defensive back.
So many versatile players on the back end, including Witherspoon. Really good corner, but he comes off of the edge. And once again, a free hitter. Nobody there to block him. He just weaves his way around the offensive lineman to Drake May. Every time they brought pressure, they force a mistake by the Patriots.
Bear-Ringer will punt. Right-footed boot. End over end. Shaheed back. Looks into the blue sky. The catch at the 7. On the near side of the 10. Broke a tackle. Then he is spun down from the side. And inside the 15 at the 13 of the Seahawks. And it is a return of 7 on a punt of 50. And the Seattle Seahawks will take over again with 3:29 to go in the first. They lead on a 33-yard field goal on the first drive of the game. And you're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Grammer. Wounded Warrior Project supports injured veterans by connecting them with fellow warriors, by serving them through mental health and wellness programs, and by empowering them to live on their own terms. No one should face a battle alone. Join us at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Did you know GoodRx can help you save on medication, manage prescriptions, and get trusted health information? If you're one of the millions living with a heart condition, check GoodRx for an easier, more affordable way to manage your health. GoodRx offers common heart medications for under $30. Just search for your prescription, find the best price, then show your pharmacist the GoodRx coupon. And it works whether you have insurance or not. To start saving and better manage your heart health, download the free app or visit GoodRx.com today. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Department of Rejected Dreams. If you had a dream rejected, IKEA can make it possible.
So I always dreamed of having a man cave. But the wife doesn't like it. What if I called it a woman cave?
Okay, so let's not do that, but add some relaxing lighting and a comfy IKEA Hofburg ottoman, and now it's a cozy retreat.
Nice, a cozy retreat. Man cozy retreat.
Sir, okay. Find your big dreams, small dreams, and cozy retreat dreams in-store or online at IKEA.us. Dream the possibilities.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org. For Phi, winning the fight against vision loss means seeing new ways to push himself. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is committed to funding research to end blinding retinal diseases. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Learn more at fightingblindness.org.
Back in Santa Clara later on, we're going to select the drive of the game, sponsored by GoodRx. Save time and money on prescriptions. Check GoodRx at goodrx.com or download the free GoodRx app. First quarter clock, 3:29, 3-0 Seattle. We've had 3 consecutive punts, 2 by New England. Here comes Seattle with another possession. Kurt Warner, 13-yard line is where they'll start. Deep in their own zone, 1st and 10.
We knew pressure was going to be a theme coming in, and so far defenses are winning every time they bring pressure. Let's see if somebody can come up with an answer.
Under center is the quarterback Darnold. His own Seattle 13 gets the snap. 1st and 10, turns right, hands off to Walker and brought down quickly by Jack Gibbons. And a gain of 2 as he dives over the right tackle to the Seattle 15-yard line. Walker over 1,000 yards rushing this season. 2nd down and 8.
Good play by Gibbons right there. Seattle had a blocker for him. He does a nice job of giving a little move to the outside, darting back to the inside to make the tackle.
2nd down. 14 wins for each of these teams this season. Seahawks are going to break huddle at their own 15-yard line with the first quarter clock ticking at 2:54. Seattle 15, Darnold under center. 2nd down, 8 gets the snap. It's a handoff over the left side. This is Walker running laterally on the 15, diving ahead to the 16, and picks up a yard to the Seattle 16-yard line. 3rd down and 7 for the Seahawks, and defense so far has been the story, Kurt, of this game.
On that run to the outside, they faked a reverse to Rashid Shaheed. Now, it's something to watch for. They've done it 3 times now that he's come on a jet sweep or faking a reverse. Haven't given it to him yet, but he's a guy that can be a change-up for them. Something for us to pay attention to as this game goes along.
George Helwani will be in the backfield in the shotgun Darnold. Seattle 16, 3rd down 7, arms extended. Shotgun snap, 5-man rush, messy pocket, short throw caught by Barner 20. Broke a tackle 22, he's on the hash mark past the 25. Spins his way to the 28. Is the first down catch and run at 12. Big play by Barner. 2nd catch today. 1st and 10. Seattle up 3-zip late first quarter, now at their 28.
A good pickup there by the offensive line of Seattle. New England brings 5 guys, man-to-man across the board. Good solid protection. Sam Darnold, nothing down the field. Nice job just dumping it underneath. And Barner going for the first down.
Darnold will be under center on the Super Bowl logo at the Seattle 28. He looks at a 4-man front. It's 1st and 10. The snap, the turn to the left. Here's the pitch. So he, just like he called, blocked by the tight end. Runs laterally on the 20. Redwell brought down. Craig Woodson brings him down. A loss back to the 23. They lose 5. The Seattle 23. They were setting it up, but it was foiled right there. Good call by you. You saw it.
Well, there's going to be a number of times they try to get him the football. If you're not going to punt to him, you're not going to kick to him, they've got to get the ball in his hands. So I don't expect that to be the only time. But good job by Woodson and company to stay at home, not get fooled off the play fake, and be there to make the tackle.
Sam Darnold breaks huddle again with an empty backfield in the gun. It's 2nd down, 15. He's back at his own 23. He's got 5 wide. He looks at 6 on that line. Here comes the blitz. There's the shotgun snap. There's the throw. Far side incomplete for Jackson Smith and Jigba. Covered by Jennings, the linebacker. Incomplete. Short throw. Far sideline. It's 3rd and 15 for the Seahawks.
Here comes the pressure once again. Not much time for Sam Darnold. as they bring two guys in what we call the A-gaps on each side of the center. Spillane is right there, and you said it, good coverage on the back end. You don't see that very often with a linebacker against Jackson Smith and Jigba, but good coverage, ball a little bit behind, and now a 3rd and long situation.
Walker the back, 37 seconds, first quarter. In the shotgun, Darnold, 3rd and 15. Is Seattle 23. There's the shotgun snap. It's a 3-man rush. He winds up, long pass, far side, incomplete and out of bounds. And again, looking for Smith and Jigba, who is in his own sideline on the far side and incomplete near the 40. It is 4th and 15, and here comes the punting unit once again for the Seattle Seahawks, who lead it 3-0.
Tough situation. You're in 3rd and long. New England decides to drop 8. Not a lot of holes there. A little bit of a force over the top to try to get the first down. Could have dumped it off to JSN for a short gain. Tried to push it down the field, but no real opportunity to complete that one.
Seattle will punt with Dixon. Deep back Marcus Jones at the New England 28. Belt high long snap, right-footed punt into the wind. It's a wobbly punt down the middle, and circling under it with the catch between the hash marks. 32 is Jones, broke one tackle, broke another. He almost squirmed away, and he's at the 32, and that's where he's going to stay. He made a lot of maneuvers, cutting and trying to juke, but he couldn't find much. And the kick will take him to the 32 on little or no return on the play. With 19 seconds to play in the first quarter, Patriot offense goes back on the field. 19 seconds left in the first. Robinhood Gold gets you a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions. The new gold standard is here. Sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Patriots in all white lining up 32-yard line. 1st and 10, and this will be their 3rd possession.
And outside the first drive by Seattle, New England defense has been winning this field position battle and getting the ball back to their offense in really good position.
Running back is Stevenson, 32 in New England. Under center is Drake May, gets the snap, spins to his right, hands off to Stevenson over the right tackle, and he goes past the 35 to the Patriot 37, and he gouges his way for 5 in the final play of the first quarter of Super Bowl 60. It'll be 2nd and 5 for the Pats. When we come back, they trail 3-0. Seahawks on top on a game-opening 33-yard field goal. End of the first, 3-0 Seahawks, and you're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid, packed full of features with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Come on, guys, no cleats on the seats. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603. That's 562-314-4603 for more details.
Hey, Drake May here. You know that calm you get when your team has a drive under control? That's the same feeling I get investing and saving with Betterment. Their automated technology does the work to help grow your money and save you on taxes. So when the market gets unpredictable, you can stay calm, cool, and confident. That's what I call the Betterment effect. And it's why I'm glad they're on my team. Get started today at Betterment.com.
Investing involves risk. Performance not guaranteed. Paid client ad. Views may not be representative. See App Store and Google Play Store reviews. Learn more at Betterment.com/pursuebetter/partners.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Welcome back to Santa Clara. Kevin Harlan along with Hall of Fame quarterback, MVP, Super Bowl winner Kurt Warner. Our rules analyst, the great Gene Steratore. And on the sideline, Laura Oakman. It's 3-0 Seahawks at the end of one going to the second quarter, and it's sponsored by Macy's. Valentine's Day is this Saturday, February 14th. Macy's digital gift guides and curated collections make it easy to shop for all of your loves. With fast shipping, buying online, pickup in store, and same-day pickup, Macy's makes Valentine's Day gifting meaningful and simple. Learn more at Macy's.com. Be like Kurt Warner. Buy your partner a box of chocolates, which he did, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
You got it there now. Right now, the class of 2026 Hall of Fame group that's down there. Pretty special class. Obviously, my buddy Larry Fitzgerald in the class. Drew Brees, Adam Vinatieri that took a Super Bowl from me. Yeah, I had to say that. Luke Kuechly, obviously a great linebacker, and then the great Roger Craig here in San Francisco. Pretty cool class. It was cool that I got a chance to announce them at the honors on Thursday night and celebrate with my buddy. But congratulations to each and every one of them. I can't wait until August, and we can welcome them into Canton.
You'll be there, won't you? Laura Oakman is on our sideline.
Let me give a quick injury update. The Patriots defensive side, Jelani Tavai, was in the blue tent and ran out of the tent like a rocket, shirtless, with about 3 athletic trainers and doctors following him into the tunnel, into the locker room. Right now he's questionable with the shoulder.
It's a 2nd down and 5. Shotgun snap and a quick throw short up the middle and incomplete. Looking for the tight end, Hunter Henry. There was pressure, there was congestion, and it was an incompletion on the pass between the hash marks up the middle. 3rd and 5 for the New England Patriots. We're 5 seconds into the second quarter.
Man, all kinds of things happening there. It was an RPO. It's a little bit of pressure. He had Hunter Henry, left the ball back behind him there. And there was a chance for an interception on the other end. But Bryant didn't see the football. He's just looking for the hit.
Patriot 37 in the gun, 3rd and 5. Drake May looks into 6 in the secondary, gets the shotgun snap, he hands off to Stevenson, tried to go over the guard, stuffed at the line, lost a yard, back to the 36 of New England, losing 1, 4th and 6. This will be, it appears, our 5th consecutive punt of Super Bowl 60.
And you don't want to say that they don't have confidence in their young quarterback. We've talked about how he hasn't played great in the playoffs. Another miss on the play before to Hunter Henry, but 3rd and medium, and you hand the football off. Looks like they're saying, hey, we'll play a little bit more conservative right now. We're winning the battle defensively. Let's make sure it's all about field position here early in this one.
New England's Behringer will get a low, long snap in his right-footed punt into the wind, sails down the middle. Shaheed waving his right arms, goes under it, makes a catch, a fair catch. Outside the numbers, a 40-yard punt. He's at about his 24-yard line. Hang time of 5-7. That ball got some serious air. And here come the Seattle Seahawks once again. With Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner, Kevin Harlan. We're in the Grainger broadcast booth here in Santa Clara. Game changers, count on Grainger for professional-grade products, fast delivery, and free technical support. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by to get what you need. All right, here come the Seattle Seahawks. They're at their own 24. In the pistol is Darnold. He'll get the snap. He'll fake the handoff. He'll drift back. It's a 5-man rush. Winds up, long pass down the middle. Broken up at the 25 on a spectacular deflection by Christian Gonzalez. The receiver was there, but his leap and the ricochet and the incompletion with terrific coverage by the Patriots secondary.
Well, that's their all-pro DB, and I see why Sam Darnold took the shot on the post, got the safety to hesitate for a second, and as you said, would have been a completion other than the right hand of Christian Gonzalez. All I'll say is Jackson Smith-Njigba was running it deep over, and he was wide open on the play. Not necessarily a bad decision, but had an opportunity for a big play if he went elsewhere.
Seahawk 24, shotgun snap, hand to Walker, runs laterally on the 20 to the near side. He broke a tackle, 25 up the near sideline, 30. He's on the 40, up the near sideline, 50. He goes into Patriot territory at the 46. Knocked out of bounds on the near sideline. Running roughshod, picks up 30 on the play. A 30-yard run and a first down for Seattle at the New England 46.
Yeah, great job right there, sealing the edge, and he is a home run hitter if he can get to the outside.
Back to pass, 1st and 10. Here's a deflected ball thrown by the quarterback, Darnold, who tried to go short, coming to the near side. It's incomplete. It's 2nd down and 10. And the Seahawks at the 46 of the Patriots, leading early 2nd quarter, 3-0.
Well, we've seen it twice now when Kenneth Walker has been able to get the edge, get to the outside. 2 big plays in the run game, something they're going to continue to try to do. Set it up inside and see if he can bounce it and get out in space.
First big explosive play. It's 2nd down and 10 with the Patriots on defense. Here's the handoff. It goes to Walker over the left tackle, the 40. On the numbers, the 30. Angling to the far side, the 20. And then he tries to stiff arm his way into Gonzalez, and he's forced out of bounds at the 17-yard line of the New England Patriots on a run of 29 on the heels of a run of 30. He's got 59 yards and 2 carries, and look at them now with the Seahawks in the red zone.
And a great job setting up his block. It was just an off-tackle play to the right-hand side. Looked like there was color. He dipped to the inside. That color moved inside. He was able to find the hole and once again bounce it outside for the big play.
New England 17, Seattle quarterback. Darnold under center, the snap, the spin, the handoff to Walker, the hesitation, breaks 1 tackle. And he tried to break another as he ran laterally on the 20. Then he was brought down by Craig Woodson out of the secondary, who came shooting through for the Patriots, throwing him for a 2-yard loss. It's back to the 19 in New England, and 2nd down and 12 for Seattle. Our clock at 12.5 in the 2nd quarter.
I mentioned it a little bit earlier when Seattle got into the red zone. This New England defense has been stingy. Now just 2 touchdowns on 9 possessions in the playoffs by the opposing offenses in the red zone. Here we are, just inside the red zone. And a nice little tackle for loss.
19-yard line in New England, 2nd down, 12, Kupp in the backfield. Darnold in the gun, arms extended, shotgun snap, 5-man rush, blitzes on, hit as he throws, ball deflected, and it's a live ball. It was ricocheting back, now they call it incomplete. It bounced backwards about 12 yards the other way. It was swatted down on the play, and I think it was Chason who came through and played volleyball right there. 3rd and 12 coming up.
It was Chason, came through. He was unblocked. Once again, they brought the pressure, they had everybody up at the line of scrimmage, and they bounced a couple guys from Sam Darnold's right-hand side. He was oblivious to Chason coming free on his left side, trying to hold the football. Lucky that he got the football off moving forward, because another half a second, and that is a sack and maybe a forced fumble by Chason.
Darnold over his last 5 through the air. 3rd down, 12, 19 of New England. Here's the snap in the pitch out, and it goes to Walker running laterally and thrown for a loss right here. Back to the 21 of New England. Boy, did the Patriots stiffen defensively. A loss of 2. It's 4th and 14, and Seattle will bring their field goal unit out onto the field and try one probably from about 39 yards away.
And this is really how they've played a lot of the playoffs. You just muddle it up. You give the other team opportunities for 3, not opportunities for 7, and you believe your offense at some point is going to create big plays as you have all year long.
It'll be Jason Myers trying a 39-yard field goal. Wind at his back. And it will be on that Super Bowl logo. Good snap, ball put down. Right-footed kick is perfect. Right down the middle, end over end. It's 6-0 Seattle, 11-16 2nd quarter. With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. Early 2nd quarter, 6-0 Seattle. This is Westwood One's coverage of the Super Bowl.
This is the story of the One. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Some teams just play the game. KC fans live for the game. Let North Star Comfort Services make the space you live in more comfortable and energy efficient. When is the last time you looked in your attic? When it comes to insulation, for instance, re-insulating your attic with new insulation or by adding more can save you between 10 to 20% on your energy bill every month. Let North Star get your home more efficient. Give us a call for an estimate or go to northstarcomfort.com. That's northstarcomfort.com. When only the best is good enough.
Go Kansas City! With 10 extravagant indulgences for $3 or less, Taco Bell's new Lutz Value Menu makes you feel Lutz. As their official Lutziers, I help when it makes you feel too Lutz. Because you don't have to call the delectable new mini taco salad an hors d'oeuvre. The beefy potato loaded griller isn't bruleed, it's grilled. And the crispy new salted caramel churros are just as good if you don't put your pinky up. So don't let the Lutz go to your head. Try Taco Bell's new $3 or less Lutz Value Menu today. At participating Taco Bell stores while supplies last. Price of participation vary. Tax extra.
6-0 Seahawks on top early second quarter. They get their second field goal. Let's check the drive summary sponsored by Intuit TurboTax. Now taxes can be done by a trusted expert who takes care of everything. Now this is taxes. 8 plays, 55 yards, 2 gigantic runs by Kenneth Walker of 30 and 29. Smith and Jigba has been quiet so far, and a 6-0 lead for Seattle.
And we've seen on both of the last 2 possessions, one by New England, also one by Seattle, third and medium to third and long, both running run plays, playing a little bit more conservative. We've got good defenses. Let's not take any chances with the football.
Seattle's going to kick off with the win from right to left. The boot is away. It's end over end. And Ernest Johnson will get it Gene Steratore a couple of yards deep in the end zone, touchback to the 35. Any thoughts on the first quarter you've seen in the early second we're in now?
A really well-played game. We haven't had a foul yet so far, Kevin. You know, Coach Vrabel was talking to the officials as we went to the last break, and my thoughts, just to speculate, maybe something to do with some close line play or something on the runs where Walker was bouncing it out. But coaches are forever looking to put a bug in somebody's ear to keep them thinking, guys, right?
You hear a lot of it. Gene, great to have you up here in our booth live. 35-yard line, May under center. Patriot territory, gets the snap, spins completely around, hands to Henderson. He goes over the center. He's past the 35 and crashes his way to the 38-yard line in New England. It's a gain of 3, Laura Oakman.
Quick injury update, Seattle's defense. Safety Ty Okada right now questionable with a calf injury.
All right, we thank you. 38-yard line, New England. Breaking huddle. All white, navy and red trim. Moving from our left to our right. Henderson the back. The quarterback, Drake May, is in the shotgun. From his own 38, there's the snap. Dropping back, packs his right arm. 5-man rush. He's hit. He's grabbed. He's sacked. He's sacked on the hash mark. Back near the 29-yard line of New England. Oh, the pressure was there. It was unescapable. He loses 9, making it 3rd and 16. Put him at the 28 of New England.
Well, it's good coverage on the back end, so he had to hold it a little bit. But, man, Mills just took Wilson, the guard, right back into Drake May. And just put both arms around Wilson, got one up on May, able to drag him down and force another 3rd and long situation.
They credit Riley Mills with that 28-yard line. Here's a shotgun snap, deep in Patriot territory. A quick catch by the quarterback, and he throws immediately to the far side. A gain of 5, caught by Diggs, run out of bounds near the 40-yard line. An official was inadvertently hit on the far side, and he's getting up a little bit slowly, and there's some shoving after the play. Diggs, who caught that ball and gained a couple on the play, is being forced back by his team. He'll run off the field, and the punting unit out there for New England.
Patriots struggled all through the playoffs to throw the football, and once again today just not able to create anything down the field and get any plays.
Bear Ringer will punt. The punt will come from New England's punter from our left to our right. Belt high, long snap, right-footed punt. It is high, it is end over end. Shaheed drifting to the far sideline, waving his arms. Fair caught, 29-yard line of Seattle. We've had a lot of punts. 39-yard punt right there by the Patriots, and 9:16 to play in the first half. 6-0. It's Seattle over New England. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. In fact, Robinhood Prediction Markets enable you to predict the outcome of over 1,000 different world events, such as the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk that is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Progressive presents the Passionate Sports Fan Checklist. Signed jersey of your favorite bench warmer? Check. 14 bobbleheads that look nothing like the players they're emulating? Check. Twin TVs so you can watch the game on 2 different networks simultaneously? Check. Life-size wall sticker of your favorite player that routinely freaks you out at night? Check. A second life-size wall sticker so after the first one freaks you out, you see the second and you're like, oh right, the wall stickers. Check and mate. Bundle your renters and auto insurance with Progressive and save on protection for the things on your checklist. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers not available in all states or situations covered subject to policy terms.
Welcome back to Levi's Stadium, Santa Clara, California, with Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner, Laura Oakman on the sideline, Gene Steratore, our rules analyst, Kevin Harlan, and together with Navy Federal Credit Union, we'd like to thank you for joining us for Westwood One's broadcast of the Super Bowl, and also give an extra special shout-out to the over 1 million men and women in uniform stationed around the world in military bases and ships at sea, defending our nation and listening to our broadcast worldwide. Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving all branches of the armed services, the veterans, and their families. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Our members are the mission. So you were talking about maybe putting a bug gene in officials' ear about what to look for, keep track of, things like that.
You know what?
Does it work? Does it work?
Yeah, I had a basketball background, so it really didn't work a lot for me. I felt that a lot during the hoop games, but really, Coach Vrabel's a credible coach. He's not one that's just, spewing things constantly. So if there is something there, it's of value, and I think you give him the year that they did.
All right, the Seahawks take over after the punt by New England. Seattle 29, under center Darnold, first down and 10. Single back Walker. He gets the handoff. He runs to the left side over the tackle. He's past the 30, angling past the 35, angling to the far sideline. He works his way to the 38-yard line of Seattle. It's a pickup of 9, and Kurt's second one for the Seahawks, who lead it 6-0.
Getting the edge once again to the left-hand side. He winds it all the way back to the right, but able to get outside, forcing a DB to knock him out of bounds after 8.
Second down in the yard. With the ball at about the 38-yard line of Seattle. Darnold under center, 6 on the line, gets the snap, hands to Walker, over the guard, and he tries to dig his way in, met by a big wall and got a yard up to the 39. That's about it. They stuck him, no running room right there. And so they give him enough, I guess, and just the under a yard to go, they got him a first down. He must have pushed the pile, and he's near the 39-yard line of Seattle.
Yeah, it didn't look like much right here. He was met right at the line of scrimmage. I thought it was going to be a touch short. But as you said, maybe from the other side, the ball got just across the line.
8:05, second quarter clock ticking. With the quarterback, Darnold under center. His own 40-yard line is now where they move that ball, nudging it ahead. He's first and 10 under center. The snap, the fake handoff, the pressure is there, grabbed, he gets away, throws a short pass near sideline, incomplete at the 40 for the running back Walker, and he was under duress. It was a messy pocket, it's incomplete, and it's second and 10 for the Seahawks.
Pressure once again by New England. They had all the guys to pick it up, but Chasen does a nice job of beating his guy one-on-one, and he's right there for the sack on Sam Darnold. Sam's able to get skinny, drop underneath him, and at least make the throwaway right there. Had an opportunity to complete the pass to Kenneth Walker, but he was all off balance and Nice job just getting it out of there and saving the sack.
Darnold has started 4 of 14. Second down 10. Inside the 40 of the Seahawks. He's in the gun. They've got 6 on the line and maybe some blitzers. Here they come. 5 rush. There's the snap. Far side throw. Leaping catch. Cup. And then ushered out of bounds with that helmet-high glove catch on that far sideline at about the 47-yard line of Seattle. He picks up 8, and that makes it third down and 2. 7.5 to go in the first half. It's a 6-0 Seattle lead.
And as you mentioned, that was just the 5th completion for Sam Darnold. And I can think of 3 of them that were really tight coverage. Right there was a perfect throw on the edge, but right there to make the tackle and force a third down. Not a lot of easy things on the back end against this New England defense.
Walker back in, 47 of Seattle, third down and 2 in the shotgun. Darnold, shotgun snap, 4-man rush, looks left, he's hit, he throws a short pass, caught 50-yard line, grabbed by Walker, spun by 1. He's now dragged to the far sideline, takes 3 Patriots to bring him down at the 47-yard line in New England, but it is a catch and run of 6 on the play and a first down. They move the chains. The Seahawks are in Patriot territory with 6:50 to go in the second quarter.
Now Sam Darnold missed an opportunity right off the bat there. He had JSN sitting for an easy first down. He was looking right at him and passed on it. Nice job dumping it off on the backside, and Kenneth Walker moving the chains.
On the NFL logo, 47 of New England, under center Darnold, 1st and 10, with a 6-0 lead, gets the snap, hands off Walker, the stutter step, and then he drives over the right guard, crossing the 45, and he's now outside the hash to the 43 on a gain of 4, the 43 of the New England Patriots. Now it is 2nd down and 6 after the gain of 4 by Kenneth Walker.
The carry stacking up here for Kenneth Walker. Something we got to remember is Zach Charbonnet was their 1-2 punch, and really their physical back. Suffered that ACL injury in the first round of the playoffs, and so now it's all about Kenneth Walker. Let's see if he can carry the load throughout this whole game.
43 in New England, 2nd and 6 for the Seahawks. Under center Darnold, the snap, the spin to the left, the handoff to Helwani, tried to go over the right guard, inside the hash, and stoned at the 42 on a gain of 1. So now it'll be 3rd down and about 5 to go for the Seahawks, up 6-0.
And there's the spell for one play. Helwani come in, get the carry, hasn't touched the ball a whole bunch, but he's played a little bit, made some nice catches, but Kenneth Walker back in here on 3rd down.
Seahawks in all blue jerseys, blue pants, lime green numbers, and the quarterback Darnold looking through that blue face mask. He stands on the NFL logo, 3rd down and 5. They're at the 42 of the New England Patriots. 8 on the line. Here's the shotgun snap. They rush 5. Here's the backpedaling attempted catch at the 40 on the near sideline. Dropped. Walker was backpedaling. He had his glove hands in front of his face mask, and he dropped the pass. It's 4th and 5, and the punting unit takes the field for the Seahawks.
Oh, I like the decision right there. A quick little, what I call a bullets route out of the backfield. Half swing, half shoot route. A little bit behind Kenneth Walker, so he had to backpedal, tough on a back to be able to make that catch, but you have to make it right there. A little bit better connection, and it's another first down.
Michael Dixon will punt for Seattle to our left. Marcus Jones is back. The ball lands on the near sideline at the 8. Ricochets just inside the pylon, out of bounds at the 3. What a punt by the Seattle punter, Michael Dixon. It's a beauty, landing perfectly, 39 yards, and they maroon May deep in New England territory. 4:58 in the second quarter. It's 2 field goals up for the Seattle Seahawks. 6-0 over the New England Patriots, and you're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
This is Steve Smith here, former NFL wide receiver and host of the 89 Show on YouTube. In football, any sign of weakness can be used against you. So I always put on a tough front. But inside, I was struggling mentally on how and what to do. It takes years to understand that only by opening up could I begin to overcome them. If you need someone to open up to, BetterHelp Online Therapy can help. Visit BetterHelp. That's betterhelp.com/89 to get started.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
We've had 7 punts and 2 field goals in Super Bowl 60. The Men's FIFA World Cup is coming to the U.S. this summer. Keep up with everything going on with U.S. Soccer's national teams with the official U.S. Soccer Podcast, presented by Henkel, wherever you get your podcasts. The quarterback, Drake May, who's now huddling up in his own end zone after that terrific Seattle punt. 5 of 7, 39 yards, and not a lot of fireworks on offense yet.
Not at all. I feel like he's holding the football a little bit. He's playing a little bit tentative. There's been some opportunities. Might be tight opportunity. He's just holding it, not wanting to make a mistake. Only 37 total yards of offense for this Pats team.
Couple tight ends. Drake May under center. 2 in New England. The snap, the spin, handoff, and it goes to Stevenson over the right tackle. Carries a couple defenders on his back and plows his way to the Patriot 5 on a gain of 3, 2nd down and 7.
Well, the one thing about this Seattle defense, and one of the things that makes them so good, is they've got corners that will come up and fill. They're not afraid to tackle on the outside. So even when you bounce it, it's not as if you're going to get a free run, which we've seen a number of times on the other side by Kenneth Walker.
Stevens in the back. May in the gun, 2nd down 7, Patriot 5, 3 on the line, shotgun snap, 3-man rush, drifting back in the end zone and a whistle. And a timeout. Timeout taken, 4:18 second quarter.
First charge. Timeout. Seattle.
So Seattle will take the timeout. I think they're looking at the time. They're clearly looking at the field position. And after that stop on 1st down, kind of looking ahead here, Kurt Warner, a little bit.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're in the perfect situation here. 4 minutes to go. You've got them pinned back. Don't want to give them anything easy to allow them to get out of here and get a 1st down. So I'm sure that's what they saw. Not the perfect matchup or the perfect play call defensively. Go ahead and use one of those timeouts and try to win this 2nd down.
Is this who these teams are, what we've seen so far, or is this different from what your film study has taught you about them?
Well, I think this is kind of what I expected from New England coming in, that they were going to have to settle in with their young quarterback. Sam Darnold not playing quite as well as he did last week, but they're running the football. They're playing that sort of game, which has been their MO all year long.
Stevens in the back, 5 of New England, 2nd and 7. May gets the shotgun snap. Short line drive up the middle, incomplete on the hash mark, 13-yard line. And he was working for Mac Hollins, who is covered and coming back to the quarterback. 3rd and 7 for the New England Patriots. 4:19 second quarter, and the Pats trail 6-0.
It's a play that I call wrap. So it's a quick 8 to 10-yard in by Hollins. Opportunity there, but Julian Love, the safety, was driving on it. I'm not sure if that's what forced the throw back behind Hollins or if it was just a miss by Drake May. But Love driving and playing aggressive on the back end, I think scared May a little bit.
Patriot 5. Here's a 3rd and 7 shotgun snap. Line drive pass caught on a dive. It's Douglas on the near side outside the numbers, 13-yard line. He hit the deck as he caught the ball right above the grass. Out to the 14 in New England on the near side, picks up 9. It's 1st and 10 New England.
A huge play right there. You don't want to punt the ball back to Seattle in that situation. Little choice route by Douglas. Push up 10 yards, read and see what's on the outside. Job's out there, he settles in the hole, and he goes down and gets that for a 1st down.
Patriot 14, 1st and 10. May under center, got the snap, hands, and here comes the running back, stiff-arming his way laterally on the 15. Stevenson coming to the near sideline, and got out to about the 17-yard line. Gain of 3 on the play. Second down, 3.5 in the half. Clock ticking here in Super Bowl 60 from Santa Clara.
Yeah, and that's why it's so huge. You want to run the clock down here. Seattle called one of their timeouts. Another first down would be huge where you could run this down at least to the 2-minute.
Patriots 17. Drake May under center. Second down, 7. There's the snap. The fake handoff rolling. Chase, he's on the near side. Hit as he throws. Down the near sideline. Short pass incomplete at the 30. It went limp down the near sideline in front of the Patriot bench. It is third down and 7. May through the air has gone as 6 of 10.
Boye Mafe does a nice job there on the back end, running the naked bootleg. He's the contained guy. He doesn't bite on the run. He's right there as Drake May turns around. Drake May can't get outside of him. He's just got to throw the football away, stop the clock, and force a third and long.
Patriots 17. It's third down. In the shotgun is the quarterback May. 3rd and 7. Here comes the snap. There goes the whistle and a flag, and it's going to be against New England's offense. In a false start. First penalty of the game. Gene Steratore, how about that?
Yes, how about that one, Kevin? And it's just a simplified false start.
False start. Offense number 66. 5-yard penalty. Third down.
On Will Campbell, the left tackle, and he is a rookie. And part of what has been a very inexperienced left side of the offensive line of New England.
Yeah, there's been some struggles over there. Get into a third down situation. You know it's a pass. You're trying to get a little bit of an advantage. Know they're going to come after you. Pin their ears back. Moves a little bit early. Man, now it's a third and long. Got to be smart if you're Drake May.
Patriot 12. 3rd and 12. And back to pass long in the shotgun. And it's incomplete to Matt Collins racing down the near sideline. And he could not get separation. The pressure was heavy. 4th and 12. And the long pass to try to get some breathing space goes incomplete for New England. 4th and 12. Punting unit is out there. And now field position taking hold with 3:03 to play in the first half. And Seattle with 2 timeouts.
I actually don't mind the play call right there. You get one-on-one. Just throw it up and see if maybe you can get a PI. Maybe get a one-on-one situation. But Drake May once again throws the ball out of bounds. No chance for Holland.
Bear Ringer to punt for New England from left to right. And backpedaling and catching the ball inside the numbers. Shaheed runs laterally, breaks the tackle 32. Far side 35. Cuts in the numbers the 40. Broken up a tackle and slithers his way up near the 43-yard line of Seattle on an 11-yard return, although he ran from the near side of the field to the far on a 56-yard punt, which had a hang of 4-7-2. Clock at 2:50, second quarter. It's 6-0 Seattle. They've got the ball in decent field position. Let's step aside as you're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Drew Brees here. Whether you're on the field or on the road, having the right team on your side makes all the difference. I learned that the hard way. On the field, you don't go anywhere without a solid O-line. And when your car breaks down, you want that same kind of protection. That's why I trust CarShield. Their protection plans help you tackle expensive repairs so that you're not blindsided.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Late second quarter, 6-0 Seattle. Let's send it down to our sideline reporter, Laura Oakman, sponsored by King's Hawaiian. Nothing brings friends and family together on game day like King's Hawaiian sliders. Bring them to the table and be the real MVP. We brought them to the booth. We are MVPs. football in Kings Hawaiian. There's nothing like it. Laura, down to you on the field.
Kurt brought up Drake's age, 23, and I just wanted to say something where I really see that down here. Every series that Drake goes to the bench, him and Josh McDaniels dive right into that tablet. That is what they are doing. The only time Drake looks up is when Mike Vrabel comes over, and he does every series, and he gets on one knee, and they go eye to eye. Mike locks eyes with him. Drake told me, I love how hard they coach me, but they care about me as a person. Mike Vrabel wants what's best for me. That's where you can see this right now. You see Mike locking in with him, with the mental, with the emotional. You got this. Let's keep going. Let's keep doing what we're doing, while Josh McDaniels is just coaching him hard.
A break huddle after the New England punt, 43-yard line of Seattle. The quarterback, Darnold, is under center. 2 timeouts, leading 6-0 late first half. Gets the snap, spins to the right, fakes the handoff, backpedal, hit as he throws. Short pass caught at the 50-yard line, grabbed there by Cooper Kupp. He was backpedaling, and he hit the deck after a big-time wallop in the secondary. He picks up 7. They're at midfield, 2nd and 3 for the Seahawks. Clock is ticking at 2:32.
I talked in the open about running the football and play action. Sam Darnold is so good at throwing on the run. A naked bootleg to the left, pressure in his face. Oftentimes you're like, just throw that thing away, but able to flip his hips and hit the crosser to Cooper Kupp.
Walker is in, and they're on the NFL logo. He's crouched under center at the 50-yard line. The Seattle quarterback, 2nd down and 3. The snap, the spin, the handoff to the right, going off to Walker. Over the right tackle, breaks the tackle on the hash at the 47, digs his way to the 43, and a big-time hit on a gain of 7. Walker is really running the ball well. Now well over 90 yards on the ground. It will be a first down into the Patriot 43. And a timeout because of the 2-minute warning. Walker, 99 total yards, most of them on the ground. The 2-minute warning is here, sponsored by Gusto. If you run a small business, you got to try Gusto. Get unlimited payroll runs and get your payroll taxes filed automatically. Offer health insurance, 401k, and more. Get started for free at Gusto.com. 2-minute warning of the first half. The Patriots are trailing Seattle 6-0. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next-day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
No matter your team colors, football just hits different with King's Hawaiian on the table. Show up with King's Hawaiian and suddenly you're the MVP of game day. Original rolls, sweet slider buns, pretzel slider buns. They're soft, sweet, irresistible, and perfect for feeding a hungry crowd. From tailgates to living rooms, King's Hawaiian sliders will have everyone coming back for seconds. Bring the rolls and enjoy your moment as the real hero of game day. So this championship season, make game day extra sweet with King's Hawaiian. Football and King's Hawaiian. There's nothing like it.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
This Valentine's Day, celebrate the one you love the most with Hallmark cards at Walgreens. Valentine's Day is the best time to send your favorite person a reminder of just how much they mean to you. A Hallmark card is a super simple and beautiful way to say how grateful you are for the love you two share. Don't forget, Valentine's Day is Saturday, February 14th. Visit Walgreens today to find a Hallmark card that shows just how much you care for them, because love lives here.
I want to remind you to stay tuned for the Westwood One Super Bowl 60 halftime report with the award-winning Scott Graham and Ryan Harris. They'll check all the difference going on at halftime, and here we are, 2-minute warning. It's first down and 10 And down to the 43-yard line in New England, the Patriots are now with 5 on the line. There's the shotgun snap to Darnold. The handoff goes to Walker. Tried to come laterally to the near side and got basically a yard. That's it. 42 in New England coming to the near sideline. 2nd down 9. There's 2 timeouts remaining for Seattle, and they lead Kurt Warner 6-0.
When that puts Kenneth Walker at 100 yards for the game, the New England Patriots offense only has 52. He's almost doubled them up here in the first half.
Breaking huddle on the NFL logo is Darnold. The running back is George Holani. In the shotgun is Darnold. 4 on the defensive line for the Patriots from the New England 42. Arms extended. Darnold surveys, gets the shotgun snap, cocks his right arm, short pass up the middle. Caught by Holani at the 40, makes the move, cutting right to left. Then he dives right into the defense, crashing to the 35-yard line in New England. He should have lost a couple. He gained 7, and he's at the 35 of the Patriots with a 3rd and 2 coming up for Seattle.
Kind of surprised. I guess you want to pick up this 3rd down, but they're using a lot of time on the clock. Almost as if they're just playing for a field goal here instead of trying to get 7 on the board.
Shotgun formation for Sam Darnold of Seattle from the 35 of New England. 3rd down 2. With his arms extended, the shotgun snap, and the handoff goes to Holani, who goes right over the center, past the 35, between the hash marks, down to the New England 30. He's got a 1st down and a gain of 5. And a timeout taken by the Seahawks, 1 left. But a 1st down right there to the 30 of the New England Patriots, leading 6-0 the Seahawks.
Yeah, as I was saying, you have to get the 1st down there to keep the drive going. But, man, they used a lot of time on the clock. 32 seconds to go. Not sure they're going to have many opportunities to try to push it and get 6 on the board.
Let's step aside. 6-0 Seattle, but on the move at the Patriot 30, and you're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One. What's the impact of hiring the right person for the job? Someone who simply doesn't fill a role but elevates it. Indeed Sponsored Jobs can help you connect with candidates who have the right experience and a proven track record. Find people who don't just complete tasks, they transform how work gets done. Don't leave hiring to chance. Sponsor your job posting on Indeed and match with the right candidates. Sponsor your job at Indeed.com/credit.
If you work in the automotive industry, you know time and trust are everything. Miss one electrical issue, and suddenly you're dealing with comebacks, delays, and unhappy customers. That's why Napa puts such a big emphasis on electrical testing, and that's just the start. Napa also delivers the parts, tools, and expertise to help you catch problems early before they turn into breakdowns. So test every vehicle and trust the name that keeps your bays moving and your business running strong. That's Napa know-how.
Navy Federal Credit Union can help you dominate debt with the Platinum Card. Transfer your credit card balance to the Platinum Card within your first 60 days and get a 0% intro APR for 12 months. Our members could save thousands of dollars over the promo period. Visit NavyFederal.org/platinum. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. After the intro rate expires, variable APRs are 10.24% to 18% based on creditworthiness. Rates are subject to change. ATM fees for cash advances are up to $1 at non-Navy Federal ATMs. Offer ends 3/31/2026.
Half minute to go. First half, 6-0 Seattle. Top of the hour. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves coast to coast and around the world. This is Westwood One, your home for the Super Bowl.
I know I'm in off.
Kansas Fan Headquarters, 97.5 and 1240 KFH Wichita, KNSS HD2 Clearwater, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Apple halftime show coming up with Bad Bunny. We're going to be listening to that. The last Super Bowl, Kurt Warner with no first half touchdowns. 7 Super Bowls ago, the Pats and Rams.
Yeah, kind of disappointed with Seattle on this drive. As you get the ball in your own 43 with 2 minutes to go, 2 timeouts, you figure you're going to try to push the envelope here. If you can get 6 on the board, get a 2-touchdown lead on this Patriots offense that's really struggling, I thought they might push the envelope a little bit. It's almost as if they're just playing for another field goal.
The wind has shifted again, and it is coming from the far side to the near. And the Seahawks have 1 timeout, 32 seconds, first half, first down and 10. In the shotgun formation is Darnold from the 30 in New England. Looks at 4 on the line, arms outstretched. He's got a running back. That's Walker off his left hip. Shotgun snap, 4-man rush, line drive throw, belt high catch, 25-yard line. It's Cooper Kupp. It takes a couple to bring him down. He picks up 5 as they shove him out of bounds across the way. And they say that he got to the 23 of New England with a nice gain of 7, and he somehow was pushing a couple defenders backwards with his backpedaling move. Second down and 3 coming up.
They were trying to get the ball to JSN there on the quick in route, hoping that the underneath coverage would grab Cooper Kupp. They fell back, didn't give him that window, had to settle for the throw underneath. Continue to give credit to this New England defense. They're not giving up any big plays. They had a couple big runs in there, but then they've tightened as they've gotten closer to the red zone. 23 seconds to go. Again, tough situation for Seattle to really push the ball down the field.
Seattle is on a timeout. Second down, 3. They've got the ball on the Super Bowl logo at the 23 of New England, leading 6-0 late first half. In the gun is Darnold. Receivers in tight. 4 on the line. Shotgun snap. 4-man rush. Cocks his arms, throws underneath. It's a lunging, and it's a catch made by Kupp outside the numbers. They get to the 18. They pick up a first down.
It's an incomplete for third down.
They initially called it complete. Now they rule it incomplete. As you heard, it's 3rd down and 3 on the drop by Kupp. Well, I thought he almost reeled that in. It was close.
It was very close. I'm not sure if the point of the football touched the ground, but he was bobbling it all the way down, and I think that's what the officials saw, but tough to tell. Looked like maybe just touched the point of the football a little bit. What do you think, Gene?
To me, Kurt, it looks like it's a completed catch. Yes, the tip of that football maybe just grazes the top of the grass, but I don't think that ground was helping Cooper Kupp. Right now, Sean Smith's taking a quick look. Now listen, if this becomes a completed pass by rule, because they ruled incomplete on the front end, if it is now a completed pass, they will have a 10-second runoff. So we'll go from this time that they ruled this incomplete, which it now shows at 15, could possibly be 5 seconds and the clock will wind.
And it could be a first down if they call it a completion. This Close Shave Instant Replay Review, sponsored by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol. And Gene, you're looking at it again from many different angles. You're right. It looks like he never lost control of the ball, and the nose did hit the grass.
That's the review. Really on the field stands. Incomplete pass. 3rd down.
Yeah, a little bit surprised by that one, Kev. I really am. I know the clear and obvious philosophy. To me, it looked like Cooper Kupp still had that ball off of the ground.
All right, 3rd and 3.
It was tough, and obviously if that were to happen in that 10-second runoff, Seattle had to be ready to get up to the line of scrimmage and clock the football to save those extra seconds to get the field goal. Incomplete pass probably helps them here because they really would have only had one more play in the field goal anyways. Now they got an opportunity to be able to push it down the field. Do they take a shot at the end zone here on 3rd down because they're already in field goal range?
All right, so it's 3rd and 3. They're at the 23 of New England. And a timeout taken by the Patriots.
Timeout, New England.
20 seconds. They put 5 seconds on the clock, so 20 seconds remaining in the first half as the Seattle Seahawks began at their 43 and have kind of dinked and dunked their way downfield to get this position at the 23 of New England, leading 6-0.
Yeah, haven't been able to push the ball down the field. Their big plays have come in the red game and in the run game. But one of the things to note is that Jackson Smith-Njigba, who's been their guy all year long, 6 targets today, but only 1 completion. He is their big playmaker, and as we've seen, Cooper Kupp has been big in the first half, but it's all the short, underneath dink and dunk stuff that you're talking about, Kevin.
Hawani the back. With the Seattle quarterback in the shotgun formation, Sam Darnold at the 23 of New England, 3rd down and 3 on the defensive line. Looks into the nickel, shotgun snap, 4-man rush. Cocks his right arm, line drive down the middle, broken up at the goal line, knocking it away from Smith-Njigba. What a diving ricochet! Christian Gonzalez with his second big first half defensive play. Incomplete pass.
Great play by Christian Gonzalez. A missed throw by Sam Darnold. A great move by JSN to fake as if he was going to run the go route. He crossed the face of Gonzalez back to the post. If this ball is up and over or out in front of JSN, that is a touchdown. Good recovery by Gonzalez to knock it away and force the field goal.
Here's a 41-yard field goal by Jason Myers, ball put down, right-footed kick, end over end, and perfect again. He is 3 for 3. That one from 41 moments ago, from 39 to begin the game, from 33. 9-0. Seattle on top. 11 seconds to play in the first half of Super Bowl 60. Let's check the drive summary, sponsored by University of Maryland Global Campus. At University of Maryland Global Campus, every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That was a 9-play, 34-yard drive. Myers gets the 41-yard field goal, and it is 9-0. Seattle with 11 seconds to go in the first half.
As I mentioned, a missed opportunity for a touchdown. That would have been huge on that third down play. But nonetheless, you take the 3 points. You got a 2-possession lead with the way your defense is playing, the struggles of this New England offense, feeling pretty good going into the half.
Myers has the ball teed up at the Seattle 35, and the kickoff after that field goal will come from right to left. It's end over end. Ernest Johnson will take it outside the hash at the 3. He's on the 10. On the numbers, the 20. Cuts inside the 25, and he's on the near side of the field and brought down near the 29-yard line of the New England Patriots on the near side of the field on a 25-yard return. So now 6 seconds for Drake May, if it were your ball, and this is the game, and you had 6 seconds with which to go with this field position. I know you'd rear back and let it rip.
Why not? Throw another go route, see what you can get. Obviously, in this situation, you're not going to take any chances with your young quarterback. It's been a rough first half offensively. Take the knee, gather yourself, try to come up and make a play in the second half.
They do take a knee. Each team will go to the locker room as the clock ticks down from 2 to 1 to 0. 9-0 halftime score, Seattle. So Seattle's defense allowed no points in the first half. Only 4 New England first downs and 52 total yards.
Yeah, it's been a dominating performance. They tried to run the football, haven't got anything there. Drake May, a little tentative coming into this one. He's going to have to loosen up and take some chances pushing the ball down the field in the second half.
And they had 3 sacks, so they played well. This is the 5th Super Bowl without a first half touchdown. Last time, Super Bowl 53, New England at the half led the Rams 3-0. That's into the first half. 9-0 the score. Seattle on 3 field goals on top of the Patriots. Scott Graham and Ryan Harris rejoin us from the Progressive Commercial Insurance Set with the halftime report. Get a business insurance quote online in as little as 8 minutes. Visit progressivecommercial.com. So 9-0 at the half of Super Bowl 60. Seattle shutting out so far the New England Patriots. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
Did you start multiple streaming subscriptions to watch football games this season? Will you use all of them once the season's done? I don't think so. Stay on top of where your money's going with Rocket Money. Rocket Money shows you all your spending, unwanted subscriptions, bills, and due dates in one place. Join over 10 million members saving up to $740 a year when using all the app's premium features. Go to rocketmoney.com/football. That's rocketmoney.com/football.
Stop relying on a Hail Mary to fix thinning hair. Nutrafol Men is the smarter game plan, putting you back in control with a formula that's physician formulated and NSF certified for sport. It's clinically proven to improve hair growth and support visibly thicker, fuller hair. Don't wait for the next season to start. Go to Nutrafol.com/men for your game plan. That's Nutrafol.com/men to start today.
Empower. Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Welcome to NFL Flag.
Are you ready? Yeah! Are you ready? Yeah!
No matter who you are, lace up your cleats, smear on your eye black, step out on the field and chase something. Chase a goal.
Let's get it!
Chase the big time.
Good job, ladies!
chase rings, chase gold medals, chase all of it. It's all up for grabs now. NFL Flag. Chase something. Visit NFLflag.com to find a league and start the chase today.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
For Phi, winning the fight against vision loss means seeing new ways to push himself. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is committed to funding research to end blinding retinal diseases. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Learn more at fightingblindness.org.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Welcome back to Levi's Stadium. We are at halftime of Super Bowl 6. If you were expecting a defensive battle, you've gotten exactly what you would have expected. And the number one scoring defense in the National Football League is playing exactly that way. Seattle with three first-half field goals. Jason Myers hitting on the last one with 11 seconds to go in the second quarter, and it is 9-0 right now. Seattle on top. I'll tell you what, you take a look at what we have seen here so far, and it is pretty dominant in terms of what the Seahawks are doing defensively.
Offensively, they're getting everywhere they want to get until the red zone. That's the benefit that the Patriots have kept their team with in this game by stopping them in the red zone from scoring a touchdown. But they're making passes. Kenneth Walker is running like crazy. I think you got to give him the ball way more. He's averaging over 6.7 yards per carry in the Super Bowl. To give you an example, you're in the Hall of Fame if you're at 4 yards per carry. So they have a great opportunity. And defensively, the Seahawks are getting sacks, where I thought that would be the Patriots' defense storyline early on.
They've got 3 sacks so far for a combined 30 yards. So as you look at things from the Patriots' perspective, thinking you're getting the ball first to begin the second half, you'd like to see things open up, but is there a there?
They don't have the protection right now, so that's a big concern. So if I'm the Patriots, I'm coming out with some quick passes and trying to get to the edge, but they really have not been able to stretch the field. But that's where the pressure of the Seahawks has affected Drake May. He's uncomfortable in the pocket. He's not making the timely throws. He's inaccurate now because he's worried about that rush. So they have to really get a good plan together. And if I'm the Patriots, I'm going to let Ramondre Stevenson guide the way. I'm going to take a little bit more pressure off of Drake May, but then ask him to make some big plays here. You haven't really activated Stephon Diggs, so you got a lot to do. But the question is, do you have the time to deliver the football? And right now, they have not so far in this game.
Alongside Ryan Harris, Scott Graham here at halftime. Bad Bunny's on the way in a bit. We'll talk as we get closer to that. We'll get you the full performance of the Apple halftime show. Jackson Smith-Njigba, 7 targets in the first half, 1 catch, 4 yards. Had a touchdown on that last drive if the ball leads him to the middle of the field. But Christian Gonzalez, his second big play to stop a potential touchdown in the first half.
And Christian Gonzalez has been phenomenal. I mean, he's showing like the number 1 cornerback in the NFL right now. However, with Jackson Smith-Njigba not getting those receptions that you typically see in the Seahawks, now it's time to go to a Cooper Kupp. He's found some openings. Go and deliver the ball to Cooper Kupp until you break apart that defense, and then go back to Jackson Smith-Njigba. Maybe try and get him in a jet sweep or something, but you want your best player on offense involved. And what's surprising is that Sam Darnold has not really performed the way he has previously in the playoffs. He's 9 for 22. He's been a little inaccurate, throwing balls behind people, costing them a couple of touchdowns so far. So you really have an opportunity to try and get Jackson Smith-Njigba in there. But when you're having a 9-0 lead going into halftime, you're thrilled if you're the Seahawks.
Because you have not allowed New England anything, as we said, 51 total yards in that first half for the New England Patriots. So you're Josh McDaniels. You're an offensive mind. You're here. You've been held scoreless in the first half of this game. What are you trying to do to ignite things? I mean, I understand the Ramondre Stevenson thing. There's got to be something there that they're going to be reaching for, perhaps using Drake May's legs.
Well, I was just thinking, get a called, designed quarterback run. Also, though, you have an opportunity to use a 5 wide formation to spread out that defense, let Drake May kind of see what's going to happen. And then lastly, let's not forget, Josh McDaniels is known league-wide for using different types of formations, different players on the line, putting a receiver inside of a tackle, things like that. I think Josh McDaniels is going to do something formation-wise to try and break things open for his offense.
Well, the field is getting ready for the halftime show. Our halftime score, the Seattle Seahawks 9, the New England Patriots nothing. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Standing in the red. Crowd standing in anticipation here in Santa Clara. Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio, who you know as Bad Bunny, is getting ready to take the stage in one of the most talked about halftime shows. I know you're loving this.
I am thrilled. We spoke Spanish actually the year we won Super Bowl 50 on the offensive line to distract the defensive players, and this is going to be a performance for the ages.
And so they count it down now. Let's bring you the Apple Music halftime show from Super Bowl 60.
The National Football League welcomes you to the Apple Music Super Bowl 60 halftime show.
Qué rico es el latino. ¡Hoy se ve!
Ey, Titi me preguntó si tengo muchas novias. Ey, muchas novias. Hoy tengo una, mañana otra. Pero no hay boda. Titi me preguntó si tengo muchas novias. Ey, muchas novias. Hoy tengo a una, mañana otra. Ey, me las voy a llevar a todas pa' un VIP, un VIP. Ey, saludan a Titi, vamos a tirar un selfie. Selfie. Que sonrían los que ya les metí en un VIP, un VIP. Ay, saludan a Titi, vamos a tirarnos un selfie. Say cheese, que sonrían los que se olvidaron. Ya de mí me gustan mucho la Gabriela, la Patricia, la Nicole, la Sofía. Mi primera novia en Kinder María y mi primer amor se llama Batalía. Tengo una colombiana que me escribe todos los días y una mexicana que ni yo sabía. Otra en San Antonio que me quiere todavía y las TPR que toditas son mías. Una dominicana que juega bombón. Ey, uva bombón. La de Barcelona que viene en avión y dice que no se te cobran. Ya que bueno, con mi corazón quisiera mudarme con todas por una mansión. El día que me case te envío la invitación. Muchacho, deja eso.
Antes tú me pichabas, ahora yo picheo. Antes tú no querías, ahora yo no quiero. Antes tú me pichabas.
Las mujeres en el mundo entero.
Antes tú no querías.
Perreando sin miedo.
Tranqui.
Yo perreo. Ey, ey, ey. Mueve, mueve, mueve.
Yo perreo sola, perreo sola.
Ok, ey, ey. Mi vida anda fugado y yo quiero que tú me lo escondas. Agárralo como bonga. Se metió una que la pone cachonda. Ey, brincarlo o dinero hondo. Ey, si te lo mato no me llames. Que esto no es pa' que me ames. Si tu novio no te... Pa' eso que no. Ey, ey, en el perreo no se quita. Un se pone bella. Ey, me llama si me necesita. Ey, pero por ahora está solita y ya perrea.
Party, party, party.
brincar. Ella sabe que aquí hay ticket. Quiere que yo se la aplique, que para se la trafique. Ey, voy a llevarte pa' PR, mami, pa' que veas cómo es que se perrea. Trae a tu amiga si te gusta la idea. Dile que esta noche vamos a guiar. Ey, qué rico lo vamos a pasar. Aquí nadie se va a casar, pero tú te vas a querer quedar. Ey, aprovecha que estoy soltero, single. Estás escuchando música de Puerto Rico, de los barrios y los caseríos. Ella viene por ahí. Ella nunca llega sola. Todos los bandidos que sueltan la pi. Ey, ey, que esta noche lo que haya. Perreo, baby, sabeteo, baby, castrao, baby, hasta abajo, baby, no te quites, baby, en la disco, baby. Ey, 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 perreo, baby, sabeteo, baby, castrao, baby, todos los latinos, baby. Ey, hasta abajo, baby. Buenas tardes, California. Mi nombre es Benito Antonio Martínez Ocasio. Y si hoy estoy aquí en el Super Bowl 60, es porque nunca dejé de creer en mí. Tú también deberías de creer en ti. Vale más de lo que piensas. Créeme. Dime, a tú es lo que tú querías.
Por el poder que se me otorga, los declaro marido y mujer. Puedes besar a la novia.
Lost in the words that we scream. I don't even wanna do this anymore. 'Cause you already know what you mean to me. And our love's the only one we're fighting for. Wherever you go, that's where I'll follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow. So I'ma love you every night like it's the last night. Like it's the last night. If the world was ending, I'd wanna be next to you. If the party was over and our time on earth was through, I'd wanna hold you just for a while. And die with a smile. If the world was ending, I'd wanna be next to you.
Mientras uno está vivo, uno debe amar lo más que pueda. No te puedo olvidar, no te puedo borrar. Y yo he tenido muchas novias, pero como tú ninguna. Ya no tengo mi sol, me paso en la luna. Si te piensas me tiro de uno. Ey, ey, mi diablo, mi ángel, mi loquita. Ey, mi diablo, mi ángel, mi loquita. Baila, baila, baila sin miedo. Ama sin miedo. hay. Los míos en el Bronx, ¿sabes la que hay? Con la nota en high, por Washington hay. Willy Colón me dicen el malo. Ey, porque pasan los años y sigo dando palos. Vendiendo discos como cuadro Frida Kahlo. El perigo es blanco, sí, el tú sí racista. No te confundo, no, me evita. Ey, un shot de cañita en casa de cañita. Ey, PR se siente cerquita. Tengo el campeonato, nadie me lo quita.
Number one, the best in the world, ¿ok?
Puerto Rico. Pero siempre en ti. Como Bad Bunny va a ser el pop, ey, con reggaetón y dembow.
Quieren quitarme el río y también la playa. Quieren el barrio mío y que abuelita se vaya. No, suelte la bandera ni olvide el Lelolai. Que no quiero que hagan contigo lo que le pasó a Hawái. No, suelte la bandera ni olvide el Lelolai. Que no quiero que hagan contigo.
Con mucho cariño para todos ustedes.
Puerto Rico está bien cabrón. De Carolina sale reggaetón y los higües de Bayamón. Ey, quieren montarse en la ola y no han ido a Rincón. Un besito pa' abuela en el balcón cogiendo todos los hoyos en la Rubicón. Esto es PR, tierra de Maelo y Tego Calderón y de Varel que fue campeón primero que LeBron. Maldita sea, otro pagón, vamos pa' los bleachers a prender un blon. Antes que Pipo le dé un buffet. Puerto Rico está en cabrón. Puerto Rico está en Ey, pichea Maldivas, yo me quedo en Palomino. Ey, si no me voy PRD, un saludo a mis vecinos. Ey, aquí el calor es diferente, el sol está ahí, no. Ey, la capital del perreo, ahora todos quieren ser latinos, no, pero le falta sazón, batería y reggaetón. Ey, pido con mi corillo que somos un montón. Le falta sazón, batería y reggaetón. Ey, pido con mi corillo que somos un montón. Welcome to the Calentón. Por la mañana café, por la tarde ron. Ya estamos en la calle, sal de tu balcón. América, sea Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, Bolivia, Perú, Ecuador, Brasil, Colombia, Venezuela, Guyana, Panamá, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, México, Cuba, República Dominicana, Jamaica, Haití, las Antillas, United States, Canadá, a my motherland, mi patria, Puerto Rico. Seguimos aquí. Gracias. Debí tirar más.
Bad Bunny leaving the field with a trail of flags behind him after an incredibly lavish show here at Super Bowl 60.
The number one searched phrase is going to be dance lessons near me. All of us want to dance like what we saw. What a performance and what a colorful display of not only music, but as you mentioned, the flags from around the world.
Ricky Martin, Lady Gaga, both joining the performance, and it was lavish. Going to 3 specifically different stations spread across the field with bamboo and foliage everywhere.
Walking bamboo. I never even knew it could exist. He popped out of the stage, and I think we might have seen some Cardi B as well, but that's the fun part now of these performances. Who else are you going to see in addition to the big star?
We are at halftime right now as they take the stage apart and get ready for football. Our halftime score, Seattle 9, New England nothing. This is Westwood One's coverage of the Super Bowl.
I'm Don Baxter, founder of Baxter & Associates. For nearly 50 years, I've guided Kansas families, helping them grow wealth, plan for retirement, and building lasting legacies. I'm proud to still be a part of that journey. Over the years, we built this firm with strong values. Now, alongside my trusted team, I'm continuing to plan for the future, one that includes my son continuing this legacy.
I'm Justin Baxter. Like my father, I'm committed to helping our clients plan for their futures. At Baxter & Associates, we help create strategies that aren't just for today, but for tomorrow. Whether you're starting your journey or preparing for the next chapter, we'll guide you every step of the way.
Baxter & Associates.
Time well spent.
Money well invested.
Baxter & Associates. Call 316-652-0101 or go to money-planning.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Osaic Wealth Incorporated. Member FINRA SIPC. These entities are not affiliated.
If you're struggling with fentanyl, pain pills, or opioids, you're not alone. You're not broken. Opioid addiction is a medical condition, and real help is available. At the Matrix Center, we offer medical assistance treatment designed to reduce cravings, manage withdrawals, and help you get your life back on track without judgment. We provide care in private, supportive setting, and accept both Medicaid and self-pay patients. Call the Matrix Center at 316-260-3445. 316-260-3445. When you're ready, we're here.
All white chicken meat breaded in tortilla chips. They're Taco Bell's crispy chicken nuggets. Pretty different than the nuggets you're used to. Haters will say, but that's not the classic nugget. Haters are right. Haters will love them anyways. Oh, and they come with Hidden Valley Ranch, another classic. But we mixed it up with Diablo. They can't hate that. I mean, they can, but they won't. Crispy chicken nuggets from Taco Bell. A brand new classic. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last.
Welcome back to Westwood One's coverage of Super Bowl 60 from the Progressive Commercial Insurance Set, along with Super Bowl 50 champion Ryan Harris. I'm Scott Graham. Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. We just saw ourselves a gigantic halftime show that has all but disappeared right now, Ryan Harris. Part of the rehearsals that they do is breaking the stage down and getting it out of there that quickly.
Well, those crew members might be able to play some football because they have got to be in great condition to do that.
Let's take a look at the halftime stats, sponsored by Indeed. Just stop hoping the right applicants find your job. Sponsor it on Indeed and match with quality talent. Start at Indeed.com/credit. The one that stands out is the New England Patriots were held to 51 total yards in that first half by the Seattle defense. Seahawks outgained them 183-51. Kenneth Walker had 94 yards on the ground in that first half and another 6 through the air for an even 100. Sam Darnold, 9 of 22 for just 88 yards. Drake May was 6 for 11 for 48 yards in that first half. Ramondre Stevenson, really the only offense for New England, 7 carries, 23 yards in that first half of play. So now they've had a long halftime. They've had a chance to dissect it, talk it over, come back out here to warm up for the second half. What do we expect to see?
Well, for the Seahawks, I expect them to get to the screen game. It's something that they've done throughout the season, and especially in the playoffs with Kenneth Walker. With all the pressure that they're getting, about 65% of the dropbacks, they're getting pressure from New England. Great time to call a screen, drop it behind the defense, and run. And conversely, for the Patriots, you got to get a design quarterback run in Drake May, but then defensively, you got to tell your guys, time to stop getting your hands to bat the football down. Grab one. We need you to give us an extra possession here.
This has a feel of it's a little like a chessboard right now, and someone's waiting for somebody else to make a mistake.
Well, and the biggest issue is if you're the Patriots, you have to come out and take risks. That's not what you've done all year long. Conversely, if you're the Seahawks, you have yet to activate the Jackson Smith and Jigba package. You have everything on the table. So the Patriots are going to have a wholesale change, whereas the Seahawks have to just continue to execute.
5th Super Bowl without a first-half touchdown, the first since Super Bowl 53. Our score at halftime, Seattle 9, New England nothing. When we return, we'll take you back to the guys. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Welcome to NFL Flag.
Are you ready? Yeah! Are you ready? Yeah!
No matter who you are, lace up your cleats, smear on your eye black, step out on the field and chase something. Chase a goal.
Let's get it!
Chase the big time.
Good job, ladies!
Chase rings. Chase gold medals. Chase all of it. It's all up for grabs now. NFL Flag. Chase something. Visit NFLflag.com to find a league and start the chase today.
You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One. Halftime, it's Seattle 9-0 over the New England Patriots on 3 field goals of 33, 39, and 41. The third fewest first-half yards in Super Bowl history. Time to find out what each team needs to do better in the second half. Sponsored by Betterment, the automated investing platform that helps make it easy for you to be invested for the long term. Learn more at Betterment.com. Investing involves risk. All right, Kurt Warner, let's start with the New England Patriots. First half thoughts. What about the second half for them?
Well, not much going offensively in the first half. Defense played well, but to me in the second half, you've got to get your young quarterback going. Some early confidence builders, and then at some point, you are going to have to get some big plays. I don't think they're going to be able to work the ball down the field. So how do you generate those throws down the field? And on the other side with Seattle, doing some good things, moving the football, but every time they've gotten the red zone, they've gone backwards. They've got to find a way to finish a red zone drive and not just settle for 3.
Drake May, by the way, has been sacked 3 times. Darnold is 9 of 22, and Njigba has been very quiet.
They've tried to get him the football. They've run a number of routes for him. New England doing a nice job of just sitting on the back end and forcing Sam Darnold to throw it underneath. Again, you don't give up the big plays. You're still in the game. I think the Patriots, with the bad offense that they've played, are happy to only be now down 9 points, getting the ball here in the second half. But they've got to find a way to move it and get a confidence builder here early.
Kenneth Walker, 94 rushing yards for Seattle. That is the most in a Super Bowl first half since Washington's Timmy Smith in Super Bowl 22 against the Denver Broncos. All right, here we go. The Seattle Seahawks will be kicking off. Time now for the start of the second half. Sponsored by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com. Deep back to Ernest Johnson and Kyle Williams. They're inside the 5 and to our right. Cloud cover now overhead. It has gotten windier and colder, and the second half kickoff is underway and taken at the 10 to Ernest Johnson to the 20 on the numbers, the 30. He's out past the New England 32 and is honed down, taken down right there. 24-yard return live to the field in Laura Oakman.
I just had such a great conversation with Mike Vrabel, who said offensively, we've got to block, we've got to execute. We may have to attack right now on offense, string some plays together. We got to stay out of 3rd and long. We're going backwards. The message to the team, it's the Super Bowl. Our defense has been has been holding us in it. It's been keeping us in it. He told the guys, go find a way to make some plays and change your lives.
Patriot 32, shotgun snap, 1st and 10, fake handoff, arching spiral pass near sideline, incomplete and short for the backpedaling Demario Douglas. Heavy coverage on the near side, Eamon and others. Incomplete pass, 2nd down 10 for New England. Back downstairs to Laura Oakman.
Let me tell you quickly about Mike McDonald, who said they need to improve protection on pressures to get the pass game going. He said Sam Darnold is being decisive and doing a good job taking care of the football.
Well, we thank you for that. 2nd down, 10-32 in New England. Patriot quarterback Drake May in the gun. He gets the snap. It's a jet sweep, and it comes to the near side. Blocked at the 30, near side 35, and out of bounds goes the running back, Travion Henderson, who was lined up in the slot, came across, jet sweep run, 38-yard line of New England. It's a gain of 6. Kurt Warner, 3rd and 4, now coming up for New England.
Well, they came out on the first play, tried to get a shot down the field. Good coverage again on the back end. Tried to force a back shoulder there to Douglas. Not able to hit it. Nice little pickup there on the jet sweep to put him back in a 3rd and 4 situation.
Just outside the Patriot 38, moving right to left. Beginning of the second half. May in the gun. Flanked by Stevenson. Shotgun snap. Here's a 4-man rush. Winds up, line drive, near side. Broken up, incomplete. Beautiful play by Josh Jobe. A 4th-year player out of Alabama stuck. We've seen some terrific pass coverage in this game. It's incomplete. Punting unit out there for the Patriots.
Yeah, Jobe versus Booty, one-on-one. Just running a stop route on the backside, and Jobe just manhandled him, pushed him out of bounds. He was standing on the out-of-bounds line when the ball got there. No chance to obviously complete it.
Bear-Ringer will punt. It'll come from right to left. Patriots will punt. Rashid Shaheed back inside the Seattle 20. 6th punt for the Patriots. There's the long snap, knee high, the right-footed punt sent down the middle. He's waving his arms. He's looking into the lights. He backpedals to the Seahawk 10 with the fair catch for Seattle on a 51-yard Bear-Ringer punt. And with the minute gone in the second half, here comes the Seattle offense. Kevin Harlan with Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner. Gene Steratore is in our booth. We're in the Grainger broadcast booth in Santa Clara with Laura Oakman down on our sideline reporting live. Draw up a winning play with Grainger. Offering supplies and solutions for every industry, Grainger will help your business cross the goal line. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Walker by himself in the backfield. Seattle at their own 9. The quarterback, Darnold under center. The snap, the turn to the right, the handoff, and a lateral run by Walker, who comes to the near side on the 5. Cut the corner as he hit the painted numbers on the grass. Got out to the 11, picks up 2. 2nd down and 8 for Seattle.
So for New England, this is really how the entire playoff has played out. Struggled on offense, haven't been able to get a lot going. Really good defensive play. But they've also created 8 turnovers in the playoffs. You feel like it's going to take something on defense to spark this New England Patriots team.
In the shotgun, Darnold, his own Seattle 11. He's got the running back, Walker, to his left. Looks at a 6-man front. Gets the shotgun snap, drops back 3, cocks his right arm, crumbling, pocket wobbly, pass caught in the middle of the field at the 25, and grabbed right there by the wide receiver, Rashid Shaheed. Belt high grab. He was nabbed at the 26, tackled from behind. 16-yard pickup thrown right down the middle. 1st down Seattle at their own 26-yard line.
Good job by Sam Darnold to stand in the pocket. It was a late blitz, but there was a 3-hitter coming right on him. Able to work from the right back to the middle to Shaheed and throw it right before the contact got there. Good catch, moving the chains.
Winding up now, 1st down and 10 at their own 26. Seahawks moving from left to right. In the shotgun is Darnold. Got the snap, line drive throw, caught. 35, 40, going up the middle. And tackled on the hash mark is the wide receiver, Jackson Smith-Njigba. Caught that ball belt high, gets to the 43 of the Seahawks, picks up 16 after a 16-yard pass to Shaheed. Another first down, Seattle lining up at their 43.
Not a big man-to-man team, but Gonzalez against JSN on the quick slant for the big play.
Under center is the quarterback. Darnold is zone 43, drops back. Here comes the rush. He breaks the tackle. He pump fakes and he's running. On the numbers 40, near side 45. Cuts inside to the 50. He's on the near sideline to the 45 of New England and tackled right there from behind. He got to the near side in front of the Patriot head coach Mike Vrabel to the 46. He was swerving and a first down for Seattle at the Patriot 46 on a gain of 11.
Milton Williams won interior and was right there and had Sam Darnold in his sights. Darnold, not the most athletic guy, but able to make him miss, get around the corner, makes a nice move to pick up an extra 5.
On the NFL logo under center, Seattle has it 1st and 10 at the Patriot 46. The snap, the spin, the handoff to Walker over the right tackle, breaks the tackle, bounces outside, crosses the 45. On the painted numbers to the 43-yard line of New England. Kurt Warner a gain of 3. Our clock in the third quarter at 11:15.
And another good drive here. Moving the football, get it past the 50-yard line. Obviously, you'd love to be able to finish one of these drives. Making a 3-score game would be huge. Obviously, you get 3 more on the board. It's at least a 2-score, 2-touchdown game, which you feel pretty good about right now with where New England is offensively and how your defense is playing.
2nd down, 7:44 New England. The Seattle quarterback is in the shotgun, flanked by running backs. Looks at a 5-man front, shotgun snap, 4-man rush, backpedals and throws. Screen pass caught at the 50 by Walker. Got a block at the 45, on the 40. Coming to the near side 30, out of bounds at the 25. And may have crept for another 2. He did. Boring his way to the 23 of New England. Short pass, screen play, picks up 20. It's a first down for Seattle on their first second-half possession.
Boring? I didn't think that was boring. I thought that was kind of exciting. That was a big play.
Gouging.
I see what you're doing there. I see what you're doing. I like that play. I'm excited about these kind of plays, and you're calling it boring.
No, I'm not calling it boring. If you'd listen or get a dictionary, we'd be okay. First down and 10. It's Seattle at the 23 of the Patriots. Under center, the quarterback, Darnold, moves his tight end, gets the snap. Hands off to Walker, runs right, got a block at the 25, coming to the near sideline, trying to cut the corner, couldn't, and maybe got a yard. He's maybe inside the 23. He is out of bounds on the near sideline. The Patriots sideline, gain of a yard. 2nd down and 9. 9-0 Seattle, leading early in the third.
Love to see him take a shot from here. You get down too tight, the windows close a little bit. They had that shot at the end of the first half and a miss by Darnold. Otherwise, it would have been a touchdown. I like the situation here. You're in field goal range. Maybe take a shot, push it down the field, and see if you can get a big play.
On the Super Bowl logo, moving from our left to our right in dark blue jerseys and pants, Sam Darnold, 2nd down 9, Patriot 22 in the gun and a whistle.
First charge, timeout, Seattle.
Well, the drive is going well. They've had a couple of 16-yard pass plays to Shaheed and Smith-Njigba, a run of 11 for a first down by Darnold. And they call a timeout here early in the second half.
It's kind of the way they started the game, right? Their first drive, take the ball, move it all the way down, score 3 points. Here they are, first drive of the second half, move it down in field goal range. Doing a nice job between the 20s. But again, can they punch the ball into the end zone, or do they continue to allow New England to hang around?
The running back, Walker, also had a 20-yard catch and run. Walker, 3 plays of 20-plus yards in the game. Explosive plays. They have been the important part of both of these offenses this year. 2nd down 9 in the gun. Darnold at the 22 in New England. Flanked by Helwani the back. Arms extended. Shotgun snap. 4-man rush. It's a short line drive throw. Incomplete at the 20 and out of the reach of the lunging Cooper Kupp. On the numbers, near side of the field. Kurt Warner, 3rd and 9 for Seattle.
That was a huge play right there. You get down into this part of the field, you want to force an offense to be in 3rd and long, because now the quarterback really has to think about it. You don't want to take a sack. You don't want to push yourself back to make the field goal tough. You don't want to hold the football in this situation, see if something can come open. So 3rd and long is huge. Let's see if New England can come up with another big stop. Looks like a pressure situation, possibly cover 0 with all-out pressure.
New England 22, Seattle 3rd and 9. Shotgun snap to Darnold. 5-man rush, line drive throw, near side incomplete on the Diving attempt by Kupp at the 12 on the near sideline of the Patriots. Out of his reach, uncatchable ball. 4th down, they're going to try for another field goal with 9:17 to go in the third.
Well, sure enough, it was pressure. All-out pressure. When we talk about blitz zero, means there's nobody back in the middle of the field playing zone. It's man-to-man across the board. He had the quick out to Cooper Kupp, just rushed it with the free hitter and missed an opportunity to pick up the first down and maybe have a one-on-one situation to get into the end zone.
Jason Myers going to try a 41-yard field goal. The wind is from the far to the near side across the end. He's already kicked 3 field goals. The snap is good. The ball is down. The kick is up. The kick is good. He has just tied a Super Bowl record with 4 field goals. And we're still early in the second half. 9:12 to go here in the third. It's 12-0 Seattle with that field goal. Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close and comfortable shave. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. 12-0 Seattle, 4 field goals, tying a Super Bowl record by Jason Myers. Let's step aside early in the third. This is Westwood One's coverage of the Super Bowl.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
With 10 extravagant indulgences for $3 or less, Taco Bell's new Lutz Value Menu makes you feel Lutz. As their official Lutziers, I help when it makes you feel too Lutz. Because you don't have to call the delectable new mini taco salad an hors d'oeuvre. The beefy potato loaded griller isn't bruleed, it's grilled. And the crispy new salted caramel churros are just as good if you don't put your pinky up. So don't let the Lutz go to your head. Try Taco Bell's new $3 or less Lutz Value Menu today. At participating Taco Bell stores while supplies last. Price of participation varies. Tax extra.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
What am I doing here? We're back at the Super Bowl. Aaron Cummins is our producer. Mike Evie is our executive producer. Bruce Gilbert is the man in charge of Cumulus Sports and Westwood One Radio Sports. Kevin Harlan, Gene Steratore in our booth, my partner at CBS, in a wonderful addition to this broadcast. Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner, Laura Oakman in her 7th Super Bowl on the field. It may be 12-0. We're a game of field goals, but man, are we having fun.
Always having fun. And the great thing is 12 points seems insurmountable right now with what New England's been doing offensively, but then there's a couple plays, and this game can change very quickly.
Myers will kick off with his 4 field goals from left to right. It's end over end, taken by Ernest Johnson at the 5, and the numbers the 10, far side 20, got a block at the 25, he's on the numbers 30, and he's on the far side of the field and brought down near the 31, 32-yard line. As we now pause, almost the top of the hour, 10 seconds for our stations coast to coast and around the world to identify themselves. This is Westwood One, your home for the Super Bowl.
Kansas Fan Headquarters, 97.5 and 1240 KFH Wichita, KNSS HD2 Clearwater, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Running back is Travion Henderson. 1st and 10, Patriots down 12-0, third quarter at their 32. I formation. Drake May is under center. 5-man front. Gets the snap. Pitches out to Henderson. A fullback block. A left tackle block. He's by over the left tackle at the 35. Working his way, steering his way to the 40 of New England. Coming to the near sideline on that play. Kerr picks up 9. A good one on first down for New England at the 40.
Yeah, good little drive starter right there. And as I've mentioned a couple times, this New England offense has been a home run hitting team all year long. It's been Drake May's long ball, but also in the run game. And Travion Henderson is that home run hitter, trying to get him out in space there. A nice gain, but maybe they can break him for a big one here in the second half.
Patriot 40-yard line, under center May, second down 1. The snap, the complete spin, handoff Henderson, puts his head down, tries to gas that defense, finds nothing. In fact, driven backwards. They went on him so fast, so quick, no place to run, no place to hide. It's 3rd and 1 for New England.
You are absolutely right. There was nothing there but a big blue jersey. DeMarcus Lawrence met him right in the hole, and then a number of blue jerseys hustling to the ball and forcing a 3rd and short.
Patriots in all white, red and dark blue trim, lining up in the shotgun here. 3 receivers bunched atop the field on the far side in the shotgun. May, 3rd down 1 outside his own New England 40. There's the snap. It's a 4-man rush. Sets in the pocket, winds up, now goes underneath. Low, uncatchable, diving attempt, incomplete. At the 43-yard line in the near side of the field. In Seattle territory, the incomplete pass. And it will be 4th down, and here comes the New England punting unit again. May off the target.
And it's really been the story, is that he's really struggled, and he was waiting for the second window right there and had an opportunity just low and out of reach for Douglas there. Couldn't make the catch. Another missed opportunity by the Patriots.
Their ringer's going to punt with the crosswind, and it is picking up as nightfall descends here on the West Coast. The punt will come from New England from our right to our left. Belt high long snap, right-footed punt is sent skyward, looking into the light. Shaheed waving his arms, trapping that punt with his chest and his arms at his own 17, just outside the hash mark, and Seattle will take over. They've gotten 4 field goals from Jason Myers, tying a Super Bowl record. 41-yard punt, New England's 7th punt, and 4th 3 and out. Let's step aside, 12-0 Seahawks. Middle of the 3rd, you're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
Need to sell your house fast? Whether you're facing foreclosure, stuck with bad tenants, or just ready for a fresh start, House Buyer Network can help. We buy homes as is for cash. No fees, no commissions, no repairs. Get a fair cash offer in just 24 hours and close in as little as 7 days. Call 833-719-5877 now for your free no-obligation offer. That's 833-719-5877. House Buyer Network. Fast cash, no hassle.
Offers are typically below market value in exchange for speed and convenience. Call for details.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Empower. Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Nightfall here on the West Coast. It is windier, it is cooler, the temperature dropping from jerseys to hats and more fan favorites. Find everything you need to gear up for game day at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. 12-0 Seahawks shutting out the New England Patriot takeover after another New England punt.
When you're at that point, if you're Seattle, where you're feeling really good about the situation, you want to stay aggressive, a lot of time in this game, but at the same time, you don't want to make that big mistake. Sam Darnold, right, be smart with the football, still be aggressive. It's there, you see it, trust it, rip it, but don't ever force a situation right now and allow the momentum to shift back in New England's favor.
The Seahawks are huddling and on a knee. The quarterback, Darnold, is rifled out the play. They break huddle. They line up at the 20, make it the 18-yard line. In their own zone, Walker the back with Darnold under center. 5 on the defensive line. 1st and 10. There's the snap. The fake handoff, dropping back. Now pressure. Now grab. Now sack. He's grabbed and taken down by the terrific Milton Williams. He played in the Super Bowl last year for Philadelphia. He was sacked on the hash. Back at the 10. They lose 8. 2nd down and 18 coming up for the Seahawk offense.
Well, and there's the aggressiveness. They're calling a double post with a deep over, trying to get a shot, but you're tight in your own red zone. Great job up the middle by Williams to go through the chip, to go through the offensive lineman and get the sack. But now, if you're Seattle, 2nd and really long, just inside your own 10.
Hawani the back at this Seattle 10. 2nd down 18. Darnold in the gun. 5 on the line. Here's the 4-man rush after the snap. It's a quick throw outside. Caught at the 10. And then quickly brought down on the play. Across the way was Jackson Smith-Njigba with a gain of 3. He was drilled as he caught that belt-high pass on the far side of the field at about the 15-yard line. And now JSN's going to come off. 3rd and 15 coming up from the 13 of Seattle for the Hawks.
And showing a little replay of JSN getting up and walking slow, as you said, and they were working on his right ankle earlier in the game. Maybe something aggravated right there on the wide receiver screen.
Walker the back, Darnold in the gun. Offense moving from left to right. Seattle 13. It's 3rd down and 14. Shotgun snap. It's a handoff out of the gun to Walker. He goes over the center of the 15, between the hash marks to the 20. And brought down at the Seattle 20-yard line, well shy of the 1st. Picking up 6, 4th and 8. Punting unit will come out for the Seahawks. 5:50, 3rd quarter clock ticking with a 12-0 shutout being pitched by Seattle.
And New England's defense does their job again. They've done a nice job other than a couple drives in between the 20s, but holding to 3. Down here, they've kept Seattle a number of times tight in their own red zone, getting their offense good field position. Their offense has just got to capitalize with something.
Michael Dixon is going to punt for Seattle. The punt will come from the Seahawks from our left to our right. Marcus Jones back inside the 35. Right-footed punt is sent away. High, looking into the lights. It's Jones under it with the catch at the 32. He broke a tackle, runs laterally far side on the sideline 40. Flag has been thrown on the far sideline 45, out of bounds at the 50, across the way. Far sideline, that's just a taste of what that kid can do. But a flag thrown, one of the few we've had in the game, on a 19-yard return on a 47-yard punt with very little hang.
Yeah, pretty easy block in the back on this one. This one's
During
coming.
the return, illegal block in the back. Receiving team number 24. 10-yard penalty. 1st down. Timeout.
And 5:10 to go in the 3rd. So New England will get it back. And Drake May, who is 6 of 14 at the controls, but his team trailing 12-0 to Seattle in the 3rd at the Super Bowl. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
This is Steve Smith here, former NFL wide receiver and host of the 89 show on YouTube. So having a counselor and working with BetterHelp, that gives you an opportunity to really start to unpack, but people don't understand when you unpack things, you also open up a box that you're not always sure what's inside. So I think that's why seeing a professional is extremely important. If you need someone to open up to, visit BetterHelp. That's betterhelp.com/89 to get started.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, But choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Navy Federal Credit Union can help you dominate debt with the Platinum Card. Transfer your credit card balance to the Platinum Card within your first 60 days and get a 0% intro APR for 12 months. Our members could save thousands of dollars over the promo period. Visit NavyFederal.org/platinum. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. After the intro rate expires, variable APRs are 10.24% to 18% based on credit worthiness. Rates are subject to change. ATM fees for cash advances are up to $1 at non-Navy Federal ATMs. Offer ends 3/31/2026.
12-0 Seattle, late third. Let's check in with Laura Oakman, sponsored by Chime. Don't bank the old way. Join Chime. Get up to a $350 new account bonus with qualifying direct deposits. Visit chime.com/gameday. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank, N.A. or Stride Bank, N.A. Member FDIC, terms and limits apply, and live to the field in Laura.
Kevin, let me tell you, I said this the AFC Championship game. I'm saying it in the Super Bowl. The MVE of the Patriots' most valuable energy has been Stephon Diggs, the one guy going up and down this bench. Every time he's over there telling everybody, stay with this. This last series when they were on the side, he kept walking up to everyone saying, it's about to pop, it's about to pop. Stay in it. He's the only person in Drake May's ear, besides a quarterback and a coach, telling him, you've got this. I'm also right now running over to the Seattle sideline. Jackson Smith-Njigba going into a blue tent. I'll update that soon.
Big news. Thank you. After the punt, 27 of New England. Shotgun snap to the Patriot quarterback. 1st and 10. Crumbling pocket grab. Lasso brought down. Sack just outside the hash. Back inside the 25-yard line in New England. 4th sack. Boy, they came at him from every direction. Mills was there. Also Murphy. Those defensive tackles are supreme for the Seahawks.
Well, they're trying to get a shot down the field. They had like a double post combination with a big end behind it. They're trying to hold it and see if he could get it in the second window. It's just great coverage. And of course, they got too many good rushers to hold on to it that long. But now you put yourself back off a first down.
Patriot 25, 2nd and 12. Shotgun snap to May. 4-man rush. Line drive throw. Two-handed helmet eye catch at the 30. It's grabbed over there by Mac Hollins and quickly brought down at the 33 of New England. Gain of 8 on the play. Tackled by Eamon Laurie. Now 3rd and 4 for the Pats, who are getting shut out. 12-0 late third.
I like that nice quick throw. Get half of it back. You don't have to push it down the field. Hold the football again. Put yourself in a 3rd and 5 situation. But man, starting to feel critical that they need to get some first downs and get something positive going offensively.
At the Patriot 33 in the gun. 3rd down 4. 3 receivers, 6 on the line for Seattle. Shotgun formation. Here comes the blitz. Back to pass. Guns a pass. Incomplete up the middle on the hash at the 43. And they were looking that time for their wide receiver, Booty, who is trying to lunge and grab it with his white-gloved hands. Incomplete. The 3rd straight 3-and-out this quarter for the Patriots. Here comes their punting unit.
And a little panic by Drake May there. Pressure was coming from the left-hand side, but they were picked up. He slid to the right. I think it forced him to have to throw it back across his body and miss the quick slant. Just set quick, hold in there, and you might take a hit, but you got to deliver that throw.
Bear Ringer, the Patriot punt from right to left. Shaheed under it makes the catch at the 21. It's fair, caught right on the Super Bowl logo. A 46-yard punt, 5-1 on the hang, and a timeout taken. 3.5 in the third. Seattle 12, the Patriots nothing. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
Don't bank the old way. Join the millions banking fee-free at Chime. With qualifying direct deposit, you get fee-free overdraft, access up to $500 of your pay when you say, earn 1.5% cash back on eligible Chime card purchases, and supercharge your savings with 3% APY. Get up to a $350 new account bonus. Visit chime.com/gameday.
Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services for MyPay and Chime Card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride N.A. Optional services and products may have fees and charges. Stated annual percentage yield for Chime Plus, only otherwise APY is 0.75%. No minimum balance required. Go to chime.com/gameday for details.
LinkedIn
LinkedIn gets B2B marketing and knows that every win is derived from a well-orchestrated play. With LinkedIn ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. LinkedIn has grown to a network of over 1 billion professionals that you can reach based on job title, industry, and more. Start converting your B2B audience into high-quality leads today. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Just go to linkedin.com/campaign. That's linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. Only on LinkedIn ads.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. In fact, Robinhood Prediction Markets enable you to predict the outcome of over 1,000 different world events, such as the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk that is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
The Dan Bongino Show is back, and it's live on Rumble. Weekdays, 10 a.m. to noon Eastern. You miss it live, you can listen to the podcast anywhere. It's back. It's big. It's the Dan Bongino Show.
Patriots just punted for the 8th time, and Seattle will take over at their own 21. With 3:38 to go in the third and leading 12-0, and they break huddle. With the running back, Kenneth Walker. The quarterback is hunched under center. That's Sam Darnold, Seattle 21, 1st and 10. He looks at a 5-man defensive front of the Patriots. He gets the snap, hands off to Walker, stutter steps, stops, grabbed, slips away, then brought down by Jennings, the linebacker, just outside the hash, and a loss on the play, Laura. Open of 3, back to the 18 of Seattle.
Such a frustrating report to give. Jackson Smith-Njigba just walked out of the blue tent with 4 doctors, one wearing a red hat. That doctor, obviously, what that means is he's being evaluated for a head injury. He came out, grabbed another doctor going in. They all walked out, grabbed him right away, and took him into the locker room. I'll update you as soon as we have something more.
Timely report. We thank you, Laura. 2nd down, 12 after that sack. 18-yard line of Seattle. Darnold in the gun. He looks over a 6-man front. Arms outstretched. Shotgun snap. 5-man rush. Sets in the pocket. Stands, looks, throws up the middle. It's broken up at the 29 between the hash marks. And who else? Christian Gonzalez. Another terrific defensive play by the cornerback for the New England Patriots. He's all pro and showing it here tonight in Super Bowl 60, his 3rd pass defense.
Yeah, all over Cooper Kupp right there. No place to fit that football in. And Laura mentioned JSN being evaluated for possible head injury. He was also walking with a noticeable limp as we were talking about that right foot ankle injury that they seem to be working on earlier in the game.
Seattle 18, 3rd and 12. Darnold in the gun. Receivers in tight. 4-man front. Shotgun snap. 4-man rush. Sets up. Low line drive. Up the middle. Caught by Kupp. Spins off one defender at the 25 on the hash after the belt high catch. And he spun ahead to the 27 of Seattle. Shy by 4 yards of a 1st down. It is 4th and 4. And here comes the punting unit with the ball resting at the Seahawk 27.
God, you just wonder how long this New England Patriots defense can hang in there. I mean, another great drive, great stop here. 3-play drive and giving it back to their offense. 2:16 to go here in the third. A lot of time. Man, they just need something from their offense.
Dixon will punt inside his 15 for Seattle. He boots it down the middle. It's short. And Jones will let it bounce in front of him at the 35. It ricochets off the grass to the 30. Angles to the numbers and down at about the 27-yard line of the Patriots on that Seattle 46-yard punt. With the Westwood One Sports app, you can stream every Westwood One broadcast live right from your phone, and it's for free. NFL, NCAA, March Madness, and more. It's all on the Westwood One Sports app. Download now and take the game with you wherever you go. Downstairs to Laura
Kevin, let me just make it official from the Seattle sideline. Jackson Smith-Njigba is in the locker room being evaluated for a concussion.
Laura, we thank you for that. 27-yard line. Patriots have it, trailing 12-0. Shotgun snap, 1st and 10. Handoff goes here to Travion Henderson. Goes over the center, near the 30. Gain of 3 between the hash marks. It'll be 2nd down and 7. And Kurt Warner, the Patriots, 1 first down in their last 7 drives.
Crazy how they've struggled offensively to really get anything going. Haven't been able to break any big runs. Talked about Drake May's struggle. Just seems to be off once again, missing some easy opportunities.
Patriot 30, shotgun snap, 2nd down 7, 5-man rush, pump fake, grab, gets away, runs out of the pocket. 25, got a block at the 30, flag thrown, stiff arms his way to the far sideline, shy of the 1st down, as he got out near the 35, outside the 34 of New England, and a gain of 4. Flag thrown, 1:13, 3rd quarter. Sean Smith, our referee, will come to us here.
During the run, holding. Defense number 21. 5-yard penalty results in automatic 1st down.
Well, Gene, you saw it, and that extends the drive for the Patriots, who are being shut out.
Yeah, you could. You saw, I think it was Diggs coming over the top, and then Witherspoon, as Diggs started to turn up, both hands around him. Running play, so you take the result of the run, and you add 5 yards to the end of that Drake May run for an automatic 1st down.
But it's been a relatively clean game, wouldn't you say?
Yes, Kevin. Yeah, it definitely has. I think that's our 3rd penalty right now, but I think they have to start pushing the football a little bit. That'll make action a little more aggressive, I think, on both ends.
It's a 1st down at the 40 for New England. The quarterback, Drake May, under center. 4-man front. Got the snap. Fakes the handoff. Play action. He's hit from behind. The ball flutters incomplete to the far side. Oh, he was whacked on the play by DeMarcus Lawrence. He was looking for his angular tight end, Austin Hooper, on that far sideline. It was a wounded duck. It floated out of bounds. It's incomplete in 2nd down and 10.
I tell you what, Kevin, he actually wasn't looking for the tight end. It went there off of the ricochet and getting hit. He was actually going down the field. He had a shot at Mac Hollins on a deep corner route, got the corner back to jump the underneath route, had a shot down the field. That's where he was going, but the pressure got to him and forced the errant throw.
He's been hit 7 times tonight. 2nd down 10, 40-yard line in New England. The Patriot quarterback in the gun. Short pass, far side, backpedaling catch, running back Henderson. And he backpedals after the belt high grab right into the Seattle bench. On the far side, could not stop himself. Outside the 43 of New England. Gain of 5 by the Patriots. 3rd down coming up.
Another 3rd and manageable. Obviously, they got a 1st down on this drive with the help from the defense. Let's see if they can make something happen offensively and keep this drive going.
29 seconds, 3rd quarter clock ticking, 12-0 Seattle. In the gun, Drake May, 3rd down 5. He's at his Patriot 44. Running back to his side, Stevenson. Arms outstretched, 4-man rush. Here's the snap. He moves up. He fumbled the ball, and Seattle's recovered. He was hit. The ball crowbarred free. It's a fumble by the Patriot quarterback. And Seattle has recovered at the 37 of New England. First turnover of the game in Super Bowl 60.
Now, it's been a problem for Drake May through the playoffs, is holding on to the football. We've talked about it much through the night, that he's been hanging on to it, trying to get the big play down the field. He's already been sacked a number of times. Bodies around him again. Ball finds the turf. They've been fortunate in a number of their playoff games that they've recovered those things. But right here, easy recovery by Seattle, sets them up inside the 40-yard line, almost in field goal range, but let's see if they can finish it. If they can finish this with a touchdown, you got to feel really good if you're on the Seattle sideline that you may just seal the deal.
All right, Derek Hall was the one to jar it free, and here is Seattle with a golden opportunity on the game's first turnover at the New England 37, 1st and 10. The running back is Walker. It's a fake end around. Under center, it's 1st and 10, and a quick throw near side for A.J. Barner, the tight end, who comes out, the rookie out of Michigan, down the near sideline, caught it at the 30, rumbled to the 27, working on the near sideline, picked up 11 on the play. It's 1st and 10 for Seattle, and that was the final play of the 3rd quarter. A fumble by the New England quarterback in his 2nd season, and the Seahawks in great position beginning the 4th and shutting out the Patriots 12-0. Let's go to the fourth quarter. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
The cost of mesothelioma treatments can exceed $400,000, and families often face losing their homes and life savings just to pay the bill. The Rights and Claims Department of Flint Cooper has helped victims secure financial support they need to pay for their care and ensure their family's future. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma and don't have legal representation, call Flint Cooper now at 800-606-8169. Time is running out for you to file a claim, so don't wait. Call 800-606-8169 for a free consultation.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found GoodRx. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's GoodRx, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to GoodRx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Welcome back to Santa Clara. Kevin Harlan with Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner, rules analyst Gene Steratore, sideline reporter Laura Oakman. 12-0 Seattle going to the fourth over the New England Patriots. Start of the fourth is sponsored by Macy's. Valentine's Day is this Saturday, February 14th. Macy's digital gift guides and curated collections make it easy to shop for all the ones you love. With fast shipping, buy online, pick up in store, and same-day pickup, Macy's makes Valentine's Day gifting meaningful and simple. Learn more at Macy's.com. All right, Kurt, take us here into the fourth.
All right, 12-0. Obviously hasn't been a great game for the New England offense, but as you know, I played in 3 of these Super Bowls. And in my 3 Super Bowls, I was up 16-0 late in the third quarter. It ended up tied 16-16. I was down 17-3 start of the fourth. Tied at 17-17. In my third, was down 13 and able to come back and take the lead. So a lot can still happen in these last 15 minutes.
Patriot 26, first play, fourth quarter, 1st and 10. There's the snap to Darnold. Handoff, Walker goes over the right side. Grabbed from behind by Jack Gibbons. He gained a yard over the right tackle to the Patriot 25, Kurt.
And especially here if the defense can hold once again and you keep it under 16 points, right? It'd be a 15-point game if they kick that field goal, and now it's still just a 2-possession game, and so you still have to feel decent on the sideline. The only thing that's frustrating is you know you haven't done anything the entire game, and you wonder, how do we generate 2 more touchdowns?
Patriot 25, Darnold under center, 2nd down 9, 8 on the free on the defensive line. He gets the snap, he pulls away, he fakes the handoff, he rolls and throws down the far sideline. It's broken up on the 2 on the far sideline with the play by Craig Woodson. It's an incomplete pass. It's 3rd down and 9. Kupp was in the sights of the Seattle quarterback Darnold. 3rd and 9 for Seattle.
I got to say, I like the no call here. Naked bootleg. Cooper Kupp beat the corner to the corner on the corner route, but the ball was thrown back behind him. The bad throw or the throw behind is what forced the contact there. I always hate those. That was more about the quarterback than it was about the defense. I like the no call.
3rd down 9, 25 in New England. Back to pass. Darnold, line try throw, near sideline, caught, built high, knocked out of bounds on the near side of the 16-yard line. It's a 1st down grab. It's Cooper Kupp. Grabbed it on 3rd and 9. They pick up 9, and a laser thrown by Darnold to move the chains for the Seahawks.
A huge play right there, and we saw it last week in a critical situation late. A completion to Cooper Kupp. He's able to get just past the sticks. Here he runs an out, and once again, being tackled right at the sticks, but just enough to give him a first down inside the red zone. But this is where they've been struggling all day long.
Patriots 16, Seattle 1st and 10, leading 12-0. Darnold under center, 5 on the defensive line. He gets the snap, turns right, fakes the handoff. Here comes the blitz. There goes the throw, end zone. Caught, touchdown! Caught, touchdown, Barner! The tight end, over-the-shoulder catch in the corner of the end zone. And we've got our first touchdown of Super Bowl 60. And the Seahawks extend their lead early in the fourth, 18-0.
Well, you just wondered how long this New England defense could hold up. A heavy run formation. Roshan Barner to the right-hand side. Looked like he was in a fullback position, was going to lead up on the run. He slides through the line of scrimmage from that fullback position, runs a corner route. Nobody there because they're all sucked up on the outside. Easy pitch and catch for the touchdown.
Jason Myers will try the extra point for the Seahawks. 13-24 in the fourth. Here comes the snap, ball put down, right-footed kick is perfect, and Myers has been perfect with 4 field goals, extra point right there. Darnold, a Super Bowl touchdown pass, the first of his career, the first touchdown tonight. 13-24 to go in the fourth. The Seahawks lead it 19-0 over New England. This is Western One's coverage of the Super Bowl.
Wichita has always been about progress. Business people, cattle ranchers, civic leaders, entrepreneurs, innovators that shape industries. Wichita has had more than its share of those focused on the future. At Baxter & Associates, we're looking the same direction. I'm Scott Brown with Baxter & Associates. Since 1976, we've helped our clients embrace financial strategies that adapt to changing times. With nearly half a century of experience, we help guide you through every financial decision, from building wealth to preparing for a secure, confident retirement. Whether you're growing your family's future or planning your retirement, just like Wichita, Baxter & Associates has always been about progress. Baxter & Associates, time well spent, money well invested.
Baxter & Associates. Call 316-652-0101 or go to money-planning.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Osaic Wealth Incorporated. Member FINRA SIPC. These entities are not affiliated.
Allstate's Home Improvement wants to keep their crews busy this winter while getting your home ready for spring. Hi, I'm Mitch Holtis, voice of the Chiefs. Schedule your windows, siding, or deck project now and receive 26% off labor and enjoy no interest and no payments for 18 months. Allstate's Home Improvement is family and veteran-owned for over 33 years. Schedule your free consultation at allstateshomeimprovement.com or call 316-444-1220 or stop by our Wichita showroom on West Kellogg. Let's get your home ready for spring.
This Valentine's Day, treat your loves to a special gift every night. Fill your freezer with our viral 30-pound Surf and Turf meat box for $179. Or shop a 10-pound case Colossal King Crab or Lobster Tails $399 this week only. Celebrate every moment, from ultimate proposals to iconic birthdays or anniversaries, with a handcrafted steak and seafood at BoilingBay.com. That's BoilingBay.com.
You got to listen to Jim Rome afternoons on KFH.
We just saw a 16-yard touchdown pass by Seattle quarterback Sam Darnold to his rookie tight end A.J. Barner. 16-yard pass, 19-0 lead for the Seahawks. That is our Hallmark moment, sponsored by Hallmark Cards. This Valentine's Day, celebrate the one you love with the most Hallmark cards at Walgreens. Don't forget, Valentine's Day is this Saturday, February 14th. Visit Walgreens today to find a Hallmark card that shows just how much you love them. So the Seahawks, a clean game so far. No giveaways, 1 penalty, 1 sack allowed. They got a turnover from the second-year New England quarterback Drake May, a fumble by him beginning at the 37. And they get the touchdown pass to the tight end. The ensuing kickoff will be deep in the end zone and left there to the Patriots. They'll begin it at their 35 with a 1st and 10. Voting is now open for the Super Bowl 60 MVP. Go to NFL.com/MVP to vote right now. You start to cook up some names in your head.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you look at the defensive side, you got a shutout going. You'd think maybe somebody on the defensive side, but they've really spread out a lot of the stuff that they've done defensively. Not sure a guy stands out. Offensively, I think Kenneth Walker has been great and made a number of big plays for him.
It's 1st and 10. The Patriots at their own 35. Shotgun snap, 4-man rush. May back to throw, avoids traffic, runs to the near side, flush from the pocket 35, near sideline 40, and runs into the the Patriot bench below us, and swerves his way for a gain of 6, making it 2nd and 4 at the New England 41, and the clock is stopped at 13:08.
Well, you take the first down, nice little run there by May, but again, just they're not able to create anything down the field. He's holding the football, he's trying to get something. Credit this defensive backfield once again for the Seattle Seahawks.
Now we've got somebody that has run out onto the field. And they will stop play right now. And now a player for the Patriots is actually chasing that person. And that was Kyle Williams, who's a rookie. And the security guards have subdued the interloper.
He was eluding the security guards pretty well, but
he did a pretty
there
good
was
job.
no way he was getting away from Williams. Once he saw Williams, he went down and said, okay, this one's over.
So the ball's at the 41. It's 2nd down and 4 for New England, trailing 19-0 early in the 4th quarter in Super Bowl 60. That guy's got a night in the clink coming up, maybe more. So the Patriots break huddle. And New England at the 41. There was a shove on that play after the play had finished. And Gene, I think you saw it, and it was done while Diggs, the receiver for the Patriots, was out of bounds.
Yeah, there was, Kevin, and there was a hit just as the play ended, and Diggs was out of bounds. He and Josh Jobe then got mixed up a little bit, both kind of grabbing. I think Diggs grabs Jobe's face mask a little bit, then Jobe's kind of hits him in the head. Officials went to break it up. Coach Vrabel definitely wanted a 15-yard foul against Jobe's for the blow to Diggs' head.
And
game clock operator, can you please reset the game clock to 12 minutes and 58 seconds? The clock will start on my whistle.
They'll put 4 more seconds on the clock. Gene, thank you. Jackson Smith and Jigba has been the most significant injury tonight. He is in the locker room, concussion protocol. And here come the Patriots with a 2nd down and 4 at their own 41 in all white tonight with red and blue trim moving from left to right. In the shotgun formation with 4 wide is May. A 4-man rush as he gets the snap. He cocks his right arm. Wild, wobbly pass down the middle, caught 40-yard line. And then Matt Collins, who caught it on a cross at the hash, worked his way to the 35-yard line of Seattle. It was a 25-yard, 24-yard catch and run and a 1st down for New England.
A dangerous throw in between 5 blue jerseys, but we're at that point in the game where you got to take some chances with the football. Good throw by May.
Here goes May on 1st and 10, heaving it long, throws, caught, touchdown, far side. Grabbed on that far side by Matt Collins, an over-the-shoulder catch at the pylon far side of the end zone. A 35-yard strike. Our 2nd touchdown of Super Bowl 60 and the 1st tonight by New England.
And Seattle was a little late lining up. Reek Williams running over there the last second. Matt Collins does a nice job of setting him up, getting to the outside, and then catching the contested ball. He's made some big catches for him up until this drive. 1 completion of more than 10 yards, and then back-to-back plays and a quick touchdown.
Borregales will try the extra point. With the Patriots now on the board, the Seattle shutout is gone. 12-27 4th quarter. Good snap, ball down, and the kick is away, and the kick is good to our right. That's the latest a team has scored their first points in a Super Bowl. 12-27 in the 4th. They got 65 yards in 57 seconds and have now changed the score. We're early in the 4th. Seattle 19 and New England 7. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Stop relying on a Hail Mary to fix thinning hair. Nutrafol Men is the smarter game plan, putting you back in control with a formula that's physician formulated and NSF certified for sport. It's clinically proven to improve hair growth and support visibly thicker, fuller hair. Don't wait for the next season to start. Go to Nutrafol.com/men for your game plan. That's Nutrafol.com/men to start today.
When I wake up,
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Grammer. Wounded Warrior Project supports injured veterans by connecting them with fellow warriors, by serving them through mental health and wellness programs, and by empowering them to live on their own terms. No one should face a battle alone. Join us at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Back-to-back touchdowns here in Super Bowl 60, 19-7. It's a lead for Seattle over the Patriots. Drake May with a touchdown pass moments ago. Kevin Harlan with Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner. Gene Steratore is with us here in our Grainger broadcast booth in Santa Clara. Laura Oakman is on our sideline. Game plan with Grainger to gain a competitive advantage. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by for the supplies and solutions to keep your business moving forward. Laura, what do you have?
Well, as Seattle gets ready to take the field on offense, the good news for them is Jackson Smith-Njigba just came out of the locker room with his helmet on. Looks like he will be ready to go.
That is good news. I think they need everything they can get. And right now, the game, Kurt Warner has taken a different tenor.
Yeah, I mean, it's only a couple plays and it's only one score. You haven't given up a whole lot on defense, but if you're New England, you're saying, hey, we get one stop, we get the ball back for our offense, we can cut this thing to a one-possession game, still 12 and a half minutes to go. So you're right. It's a little bit of a spark. It gives something to New England, especially for their defense, to go out and battle once again because they've been playing really good all night long. Outside of that turnover and the quick score off the turnover, they've been great.
The Seattle Seahawks have one player deep to get this kickoff, and that is Rashid Shaheed, about a yard deep in the middle of the end zone. Borregales is ready to kick off for the Patriots from his own 35, approaches the ball, swings his leg through, end over end, short kick taken on the numbers 10. With Shaheed at the 20, comes to the near side on the hash. He got to the 28, he was tripped up and flew just beyond the 30 of Seattle. 9 years ago, the Patriots were down 19 points in the fourth quarter versus Atlanta. Down 19 in the fourth quarter here, and now they've made it a 19-7 game. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you're just saying. They had a pretty good quarterback leading them at that time. That's had a little more confidence, even though 19 points is a lot in any game. But obviously, when you got somebody like Tom Brady leading you, you feel like you always got a chance, but a little spark right there, you never know.
Seattle 31. Darnold under center, 1st and 10, got the snap, fakes the handoff, rolls, he's chased, he throws down the sideline, short pass caught by Shaheed, belt high and then out of bounds. He's hit by Gonzalez, caught the ball, chest high, 42-yard line of Seattle on the far sideline. And he'll be, I think, shy of the first by about a yard. Are they getting the first? They've not moved it. Now they move the change. Here they go. Now they move it. Gain of 10. 1st and 10, Seattle leading 19-7.
And Sam Darnold hasn't been great tonight, but I tell you what, when he has to throw on the run, he makes impressive throw after impressive throw.
Walker the back. 42 of Seattle. 1st and 10, Darnold under center, 6 on the line for New England. He looks at it all. He gets the snap. He hands off to Walker. Goes over the right side and is just swallowed up there by Chason. K'Lavon Chason makes the stop. They lose a yard on that Seattle running play, making it 2nd down 11 at the Seahawks 41. Fourth quarter clock at 11:25 and ticking.
Not much happened on that play, but Did notice number 11, Jackson Smith-Njigba, was back on the field, as Laura had said. He came back out on the sideline, put his helmet on. He's back out there right now.
2nd down 11 in the shotgun. Darnold, his Seattle 41, moving right to left. Arms extended. He gets the shotgun snap. Here comes a 5-man rush. He pump fakes and just throws it away. Oh, the pressure was up the middle. It was hot and heavy. And he throws it away, and it's incomplete. It's 3rd and 11 for Seattle. 11 minutes to play in the game.
Ironic there. A lot of times when you game plan, if you game plan for the championship game, you probably don't run those same plays in the Super Bowl because the team had just seen it. They put Jackson Smith-Njigba in the backfield there, and they motioned him out of the backfield to the left and faked the swing pass to him, and we're trying to throw a screen back to Walker. Exact same play they ran against the Rams in the championship game. The Patriots knew exactly what was coming and forced the throwaway by Sam Darnold.
Seattle 41, 3rd and 11. Darnold in the gun. 6 on the line. Here they come. There's the snap. Darnold sets. Launches a long pass far side and incomplete at the 15. And the diving Shaheed along the numbers across the way could not lasso that pass. It's incomplete. It's 4th and 11. And so, Kurt Warner, you can begin to feel some momentum tremors right now. The punting unit out there for Seattle.
Yeah, Raheed Shaheed was looking for a penalty right there. Carlton Davis looked like he may have grabbed his right arm and slowed him down just enough. Full-out pressure, had an opportunity for a big play, a little bit too deep on the throw. And you're right, Kevin. You get that 3 and out, you give it back to your offense. You got a chance here.
Seattle to punt. It goes high. Dixon booms it down the middle, landing at the 20, bouncing to the 10, rolling to the 5, and saved at the 1. What a punt. Well placed. Dixon did his job. Great coverage. 58-yard, well-placed punt. And now May will be marooned inside his 5. With 10:40 to go, Gene here in this Super Bowl in a 19-7 Seattle lead.
Yeah, Kev, you have an illegal touch there. 32, Travion Henderson does an illegal touch to football at the 4-yard line. They end up and down it at the 1, but by rule, they'll take the spot of the first touching and put it at the 4-yard line.
At the 4, this is where New England, who got a long touchdown pass of 35 yards the last time out there, is set offensively. At their 4, the quarterback May is in the shotgun and a yard deep in the end zone. There's the snap. Here comes the 4-man Seattle rush. He winds up long pass, far side incomplete, and overshoots the intended receiver, the tight end Austin Hooper, on the far side. It's incomplete, and 2nd and 10 for the New England Patriots.
That's a tough situation right there. Your feet are in the end zone as a quarterback. You're a little bit impatient. Hooper was coming open on the corner route. He got banged about 10 yards deep and couldn't clear out. If May holds it a little bit longer, they may have a shot, but pressure coming around him, probably a pretty good decision right there.
2nd down and 10, 4 of New England back in the end zone on the shotgun. Little pass, far side, Stevenson finds, far sideline 10, hurdles the defender at the 15 and flies out of bounds on that far sideline. And when he landed, when he was cleared, he touched down at about the 17-yard line, a 13-yard catch and run. And it's a first down with some breathing space for the Patriots, who now go to a no huddle. They've got the ball at the 17 in their own zone, and the quarterback, Drake May, is in the gun. The quick snap, the drop back, the 4-man rush, winds up, long pass, far side, and it's up for grabs. And on the ricochet, it is incomplete and almost hauled in by Kobe Bryant. And they were going deep for Mack Hollins. He let it air out with the wind in his face. An incomplete pass by the Patriot quarterback.
He did a double move right there, and he just threw that up for grabs. Said, I'm going to go to my big receiver. He made a nice catch for me, contested catch for the touchdown. Let me throw it up there, but there were 3 Seahawks just waiting on the football. Mack Hollins got his hands on it, but that was going to be a tough one.
It's 2nd down and 10. 5 minutes gone in the 4th. Patriots trail 19-7. Shotgun snap, 17 in New England. Back to pass is the New England quarterback with the short throw. It's caught on a dive, grabbed by Hunter Henry on the painted numbers just beyond the Patriot 20. He picks up 4. Now it'll be 3rd down and about 5-6 yards to go for the first.
It's where you have to start thinking about, are we in 4 down territory here with 9.5 minutes to go? Maybe not quite yet, but
something you got to start considering.
It's a 3rd and 6. Shotgun snap. There's a 5-man rush. May will run up the middle of the 20. On the hash mark, the 25, the 30. On the hash mark, 35, and slides for the first down on the grass up to the 37 in New England. He had everybody covered. He took it himself and picks up 16 as he rockets up the middle for a New England first down.
Yeah, they were bringing pressure. Almost got to him. He does a nice job of setting the edge and then stepping up hard. There was nobody in the middle of the field for the first down.
It's from the 37 in New England, 1st and 10. Shotgun snap, quick throw far side. It's caught by the rookie Kyle Williams, belt high, then runs right out of bounds. At the New England 44 on that far sideline. He picks up 7. It's 2nd down and 3, and again the no huddle, Kurt, and a sense of urgency in the pace.
And they're pressuring him on us about every play. He's doing a nice job of seeing it and beating it with quick throws.
He's at his own 44. The New England quarterback, 2nd down and 3 in the gun, winds up, long pass, down the middle. It's intercepted at the 30-yard line. Coming up the middle of the 40. With the return right here now, it's Julian Love, and he's out of bounds on the near sideline, going into Patriot territory, and he's knocked out of bounds about the 32. It's the 2nd turnover by the 2nd-year Patriot quarterback, Drake May. And another great start for Seattle deep in Patriot territory here in Super Bowl 60.
Yeah, he's gotten a little bit into the mode of forcing the football, trying to run a double move post. And he actually had an opportunity at it if he throws it to the other side of the field. Instead, he tries to drive it down the middle, and his receiver just ran through it. And Julian Love was the only one back there to be able to catch the football. I'm not sure if it was a miscommunication or just a bad throw by Drake May, but an easy interception to turn the football over for the Seattle defense.
They'll say he went down at the Patriot 38. Darnold under center, couple tight ends, everybody in tight. Walker the back under center, he gets the snap. Pitch out Walker, far side right tackle block 20, far sideline 30. Out of bounds, first down run as he goes barreling down that far sideline to the 24-yard line in New England. 14-yard run. He has been a star tonight with the running back, Kenneth Walker, with 118 rushing yards in a terrific performance here in Super Bowl 60.
Yeah, he's done a great job. We got him outside a number of times. Every time he's able to get the edge, he's been able to turn the corner and get 10-plus yard plays.
First down and 10. Darnold under center for Seattle, moving right to left. At the 24-yard line in New England. After an interception by the Seahawks defense. Under center, the snap, the spin, the handoff. It's Walker. He stutter steps, he stops, now he accelerates. He goes over the right guard to the 20. He's on the numbers down to the 15 and close to a first down run inside the 15 of New England. A gain of about 9, maybe 10. Let's see the spot. They're going to give him the first down or run a 10 right there. After he has just been the workhorse and has been incredibly successful tonight running the ball for the Seahawks.
Great patience right there. He gets up on the offensive line and he just hops, kind of hesitates, waits for a little hole to the right-hand side, and then turns on the jets, hits it, and picks up a nice gain.
He reminds me of Le'Veon Bell. Right?
He did on that play. It looked a lot like a Le'Veon Bell run.
At the 14 of New England, first and 10. Under center, Darnold got the snap, hands off to Walker, runs laterally, got a block. He's past the 15, angling to the far sideline, and he lunges his way to the 12 of New England. It's a gain of 2. Clock at 7 minutes and ticking in the fourth, with the Seahawks on top, 19-7 over New England.
I wonder if New England's defense can come up with another big stop right here. I know not a lot of time left, but you cannot let them get 6 points here. You've got to hold them to 3, keep it a 2-possession game if you're going to stay in this thing.
Walker's got 130 rushing yards for the Seahawks. It's second down and 8. Seattle at the 12 of the Patriots. Darnold under center. His tight end Arroyo is in motion. He'll get the snap. He'll hand off. Walker directed left, cuts right, breaks a tackle in the backfield. Tried to go for the right tackle at the 15, got to the numbers near the 10, and they say the knee went down at the New England 11 with a gain of a yard. And that brings up third down and 7, and the fourth quarter clock is about, 6:05 and ticking here.
And as I said, you got 3 points no matter what. To me, you call a play, you design a play right here to try to take a shot and put the nail in the coffin on this particular play. You're smart if you're Sam Darnold. If it's not there, throw it away, take your 3. But to me, you got to give it an opportunity.
Patriot 11, shotgun formation for the Seattle quarterback Darnold. 3rd down and 7. 6 on the defensive line. Shotgun snap, 4-man rush. Line drive throw near side. Belt high catch at the 8-yard line on the sideline to Smith and Jigba. Hit by Jones. Belted out of bounds on the near sideline at the 8-yard line of the Patriots. It's 4th and 4 after the minimal gain on the play. And a timeout taken. And it's taken by the Patriots. They've got 2 left. And some jawing on the field right now. Laura Oakman, what do you have live on the field?
Kevin, end of his high school junior season, Kenneth Walker woke up one night in so much pain he couldn't move, could barely breathe. His mom rushed him to the hospital where a doctor told him Kenneth had blood clots in his lungs. He would never play football again. He proved them wrong in 9 months. Some people describe Kenneth's run style as angry. He told me I would actually use the word grateful. He said, I still have such an appreciation for this game. I play and I live, not taking anything for granted, football or life. I think we see him play like that. And again, everything with him off the field.
26-yard field goal try here by Seattle. The snap is good. The kick is away and good by Jason Myers. His 5th tonight, a 26-yarder splitting the uprights. Now he has the Super Bowl record with his 5th field goal tonight, and they cash in with the interception thrown by Drake May. The defense holds them out of the end zone for 6. They get 3, and the clock is at 5.5 to play in the 4th quarter, with the Seattle Seahawks leading 22-7. With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close and comfortable shave. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. In Super Bowl 60, the Seattle Seahawks, with 5:35 to play, have built a 22-7 lead over the New England Patriots. Let's step aside. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
I am Steve Smith, Sr., former NFL wide receiver and host of the 89 Show on YouTube. As men, we're taught to handle things. Be strong. Don't complain. Don't talk about it. Being a man also means being a father, a friend, a husband, and carrying all that gets heavy. Ignoring it doesn't make it go away. If you got things you don't say out loud, BetterHelp gives you a place to say them. Online therapy that works around your schedule. Visit BetterHelp. That's betterhelp.com/89. Don't wait.
Knock, knock, Capital One Bank guy.
Wow, Charles Barkley?
I just moved into the neighborhood. Can I borrow some Wi-Fi?
Yeah, sure, Chuck. That's what the Capital One Cafe is here for. Open 7 days a week at most locations.
Oh, can I use your ATM? My dog Walker only takes cash.
Anything for a neighbor.
Can I try the catchphrase?
Sure, take it for a spin.
There's no fees and minimums on Capital One checking accounts.
Nice, Chuck. I'll take it from here. Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Visit CapitalOne.com/bankguide for details. Capital One, a member FDIC.
No matter your team colors, football just hits different with King's Hawaiian on the table. Show up with King's Hawaiian and suddenly you're the MVP of game day. Original rolls, sweet slider buns, pretzel slider buns. They're soft, sweet, irresistible, and perfect for feeding a hungry crowd. From tailgates to living rooms, King's Hawaiian sliders will have everyone coming back for seconds. Bring the rolls and enjoy your moment as the real hero of game day. So this championship season, make game day extra sweet with King's Hawaiian. Football and King's Hawaiian. There's nothing like it.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
We're back at Super Bowl 65.5 to play in regulation. The Seattle Seahawks lead the New England Patriots 22-7. They just got a 5th field goal, a record-setting 5th Super Bowl field goal from Myers, who will kick off. Deep back, Travion Henderson. He'll take the ball at the goal line. In the numbers, the 10, the 20. Racing to the near side, finds a gap, the 30. Up the sideline, near side, the 35, the 40. Out of bounds he goes. Whacked on the play. They're going to put him right near the 38-yard line. And that's where the New England Patriots will begin it with a 38-yard return. First down and 10 and 5:29 to play in the Super Bowl.
A nice big play there by their young rookie, Travion Henderson. And as I said, that field goal was huge. Or holding them to a field goal was huge. It's a 15-point game, 2-possession game. Got to try to score on this side of the 2-minute warning. But good field position here to start.
From the 38 of New England, shotgun snap to May, 4-man rush, first down and 10, hit once, hit twice, grab, and torn down, ridden down like a rodeo cowboy by Byron Murphy. He has been penetrating all night long. 6th sack of the Patriot quarterback by the Seattle defense. It's back to the New England 34. It'll be second down. And 14 to go. May in the gun, no huddle. Got the block from the right tackle. Sidearm throw, twirling catch near side 35, Stevenson. He broke a tackle and he tried to get another yard and did. Just shy of the New England 40 on the near sideline. He picked up 6. Kurt Warner 3rd and 8 coming up for the Patriots and 4:57 to go in the 4th.
And that's the whole goal if you're the Seattle defense right now is force them to throw it underneath. You can't give them anything down the field. You can't give them the chunk throws. Nothing easy. Force them underneath, rally and make the tackle. Try to get him off the field.
Drake May in the gun. 4 on the Seattle line. Shy of the 40 of the Patriots. 3rd and 8. Shotgun snap. 4-man rush. Left tackle block. Line right throw. Caught at the 50. Running outside the numbers to the 45 is the tight end, Hunter Henry, with the backpedaling hip-high grab. He takes the ball to the 44-yard line of Seattle. On 3rd and 8, they pick up 17, and the Patriots have a first down. And the clock is ticking at 4:38, and they trail 22-7. Shotgun snap, 44 Seattle. He's hit as he drops back. The ball free, picked up by Nwosu. Running down the side, 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown! It's picked off and a touchdown! Seattle has scored on another turnover. And that will seal it seems, right now for the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60. Boy, there was so much congestion around that quarterback, but the arm went forward. The ball was fluttering. He was whacked as he threw. And the second-year Patriot quarterback let that one go right to Nwosu. It was Devin Witherspoon that jarred that ball free as the arm was going forward. 7 sacks. Is one of the best all-time defensive marks in Super Bowl history. It's 28-7. Seattle leads. Here's the extra point by Jason Myers. Good snap, ball down, kick away, and good on the left hash. Nwosu got that ball after the quarterback, Drake May, was in a messy pocket, Kurt Warner.
Yeah, pressure has been an issue for this Patriots team all day, and Witherspoon, as you said, came free on the right-hand side. He was trying to hold it to throw the ball down the field. You were talking, I couldn't tell if it actually went forward and was intercepted or if it was a fumble.
It was hard to see. I think his arm was going forward. The official score here has ruled an interception, but there was no indication from that official score until just moments ago. I don't think his arm was going forward.
I mean, it was really, really close. Ball may have been going backwards too, but right to Nwosu. He does a nice job with his hands of snagging it out of the air and taking it back for 6.
What do you think, Gene? You've seen the play. Fumble or interception?
You know, I think interception, Kevin. I mean, and regardless, the result of the play is going to be the same.
Yep, right.
The football doesn't hit the ground. Nwosu picks it off. I think, you know, you're looking at a play like that. It's going to be a touchdown one way or the other.
Boy, now the game feels out of reach. 4:27 to go. Nwosu, regular and postseason, his 113th game, his first touchdown as a pro. And here's the kickoff, and a flag is thrown before the ball even landed in the end zone painted blue to our left.
The ball is not made ready for play. We'll redo the free kick.
So, Gene, walk through that. You've got to you just can't kick off when you want to. You got to wait for the signal, right? Huh?
Seattle's really in a hurry to get this finished.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, you know, you've got to wait for the back judge to point to the referee, who will then blow the play ready. And I think the kicker's in a little bit of a hurry right now.
So, and he's had a big night. Myers has. Just a terrific night. 5 field goals, Super Bowl record. He saw a touchdown pass by the quarterback, Sam Darnold, of 16 to his rookie tight end, A.J. Barner. We've seen 3 turnovers by the Patriots tonight, and they have been devastating. The kickoff is 3 yards deep in the end zone. It was taken right there by the running back, Henderson, who was playing the kickoff return. Fell to a knee, out to the 35. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Patriots, trailing 29-7. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Coast to coast and around the world, this is Westwood One, your home for the Super Bowl.
Kansas Fan Headquarters, 97.5 and 1240 KFH Wichita, KNSS HD2 Clearwater, and Odyssey Sports Station.
May in the gun, 1st and 10, 35, short pass up the middle, caught by Douglas, breaks the tackle on the hash mark at the 40, then cuts back to the numbers, goes to the 45, and he's got a 1st down, gain of 11 with a good move, cutting left to right, picks up 11, 1st and 10, and Kurt Warner, we've got no huddling now, again, continuing for this offense.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, got to push the ball down the field. These quick throws aren't going to do much for you at this point.
Here's a 1st and 10 throw from the gun. Again, a shallow cross by the wide receiver to Mario Douglas across the NFL logo. Got down to the 46-yard line of Seattle. It'll be 2nd down and a couple to go. Clock at 3:50 here in the 4th. May in the gun, dropping back, 4-man rush. Moving up in the pocket, there's a line drive, short pass, far side, caught by the tight end Hooper, and then kicked out of bounds. Runs away, got to the 41 of Seattle. It is a gain of 5 on that 2nd and 2 and a 1st down.
Yeah, a tough situation for this young quarterback in Drake May. It's been a rough night for him tonight. The Seattle defense has played great. Now they're just sitting back and trying to bait you into throwing it down the field. But at this point, you got to keep swinging. You got to keep taking some shots and see if maybe you can steal one.
On the 41 of Seattle, 1st and 10 for New England. Here goes May, shotgun snap, he's going to run it. He goes over the left tackle, the 40, and then slides with his white pants. A flag is thrown. He got down as far as the 37-yard line of Seattle on a gain of 4. Clock at 3:36 in the 4th.
Holding. Offense, number 65. 10-yard penalty. Replay 1st down.
That's the center, Garrett Bradbury, a veteran. Daniel Nwosu is going to make the tackle, and because he stretched that jersey, and Gene, we saw it way up here, that jersey stretch, man.
Yes.
There's no doubt.
As soon as he got outside the frame of that center, you could see him still holding on, Kevin. Good call for a hold.
Spot foul, 1st and 18, ball at about the 50, right on the NFL logo. Clock at 3:36. Now they're going to call it 1st and 20 as they move it back a couple yards. Inside the 49 of New England. 1st and 20 for the Patriots, trailing 29-7. Shotgun snap, 4-man rush, May set, short pass, leaping catch at the 50. It's made there by Stevenson, angles to the near sideline, crosses the 45 and out of bounds at the 44-yard line of the Seahawks. On the near sideline, shoved out of play, picks up 7. Kurt Warner, 2nd down, 13. Clock is stopped at 3:28 in the 4th.
Obviously, the lead's been widened, but it was actually a pretty close game here into the 4th quarter. But it's almost amazing because, man, this Seattle team has really dominated in almost every phase.
2nd and 13, shotgun snap from the 44 of Seattle to the New England quarterback, and he hits his tight end Hunter Henry with a chest-high catch off the hash to the 35 and then spun his way to the 33 of the Seattle Seahawks on a gain of 11, bringing up 3rd and 2 for the Patriots. The clock is ticking at 3:10. Patriots have 2 timeouts and trail 29-7. May again in the gun. At the 33 is Seattle. Dropping back, 3rd and 2. Shotgun. He's hit as he throws. Line drive down the middle. Leaping catch made by Diggs between the hash marks. Leaping helmet eye catch. He's all the way down inside the 10 to the 8 of New England of the Seattle Seahawks. It's a big pickup through the air and down the middle. He picks up 26. And it is 1st and goal to go. Marking at the 7 of Seattle. 1st and goal. 2.5 to go in the game. Back to that. There goes the whistle.
Right to the snap. 2nd charge timeout, Seattle. 30 seconds.
All right, Seattle will take the timeout, and they've got 1 left. 2:32, Kurt, to go in regulation with the Seahawks leading 29-7.
And as I was saying about the dominating performance, it's about that time when you're starting to think about MVP, and you got a defense that has scored a touchdown, has 7 sacks, tie a Super Bowl record. You got a kicker who's got 5 field goals, which is a Super Bowl record. You got a running back that's gone for over 150 total yards in the game. There's been so many good things by this Seattle team, really a dominant performance across the board.
All right, the timeout is come and gone. May 6 of 6 on this drive. First and goal, 7 of Seattle, trailing 29-7. Patriots first and goal. Running back is Stevenson. Shotgun snap, arching spiral, far back corner of the end zone, incomplete for Hollins. The coverage by Josh Jobe. It's second down and goal for the Patriots. And our fourth quarter clock at 2:28.
Now, if you're New England, right, you're feeling like, obviously, we're not going to get back in and win this game unless some miracle happens. But our young quarterback has struggled throughout this game. Let's try to get a few positive things. Maybe get him a touchdown pass here in the Super Bowl here. Maybe get the onside kick. Maybe you can get another drive. But you want something positive for your young quarterback that had such a fabulous year.
Seahawks 7, second goal for the Patriots. Shotgun snap. Here's the 4-man rush. Right-handed May escapes and then kind of throws the ball to the side, which is caught by the running back Stevenson. And he is in for a touchdown pass. It was a short one, kind of a shot put type throw. Shuffle pass, if you will. Kind of unconventional, but the running back was open. He takes it in. That's a 7-yard touchdown reception. And they're going to go for 2. New England has just scored another touchdown.
That was really close. Ball was right. I mean, talk about plucking it off the turf. Whew. Ramondre Stevenson did exactly that. I don't think any part of the ball touched the grass, but it couldn't have been closer. A great catch by the running back to bail out his quarterback that left it low and get into the end zone.
By a blade of grass, he caught that one. Now they're going to go for 2. They're at the 2, and they're in the gun. Drake May has got 4 receivers. The shotgun snap. Here comes another 4-man rush. He hesitates and throws a sidearm pass in the end zone. It's incomplete. And they were going for the tight end and the double team. Hunter Henry in the middle of the end zone, 5 yards deep. And 2 players are down, including Hunter Henry and the safety, Kobe Bryant. So the 2-point try, no good. The clock at 2:21 in the fourth. And Seattle leads it 29-13 in Super Bowl 60. That was a collision.
It was. Drake is trying to hold on to the football and lead Hunter Henry. Never saw Bryant coming from the backside. Both looking at the football. A lot of contact in there. Both of them are up, walking off. And they have to feel like you're going to go down fighting. If you're Mike Vrabel, go for the onside kick here. See, maybe you can get another possession here. Put some more points on the board. Make it a little more respectable.
Drake May tonight, 240 yards throwing. 22 of 37, 2 touchdown passes and 2 interceptions. And Sam Darnold, Kurt Warner, who led the NFL quarterbacking category in turnovers with an overall combination of 20 fumbles and picks, has not turned the ball over tonight for the Seahawks in the biggest game of the season.
Well, I don't think he's turned the ball over in the playoffs.
In the playoffs,
I think, he's gone without a blemish in the playoffs. I mean, how incredible is that? To lead the league in turnovers on the season, to have that be part of the MO is how he would handle pressure situations, and he's been known to turn the football over, and he has played exceptional football. He's played complimentary football. He's made the throws that he's needed to make tonight. Hasn't been spectacular, but he's made some throws. He's protected the football. He's done the right thing with the ball, knowing he's got a good defense. I talked to him beforehand. I ran that interview just about asking him, can you be a little more conservative with this defense? And he said, yeah, I can play smarter, and that's exactly what he's done throughout the playoffs.
Patriots are going to try an onside kick. Ball teed up at the 35. Everybody lined up on the 35. They notified the official. And then a timeout taken by Seattle. So Gene Steratore up here, our rules analyst. You've heard him all night long. In this new world of kickoffs and an onside kick, you notify the official. Gene, walk us through that procedure.
You have to notify both teams so that they now set up in what we remember as kind of a conventional kickoff formation by the kicking team and the receiving team. Must be trailing in order to declare that and line up. I think the percentages, I think there's been like 52 onside kicks since they've initiated the new, and they've only gotten about 5 of those. So the percentages are low, but that's kind of where we're at right now with it, Kevin.
Good stuff, Gene. We thank you so much. They've got the ball teed up at the 35 for the onside kick. And Borregales will try it. He's a rookie out of Miami, a 6th-round pick, and he's had a nice rookie season. Approaching the ball, kicks it on the ground, a bounce, and grabbed by Helwani. They put the guys with the hands on that front line, and the running back, the backup, George Helwani, who now takes the place of the injured Charbonnet, who had an ACL earlier in these playoffs, comes up, grabs the ball, cradled like a baby at the 46-yard line. It is a 1st and 10 for Seattle.
And we were just talking about how Seattle has done such a great job of protecting the football. They've become the first team ever to win a Super Bowl without a single turnover in the postseason.
That is amazing.
That is amazing.
For a quarterback, right?
Right, especially what you were just talking about with Sam Darnold. That's incredible.
From the 46 of New England, where that onside kick was retrieved, under center Darnold, 1st and 10, handoff, Walker runs backwards, laterally on the 50, angles to the far side, stays in bounds, crosses the 45 of New England. He got down to the 44 and a timeout taken after the gain of 3 by the Seattle running back. Clock at 2:14. And that is the second timeout taken by New England. 2nd down and 7 coming up for Seattle.
And I got to say, I like calling the timeout. I like battling. If you're Mike Vrabel, you're just telling your team, hey, we're never giving up. We're never going to think that we're out of a football game, right? It's bleak. Probably not going to happen here. But coach is saying, hey, I'm going to give you guys every shot, and we're going to take it down to the 000s, and we're going to always fight.
Breaking huddle at the 43-yard line of New England. Seattle quarterback Sam Darnold, extra lineman in there, a couple tight ends. 2nd down, 7. He's under center. He got the snap. He fakes the handoff, and he just hits the deck. He was going to roll, and he just fell down on his own accord at the 49-yard line. And the clock is at 2:10. A timeout taken. A loss of 6 on the play. They're back to the New England 49. And the timeout was taken by the Patriots, and they are out of timeouts. That's it.
A miscommunication in the backfield. Kenneth Walker went one direction. Sam Darnold thought he was going the other direction. That's why it looked so weird in the backfield. And Sam just said, hey, I'm not going to try to gain any yards. I'm just going to go down, force them to use their other timeout. But then they're going to be able to take it down to the 2-minute warning. You assume that they're going to run the football here. Their offense is going to get it back. Maybe one more drive. Maybe, again, another chance to build the confidence back up of your young quarterback.
All right, at the 49 now. It is 3rd and 13 for the Seahawks. The snap goes to Darnold. The handoff. Walker really busts free at the 40. Broke a tackle. Flag 30's on the numbers. The 20. He's on the near side. The 10. He goes waltzing into the end zone. But I think they're going to bring it back.
Holding. Offense number 61. 10-yard penalty. 3rd down.
From Jalen Sundell, the center. We've seen both centers with penalties here. The back-to-back tries.
Yeah, it would have been an incredible way to finish.
Sure would have been.
Walker. We heard Laura's report earlier, how he was told that he wasn't going to be able to play football, and here he is, probably the leader in the clubhouse for the Super Bowl MVP. That would have been an exclamation point, I believe, on that MVP, if that one counts. But as we know, probably only that wide open because he got a little help from his offensive line holding some people. But what a game by Kenneth Walker. No Zach Charbonnet, lost to an ACL, first round of the playoffs, and Kenneth Walker has been able to carry them in the run game and been fabulous tonight.
Oluwatimi is the fullback. Here is a handoff on 3rd and 23. Goes to Walker, follows the offensive lineman's block over the right tackle, brought down at the 41 of Seattle, and now we are at the 2-minute warning with actually 1:57 to go. And the Seattle Seahawks are circling over their 2nd Super Bowl trophy and championship win. They lead it 29-13 over the New England Patriots. 2-minute warning is here, and you're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Navy Federal Credit Union can help you dominate debt with the Platinum Card. Transfer your credit card balance to the Platinum Card within your first 60 days and get a 0% intro APR for 12 months. Our members could save thousands of dollars over the promo period. Visit NavyFederal.org/platinum. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. After the intro rate expires, variable APRs are 10.24% to 18% based on creditworthiness. Rates are subject to change. ATM fees for cash advances are up to $1 at non-Navy Federal ATMs. Offer ends 3/31/2026.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org. For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
We want to remind you to stay tuned and stay with us for the Westwood One Super Bowl 60 post-game report. We'll have the Lombardi Trophy presentation, post-game reaction from both teams, highlights and analysis from our great crew. Coming up after the game, Seattle is in punt formation. 1:57 to go. Patriots are out of timeouts. They trail to the Seahawks 29-13. To punt is Michael Dixon. No one back for New England to get the punt. Wind has subsided. Temperature now in the low 50s. And the Seattle punter will get the belt-high long snap and a right-footed pooch punt, which will land at the 15, roll to the 10, come to the sideline, and out of bounds at the 6. He has had a terrific... The special teams of Seattle have been terrific tonight.
When you said that, you looked at me and you said that, and I'm thinking to myself, even the punter has had an unbelievable...
Yes.
How many has he had inside the 10, a couple inside the 5? I mean, every part of what Seattle's done tonight, they've just done everything right. They haven't made any mistakes. They haven't had a lot of penalties. They've made big plays across the board. And the reason why they've got a huge lead here in Super Bowl 60.
Running back is Henderson. From the 6, the Patriots have it 1st and 10 with the shotgun snap, ending up in the end zone on the drop back. It's a short pass up the middle for Diggs. Just his second catch of the game to the 12. Between the hash marks on a dive, he fell right there, gaining 6. 2nd down and 4, lining up without the benefit of a huddle. From the 12 of New England, 2nd down 4. Shotgun snap to Drake May, line drive throw, far side, knee-high catch, far sideline, grab there by Hooper. Knocked out of bounds by Eamon. He got the ball up to about the 17-yard line. He did not get out of bounds, and the clock continues to go on the pass of 5 yards. It's 1st and 10 with the Patriots at their 17 and a shotgun snap to Drake May. Line drive pass, far sideline caught, but inbounds. Matt Collins with a 1st down catch. They got up to the 28 in New England. It's a gain of 11 on the play. The clock is at 59 seconds and ticking. A commanding lead right now for Seattle, 29-13. It's no way they can stop the clock with timeouts. A flag thrown, shotgun snap on 1st and 10. And running up the middle is May and tackled from behind at the 27-yard line of the Patriots. Flag went down quickly.
Offside. Defense, number 7, lined up in the neutral zone. 5-yard penalty. Replay 1st down.
And our clock, Kurt Warner, at 47 seconds remaining in Super Bowl 60.
Penalty on the defense, lose the ball.
Yeah, at this point, as I said, you're just trying to do a few positive things here, finish on, a bit of a positive here after a struggle offensively. You put a couple touchdowns on the board. Young quarterbacks closing in on 300 yards.
1st and 10 from their own 33. Another flag in the gun. He got the snap and he rolls to the near sideline and throws it away. Heavily pressured on the near sideline. with 2 flags thrown, one at the 32, one at the 38. I think they're both against New England. But let's see. 39 seconds to go in regulation.
Illegal use of hands to the face. Defense number 27. 5-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
All right. Move it up now to about the 30. Where are they going to put that ball? 33. Yep, 33. 30. Let's now they're going to walk it off and put it at the 38. 38-yard line in New England. 39 seconds to go in the game. Seattle leads it 29-13. And the quarterback, Drake May, is in the gun, and he's got it 1st and 10. He'll get the shotgun snap. It's a 4-man rush and an easy throw up the middle. It's caught right there. Grabbed by Douglas. Spun on the hash after the chest-high catch. Got to the 47-yard line of New England. Picks up 9. Second down 1. They're on the NFL logo. And the clock now is at 21 seconds and ticking. Second down and 1. Shotgun snap to May. Dropping back. 4-man rush. Winds up, launches a long arching pass down the near side and incomplete at the 5 as they were looking for Kayshon Boutte, and he was triple teamed on the near sideline at the 5 of Seattle. 12 seconds to go, 3rd and 1 coming up for the Patriots.
And a struggle for 3 quarters as we've talked about, but Drake May, 202 yards and 2 touchdowns here in the 4th quarter. So as I said, you're just trying to get out of there. Young second-year quarterback has played awesome this year. A struggle in this one, but some really good things down the stretch that you hopefully can build on.
It's 3rd and 1. Here's a shotgun snap to May and a sidearm delivery. Got it to his running back, Henderson, who takes it by midfield. Down the near sideline, 40. Down the near sideline, 35. Tackled at the 30. The clock is ticking. 2, 1, and that's it. And the Seattle Seahawks have won Super Bowl 60 in pretty dominating fashion. 29-13, they win their second Vince Lombardi trophy in a win over the New England Patriots. And Mike Macdonald, the Seahawks head coach, becomes the 3rd youngest head coach to ever win a Super Bowl. And tonight, with the confetti flying, wins Super Bowl 60 here in Santa Clara. Regardless of how you win, regardless of the method used, this is a feeling that is indescribable, I'm sure. And you've been through it multiple times.
Well, there's no doubt about it that you don't care what the path is to get here. You don't care what anybody says. The bottom line is playing your game and do what you need to do to be able to hoist that trophy when it's all said and done. Some great stories from Coach Macdonald to Sam Darnold to the rest of the guys.
Live to the field and Laura Oakman.
I was standing here with Ernest Jones. It's going to be so hard to keep guys here celebrating right now. Ernest, 6 sacks, 2 interceptions. What did you guys do to Drake May tonight?
I think for us, we've been watching the film the past 2 weeks, and we were just ready to get out here and go hunt. Watching the film, we were wondering what they were going to do to beat us. And today we just had to come out here and be us.
We talked so much about you guys since the beginning of last year, talking about the selflessness it takes for this defense to buy in. How do we see that?
You can't play on this defense if you don't care about your brother, if you don't want more for them than you do yourself. And it starts with our head coach. Then it follows down to me, the Mike in the middle. And then you just got to fall in line. That's all it is.
You and I have had an ongoing conversation for years now about what a baby you were when you won your first Super Bowl, and you said it was awesome at the time, but it was so bad for your growth because you skipped so many steps with so much success. So please tell me, with the confetti pouring down, what this Super Bowl win means to you.
It means everything. Man, I'm about to go in there, run in there, grab my dad's shirt, and share this moment with him. I asked the Lord before the game. I didn't really get a chance to greet my dad. So if I had the opportunity to win this, I want to come out here and do it on this football field in the way that we love.
To grieve and to honor. Ernest, congratulations. What a great win and what a great performance by the defense.
Of course. Go Hawks.
Thank you. Go Hawks. Appreciate you. All right, so Kevin, we're going to do our best right now to run into the melee and grab another guy. I'm going to throw it up to you for a minute and then hopefully have you bring it right down to me as we grab someone else in the middle of all the confetti.
You got it, Laura. You go hunting. We'll stay up here. Ernest Jones, an All-Pro. This is his second Super Bowl. He was a player and a starter for the Rams, who beat Cincinnati in the Super Bowl a couple of years ago.
And just like Cooper Kupp, right?
Yeah,
a couple guys that have won with two different teams. Congrats to this whole team. How about Sam Darnold, the journeyman? What a story it's been. His fifth team after being drafted third overall to fight his way back. I mean, just a lot of incredible stories with all the guys on this football team. Congratulations to the Seahawks. It was a dominating performance across the board. Everybody had a hand in it, and that's the beautiful part, right? It took all 53, and all 53 played great tonight.
Who would have thought that Sam Darnold would win a Super Bowl before Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, all from that 2018 quarterback class?
Well, 2 years ago, you'd have said no chance.
Right.
You'd have said he'd be lucky to be back in a spot to even have a chance to win. So hats off to him, the perseverance, to hold on to that confidence, and to fight his way here.
Seahawks have won Super Bowl 60, back live in the field, and Laura.
I'm standing here about to talk to Leonard Williams. Can I grab him right now?
You grab him.
He's walking. Can I walk with Leonard as you walk over to the stage right now? We're live right now. All right, so hold on a second. We are going to...
It's a bedlam down there, isn't it, Laura? It is just bedlam.
This is the fun part. It's the fun part, except for I'm going, hold on, wait a second.
Yeah. No one better to navigate it than
Derek
you.
Hall. Let's grab Derek Hall. Okay, Derek. Can I grab you for live for Westwood One? 6 sacks, you had 2 of them, 2 interceptions. What were you guys able to do to Drake tonight?
Yeah, I think, oh my God. It's a hard time to answer questions, but, just trying to reflect on the game and what we did, especially on the defense side of the ball. We just try to come out and make this game, just another game for us. Things that we always fall back on our process and let the rest take care of itself, man. And, I feel like we showed that we were the best defense in the world tonight.
Boy, it's hard to talk about the game, but I'm going to ask you about life for a second. It's hard for me to sit here and talk to you without bringing up your story. You were born without a beating heart. Correct. Doctors had to resuscitate you. You had to be in special care for weeks. They gave you a 1% chance to live, and I'm guessing a less percent to become a Super Bowl champion.
Yes, ma'am.
The biggest thing right now, your heart saying, as you add Super Bowl champion to your name and your story?
Just blessed. I felt...
A hug? Okay, we're coming back to the blessings and the hugs.
Yes, ma'am. Like I said, I felt like from the beginning of my life, it was challenges, and I feel like this is ordained and destined by God, for me to have opportunity to be here to share my story. A lot of people don't know I never wanted to share my story. I never wanted to talk to my mom about it. And a little bit prior to the pre-draft process, I finally sat down with my mom, and we finally talked about, how I'm here and how I got here. And, man, it's special. Kudos to my mom, First off, man, glory to God, man. It's a blessing, it's an honor, and I'm a truly blessed guy. A lot of people say lucky, but I don't believe in luck. I believe in the man above.
It's hard to say luck while this confetti's coming down all over you. So then let me ask you, because people watch you right now and go, 2 sacks, Super Bowl champion, and look at this life he's leading. So the biggest thing you want them to know and the way you want to inspire them with your journey is what?
Right. I think no matter what, no matter what somebody labels you to be, no matter what somebody says your life is going to be, you have to keep working and defeat the odds. And, you have good people in your corner who love you and care about you. When you have that, the sky's the limit.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
How about Derek Hall? As Laura just illustrated, born without a beating heart, now he is part of the heartbeat of this terrific Super Bowl champion defense of Seattle. 2 sacks tonight, had 2 sacks in the regular season, all season long. One of the many stars for Seattle tonight. Laura, let's go now to Scott Graham in our studio. Scott?
All right, well, thank you very much, Kevin. And taking a look at what we're seeing out on the field right now, it is still exactly what you would expect to see. Yes, confetti has fallen, but
The hugs are going to continue for a long time right now as players find their individual family members who've made it down into the field. They find each other, and they put on their championship T-shirts and championship caps. And a championship well-deserved for this Seattle team, one of the most dominant defensive performances you are going to see. Final stats may not tell the final story as Seattle dominates and wins this game, their second Super Bowl championship, 29-13. Coming up, we're going to have the trophy presentation and return with more of the postgame show. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
Did you start multiple streaming subscriptions to watch football games this season? Will you use all of them once the season's done? I don't think so. Stay on top of where your money's going with Rocket Money. Rocket Money shows you all your spending, unwanted subscriptions, bills, and due dates in one place. Join over 10 million members saving up to $740 a year when using all the app's premium features. Go to rocketmoney.com/football. That's rocketmoney.com/football.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Barbasol, the American original, just got a pick 6. That's right, 6 premium ultra-thin blades on Barbasol's new Ultra 6 Plus razors. Check them out today on Amazon and see why Barbasol's the GOAT of shaving.
Barbasol. For Phi, winning the fight against vision loss means seeing new ways to push himself. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is committed to funding research to end blinding retinal diseases. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Learn more at fightingblindness.org.
29-13, the final score. The Seattle Seahawks beat the New England Patriots here tonight at Levi's Stadium. The Seahawks are Super Bowl champions. Now gear up like the players on the field. Shop official championship gear now at NFLshop.com. Scott Graham with you here in Santa Clara, and Ryan Harris, who won a Super Bowl on this very field. You know what that feels like, what they're doing down there right now.
You feel like you're on fire. You're still sweating from the game, and now you go through the wormhole. Everything's different. I mean, think about just Sam Darnold, right? The narrative's changed forever. You can't talk about him the same way you could have just 3 hours ago. And to see it, and then you get to experience with your teammates this moment of just complete achievement. You have done everything you set out to do months ago. There are tears, there are hugs, there are parents. It's one of the greatest feelings on a football field in the Super Bowl.
How much of that is just a release of all of what you've done to this point, and just, I'm going to imagine your shoulders finally drop, and it's pure joy.
It's pure joy because you can finally say it. I'm a champion, and that's what happens now. Instead of saying, hey, Bob, hey, Bill, you say, hey, champ, hey, champ. Everybody's a champion down there. And the other thing, too, is you just allow yourself to think about it, because earlier, even in the game, you're thinking, hey, I'm going to get distracted. If I'm thinking about being a champion and raising that trophy, I'm going to focus, I'm going to finish. And now you have the rest of your life to be a champion and to talk about things that went on in this game, those little conversations. And then there's a little bit of sadness, too, because you know with free agency coming up and the way that everybody performed, this team will never be the same.
Individual teammates are hugging one another, looking for one another, and the players from the middle of the field where they all met with their family members and began the process of getting the distribution of hats and T-shirts are now moving down to the far side where there is a stage that is set up. The players are beginning to surround it. Family members are going past the dividing line where they are allowed to go. And the big stage, which has the NFL shield as its floor, has a green set of railings around it lit up that way to signify
that alternate color of the Seattle Seahawks, now Super Bowl 60 champions, the second Super Bowl in franchise history. So, in taking a look, you and I were talking as we were getting to the end of the game, and as Seattle took what seemed to be a commanding lead, you told me that this huddle offensively for Seattle, this is fun because you know you've won the game. You had that situation with the Broncos.
Yeah, and it's about similar here tonight. It was 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go, and Seattle came back out, and you absolutely want to execute. And you know with time, barring some kind of miracle, you've won. And so when we had it, Peyton Manning tried to come in and give us a play call. Hey, we're going to do this. We said, absolutely not. We're celebrating right now, and we're starting with you. And one of the things, too, is you're hugging your teammates right now. You're looking for your family. And then all of a sudden people start telling you, hey, go to the stage. You never thought about going to the stage, right? You think about being a champion. You think about going home to your family and where you're from. But now you got to just, there's still some organizational things you have to do. You have to get to the stage, and then at some point you'll leave to go to the locker room. But the other thing is now a lot of the stars are on the field. I got to meet Tim Cook, who apparently comes to every Super Bowl. So you'll be like, all right, Mom, Dad, let's go. Hey, Snoop Dogg, nice to see you. I mean, it's such a strange occurrence on the field right now for all these players.
And the other thing that happens, and we're getting way ahead of ourselves for the Seahawks right now, is it's not going to end with that stage. It's not going to end with the locker room. It's not going to end with the trip home, because this celebration generally is going to go for a while, and people will say that, there's that period of time where you're being celebrated as Super Bowl champions for months and months. It's kind of hard to get back on track once you have to start playing football again.
And you don't have to think about that until you start getting to the preseason. And the one thing you do know, you don't care about sleep for the first time. You talk about athletes, right? We all want to be at our top performance. But right now, you're willing to be awake for 48 hours.
Let's join the celebration on the field. Maria Taylor of NBC Sports and NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell presenting the Vince Lombardi Trophy.
Presentation of the Vince Lombardi Trophy.
Thank you, San Francisco. You've been great hosts this week. But tonight belongs to the Seahawks and the 12s. 12 is a big number tonight. It was 12 years ago tonight you won your last Super Bowl trophy. So the 12s dominate. Jody, to you and your organization, to John, to Coach, to your entire organization, these great players, congratulations on the Super Bowl win. Take it back to Seattle. You're Super Bowl champs.
Congratulations, Jody. I don't think the 12s will ever stop cheering. But when you walked up here, you said this has been a magical season. What does it mean to be taking this trophy back to the city of Seattle?
It truly has been a magical season, from the very first game to tonight here in Santa Clara. Thank you so much for hosting us. I have to thank all the 12s that are here with us. All the 12s at watch parties everywhere, and all the 12s around the world. Yes!
And Jody, I'm sure not enough great things can be said about the job of John Schneider and Mike Macdonald. How would you describe how they orchestrated this season?
Right. I have to thank the organization led by John Schneider, and of course the team, the players. We love you guys. We love the legends, led by Mike Macdonald.
I love it. Let's go ahead and pass the trophy back to Mike Macdonald. Come on up, Coach. He wants to bring the players up with him, and that's fine. You know, Mike, what I think is crazy about the story is when I sat down with you, you said during training camp, I knew we could end up here holding this trophy. I just need to know what confidence you had in these men that are standing right here in front of you to lead you believe you'd be going home with the Lombardi Trophy.
I had 100% confidence. We got the best team. 12 is one, mob ties. We got the best fans in the world, 12s. Look how many 12s are in this stadium right now. We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other. And now we're world champions.
You know, Mike, it's just your second year as a head coach. You're calling the defensive plays, and the dark side showed up in a big way for you. How would you describe what they were able to execute on the defensive side of the ball tonight?
They just made a decision. They're going to play a certain way. They lived up to the dark side today. It's going to go down in the history books. We love our players. Look, they made it happen. They made it come to life, and we won the game.
And hey, I know you don't like to talk about yourself that much, but just describe for a guy who almost walked away from coaching, was going to be in corporate America, in his second season, you now have a Lombardi trophy in your hand. What does this moment mean?
I believe God called me to be a coach, and I listened to him, and I thank him. And we are incredibly blessed to be Seahawks, to be 12s, and now we're world champions.
Congratulations again, Coach. I want to bring up the Super Bowl MVP, Kenneth Walker, ladies and gentlemen. Now, you know, Kenneth, this moment is funny because I heard you barely even want to break down the huddle. So now you got to talk on the microphone after winning a Super Bowl championship. But what was going through your mind and the mentality that you had to make sure that you were powering this offense throughout the game tonight?
First and foremost, I want to thank God for this, blessing to be here. Also, I want to thank my brothers. This don't happen without them. We went through a lot of adversity this season, but we came together and we stuck together, and, that's what we got.
Congratulations, Kenneth.
Thank you so much.
And last but not least, I want to bring up the quarterback.
Hey, shout out to the 12s.
Shout out to the 12s. Now, last but not least, I want to bring up Sam Darnold, your Super Bowl winning quarterback, ladies and gentlemen. Sam, I think you just completed one of the greatest redemption stories we've ever seen in football. Your 5th team in 8 seasons. What gave you the belief, the will to know that you could stand up here on this stage holding this trophy?
It's easy. My teammates and my coaches, they've believed in me ever since the beginning of OTA's training camp. And that was our mindset. Every single day we came to work. And, hey, I got to shout out our offensive line, our tight ends, our receivers, and, of course, the running backs for everything that they did tonight. It was special in the run game. But our defense, man, hey, 12s, make some noise for our defense.
Hey, listen, with all the ups and downs that come from a season, when you saw the confetti coming down, first thing that went through your mind?
We did it. That was it, man. It was. It's been such a special journey with these guys. So much hard work that's been poured into this, and that's it. It was just a job well done.
Job well done, Seattle Seahawks. Congratulations, Sam Darnold, Mike McDonald, John Schneider, Jody Allen, Kenneth Walker, your Super Bowl MVP. Congratulations, 12s. Continually celebrate this one.
And so the celebration from down on the field, Maria Taylor talking it over with Sam Darnold right there, talking it over with Kenneth Walker, the first running back to win MVP in a Super Bowl since Terrell Davis back in Super Bowl 32. Talking it over with a head coach who was clearly satisfied with the job that his team did. And, you're talking about a guy in Mike McDonald who is not normally very outwardly effervescent. You could see that type of release we were talking about right there because his team did everything that he asked it to do. This is a coach that at one point in the middle of training camp ran a 20-play drive in his defense.
Yeah.
And they said that is one of the things that brought them together, that got them to where they were. They realized they could tolerate anything. Let's go down to Laura Oakman.
I'm standing here with Sam Darnold. I love full circle moments. I know you do too, and we're in one right now where we are. I talked to you when we started your redemption story, and you said it was all about the recalibration, which started in San Francisco, where you learned the quarterback position didn't have to be as pressure-packed as you had made it for all these years. How did that epiphany lead to you winning a Super Bowl?
Oh, I think, for myself, it's always just been about taking it one play at a time. And I think with that, that's a big lesson in life, too. Like, take it one day at a time, one moment at a time, and you go from there. You learn a lot from mistakes that you make, and you celebrate the wins. I think that's another big thing. It's like celebrating the wins and telling yourself, at some times you are good, and you're definitely good enough to play in this league and all those things. So, but again, wouldn't be able to do it with my teammates and the belief that they had in me.
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask one more about you. I know how much you hate that, but I want to also use this to inspire, because the league is littered with Sam Darnolds, on guys who've been given up on or who are doubting themselves right now. What's the biggest lesson we should take from your story?
Yeah, I think what I just said, I think believing in yourself. That's the biggest thing. You gotta surround yourself with people that believe in you. But first and foremost, you got to believe in yourself. That's it.
Sam, I don't think I've ever seen you celebrate. I still want to say, sitting here with confetti falling all over you right now, you are taking this moment right now to take it all in, right?
It's unbelievable. I just want to celebrate with my teammates. That's it.
Sam, congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm walking over right now to Kenneth Walker. Kenneth, it is so good to see you. My favorite memory of the Super Bowl will not be the game. It will be after the game, as the clock was ticking down. You sitting at the foot of your offensive lineman on the bench, taking it in, not saying a word, and having guys just let you sit here. What was going on in your head and in your heart?
It's just a surreal moment. This whole team worked hard from training camp, OTA's training camp. Throughout the season, we had ups and downs, but we stuck together as brothers, and we made it this far. And I wouldn't have made it that far, and I wouldn't have made plays like that without my O-line.
What makes this team so special? I don't think I can have a conversation with any of you guys without the first thing you saying just, it's special.
Because we're so connected, You can have a team with a lot of talent and not connected, and it won't work, So the way we gel together and the way this brotherhood is, you can't fake it.
My favorite conversation with you was your rookie season, and we were talking about how so many people describe your running style as angry, and I asked you how you described it. Do you remember the word that you said, or I'm going to say it for you because you won't remember. Or do you want to guess? Do you want to guess what you said?
What did I say?
You said it's not angry, it's grateful. And it stemmed back from you missing a year of football with the blood clot and not being able to play. I wish all our listeners could see you smiling right now. How much do we see that? How much do we see that all over the field tonight?
Yeah. When I was in high school and I had blood clots and they told me I couldn't play anymore, that really changed my mindset on everything. Life, football, just anything in life, because if you take it for granted, it can be taken away just like that. So I just want to live by cherishing every moment with my parents, my family, my brothers, sisters, everything, my teammates. So it's just a blessing to still be here.
I'm going to let you go celebrate with your teammates right now. Kenneth Walker, congratulations, MVP. What a game.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I don't think I've ever been thanked so much for an interview. Stop. If there is a word he would use, grateful for his running style, I would say lovely for just his overall character and personality. The confetti's still falling. We'll hopefully get some more interviews, but it's just such a fun time down here right now with all these players and their families truly enjoying this moment.
Now, Laura, keep hanging in down there. There's still a celebration that's going on that stage, including the big guy members of the Dark Side that all got together for kind of a group photo with the trophy. And, again, these types of individual celebrations, now these are between position groups. These are between teammates and friends. And did you get an opportunity to do that?
Absolutely. You get a couple interviews out of the way, and then you also make sure that you want to get back to play get back to have some fun with your teammates.
Let's go back down to Laura.
I'm standing here with Coach Mike Macdonald as we're sitting here watching his 14-month-old really into the confetti.
He loves it. We finally found something he likes, so that's good.
It's the confetti.
He's so tired.
Okay, so we know he's tired and having a great time in the confetti. How are you?
I'm just happy for our team and happy for our guys. There's so many guys on our team. Like, I'm looking at Jay Reed. I mean, just guy's a world champ. He's going to be a world champ the rest of his life. You can't take it away from him. Just so proud of him, man. So happy for him. So great.
This is so hard because I know we talked about your principles of leadership, and the first thing you said is it's not about me. It's not about you, and yet I want to make it about you for this one question, which is, Mike, your second season here. This is supposed to be when you're building a foundation to be a Super Bowl team. What were you able to do to be able to celebrate this tonight?
Oh, we're going to be able to celebrate it. That's going to be easy. But I think it's just, I don't know, when you're in my position and you get in this position, you realize you don't know anything, and you realize you need a lot of help. And so it's taken a ton of help for a lot of support, our whole organization, the 12 sticking with us and thick and thin, showing up in masses today. Incredible. And so that's what I'm feeling. It's an incredible amount of gratitude, and it's a special feeling. It's pretty cool.
Pretty cool. Finally, one of the things we talked about is bonding over shared adversity, not success. And every post-game interview I've been doing tonight, it's talking to guys about their stories and what they've had to overcome.
Yeah.
How much do you feel that with the character of this team and players and men who have had to work so hard to be here?
It's incredible. But like that shows you how the power of when you can come together. That's how cool. That's why football teams are so cool. It's just these guys decided to come together over a common goal and a vision, and decided to take a leap of faith to love each other up and stick to it. And it's easier said than done, but we got a special group, and then that's what they decided to do.
I feel so bad because I wanted to stay and enjoy this conversation, but I've been watching your son the whole time, having such a good time with the confetti.
Yeah, I'm going to go with him if you don't mind.
I do not mind. Congratulations.
Thank you
Thanks
very
for
much.
the time.
Thank you.
Scott, back up to you.
Apparently the confetti is a common thread. I don't know if anybody noticed Ernest Jones's young son last week or 2 weeks ago in the NFC Championship game. He found the confetti very, very entertaining. When you look at what's going on right now with this team, I want to take a look ahead, because is this a team the way they are built defensively? And yeah, you said it. There's free agency, guys move teams, everything. Is this a foundation of a team that could be doing this potentially for a long time?
100%, because the players that do stay, they're going to have the same language. Hey, I love you, Scott. Don't worry about that. I'm next to you. We're going to get it. And when you win a championship, you realize every failure is a part of your success story. And so you don't look at failure the same way ever again. It doesn't matter whether you're on this team for the Seahawks or another team, but the players that stay, the coaches that stay, they will always have this culture of, we know what it takes. We have to be connected. We have to communicate. We have to love each other, and we have to do the hard things. And that's when you hear a lot of the quiet, kind of choked back talk, because coaches, players, they're seeing it. You're seeing your success, something you haven't been able to see, and now it's real. You can touch it now, and they will for the rest of their lives.
That is Super Bowl 50 champion Ryan Harris. I'm Scott Graham. Once again, the final score, Seattle 29, New England 13. We've got more to come on our postgame show. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
Let's be honest, the math just isn't mathing between the grocery store and those skyrocketing insurance premiums. Even with a steady job, more families are being forced to rely on high-interest credit cards to cover expenses. If you're a homeowner carrying balances with interest rates in the 20s or even 30s, it's time to get some relief. Right now, mortgage rates are at a 3-year low, and American Financing is helping homeowners pay off that high-interest debt by using their home's equity. Their salary-based mortgage consultants build exit strategies from debt. They're saving their customers an average of $800 a month. Plus, if you start today, you may even delay the next 2 mortgage payments. There are no upfront fees or obligations to find out how much you can save. America's home for home loans is American Financing. American Financing. 800-852-2010. That's 800-852-2010. Or AmericanFinancing.net/big game. NMLS 182334. NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
This is Steve Smith here, former NFL wide receiver and host of the 89 Show on YouTube. In football, any sign of weakness can be used against you. So I always put on a tough front. but inside, I was struggling mentally on how and what to do. It takes years to understand that only by opening up could I begin to overcome them. If you need someone to open up to, BetterHelp Online Therapy can help. Visit BetterHelp. That's betterhelp.com/89 to get started.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Hey everybody, Kurt Warner here. Ever since retiring from the NFL, I've wanted to use my knowledge and expertise to impact the future of our game. So I created QBConfidential.com to build better players, smarter coaches, and more informed fans. If you want to increase your football IQ, learn quarterback technique, build a playbook, go inside the film room, or develop the mindset of a champion, QBConfidential.com is perfect for you. That's QBConfidential.com. Join the team today.
For a limited time, save 40% on an annual NFL Plus subscription and lock in next season. Stay connected throughout the offseason with 24/7 football news and coverage on NFL Network and get access to live local and primetime games on mobile throughout the regular and postseason. And with NFL Plus Premium, relive your favorite moments from the 2025 season with game replays. Get NFL Pro and watch NFL Red Zone during the regular season. Sign up today at plus.nfl.com/radio. Terms and conditions apply.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for the Super Bowl.
Kansas Fan Headquarters, 97.5 and 1240 KFH Wichita, KNSS HD2 Clearwater, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Seattle Seahawks, Super Bowl champions. Let's tell you how they got there here in Santa Clara at Levi's Stadium today. They got the first possession of the game, went downfield, and got a Jason Myers 33-yard field goal on their opening possession for a 3-0 lead. And then, right when the defense came out onto the field, they forced Drake May into uncomfortable situations, including a sack and a blitz that forced an incomplete pass and a punt. That was the first of punts on 8 of 9 possessions for the New England Patriots to begin the game. How much did they set the tone right there?
Well, they rattled Drake May. They made him think about everything but the play and the routes downfield, and it lasted until about that fourth quarter.
May was sacked later on in the first quarter. The second, it would be 6 before it was done. The Patriots held to 39 total yards in the first quarter and a 3-0 Seattle lead. On their opening drive of the second quarter, once again, the Seahawks got it going. This time it was with Kenneth Walker. Back-to-back runs of 30 and 29 yards to help set up another field goal from Jason Myers. A 39-yarder made it a 6-0 game. Now, earlier in that moment, Christian Gonzalez saved a ball on a deep ball, first down, made a tremendous play on what could have been a touchdown. Pin that into the back of your mind for just a bit. While the Patriots were punting, there was another opportunity that came for the Seahawks late in the first half, dealing with a 6-0 lead. They took over at their own 43-yard line with 2:50 to go in the half, and on a couple of runs, got it close enough to make a throw toward the end zone before halftime.
Hawani the back. With the Seattle quarterback in the shotgun formation, Sam Darnold at the 23 in New England, 3rd down and 3 on the defensive line. Looks into the nickel, shotgun snap, 4-man rush. Cox his right arm, line drive down the middle, broken up at the goal line, knocking it away from Smith and Jigba. What a diving ricochet! Christian Gonzalez with his second big first half defensive play. Incomplete pass.
Now that made it not a field goal, I should say not a touchdown, but a field goal. Jason Myers hitting from 41 yards out with 11 seconds to go in the first half, and it was a 9-0 game. Frustrating first half and really game in a lot of ways for Jackson Smith and Jigba. Big first half for Kenneth Walker, the biggest by a running back since Timmy Smith back in Super Bowl 22. Did Seattle have a feeling at this point that even though they were dominating the game, they had not scored enough points with that dominance?
They were happy to score the points and were willing to let that be the result of a drive and to continue each and every opportunity they get to push the score to where it eventually was. So it's not just that they had field goals. They were willing to let that be success early in the game.
It's the 5th Super Bowl without a first-half touchdown, the first in Super Bowl 53. New England just 51 total yards in that first half, and their woes continued into the second half. Once again, Seattle, after a 3-and-out, got the ball, marched downfield, and on a 10-play, 69-yard drive, ended with a field goal again. Jason Myers, a 41-yarder, to stretch the game to 12-0. Meanwhile, not a whole lot happening on the New England side of things, but when they got the ball late in the third quarter, they finally got their first down of the second half. It came on a Witherspoon defensive holding call that gave them the first down. But on the very next play, New England proved that offensively tonight they could not deal with prosperity.
In the gun, Drake May, 3rd down 5. He's at his Patriots 44. Running back to his side, Stevenson. Arms outstretched, 4-man rush. Here's the snap. He moves up. Oh, he fumbled the ball. And Seattle's recovered. He was hit. The ball crowbarred free. It's a fumble by the Patriot quarterback. And Seattle has recovered at the 37 of New England. First turnover of the game in Super Bowl 60.
So important for a team, a young quarterback to take care of the ball, and that was the first of 3 that really affected the outcome of the game.
And it was another thing to add to his list of things I got to do better. So after the first drive, after the second, the whole game he's coming back and adding things to the plate that he had to fix in Drake May, and he was not able to do it in time.
So Seattle, with a 12-0 lead, went to the fourth quarter needing 37 yards to get it into the end zone. Cooper Kupp converted a 3rd down to the New England 16, and on the next play, Darnold went another way.
Patriots 16, Seattle 1st and 10, leading 12-0. Darnold under center, 5 on the defensive line. He gets the snap, turns right, fakes the handoff. Here comes the blitz. There goes the throw, end zone. Caught, touchdown! Caught, touchdown, Barner! The tight end, over-the-shoulder catch in the corner of the end zone. And we've got our first touchdown of Super Bowl 60. And the Seahawks extend their lead early in the fourth, 18-0.
Myers' extra point was good, so a 19-0 game with 13.5 minutes to go. And at this point, pure desperation time for the New England Patriots. They suddenly found a little bit of offense.
Here goes May on 1st and 10, heaving it long, throws, caught, touchdown, far side. Grabbed on that far side by Matt Hollins, an over-the-shoulder catch at the pylon far side of the end zone. A 35-yard strike. Our second touchdown of Super Bowl 60, and the first tonight by New England.
It was back-to-back completions to Mac Hollins, a 35-yarder, and then that 24-yarder. Extra point was good, so at 19-7, Ryan, we still had somewhat of a game.
And you were thinking, are the Patriots going to do it again? Another come-from-behind victory in the playoffs? And then,
after holding and forcing a Seattle punt, New England took over with a lot of time left in the game, 10:40 to go. They got a Ramondre Stevenson reception for a first down and a Drake May scramble for a first down. And then on the next play, the problems came back.
He's at his own 44. The New England quarterback, 2nd down and 3 in the gun, winds up long pass down the middle. It's intercepted at the 30-yard line. Coming up the middle to 40 with the return right here. Now it's Julian Love, and he's out of bounds on the near sideline, going into Patriot territory, and he's knocked out of bounds about the 32. It's the second turnover by the second-year Patriot quarterback Drake May. And another great start for Seattle deep in Patriot territory here in Super Bowl 60.
36 yards on the interception return. Drake May had been taken to throwing deep balls, putting him out there, maybe jump balls or throwing prayers downfield into that breeze. And in this case, he had a receiver go one way, his pass went the other.
And the defensive backs are all looking for the football at this point because of the big lead, because of the time in the fourth quarter. They knew that the ball was going to get in the air, and Notre Dame graduate Julian Love getting that interception.
Imagine you getting that in. So, after taking over at the New England 38, they did get a first down to the Seahawks, but the drive stalled. Jason Myers hit a 26-yard field goal. Super Bowl record 5 field goals in the game for Jason Myers. That made it a 22-7 game, so still a 2-score game. The real breaking point came on the very next drive, and that's when the dark side came after Drake May. A sack by Murphy was a 4-yard loss, and even though they managed to get a first down, May was feeling pressure once again. It was time for the Wrangler highlight of the game.
The clock is ticking at 4:38, and they trail 22-7. Shotgun snap, 44 Seattle. He's hit as he drops back. The ball free, picked up by Nwosu. Running down the side, 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown! It's picked off and a touchdown! Seattle has scored on another turnover. And that will seal it seems, right now for the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60.
That is the highlight of the game, sponsored by Wrangler. Here's to the early risers, the go-getters. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. It was originally called a sack and a fumble. It was turned into an interception return for a touchdown, but at 29-7, Ryan, that was pretty much all she wrote.
And it was the most ridiculous play. It was a bang-bang interception, a total team defense performance on that play, and absolutely with the time running out, that was the nail in the coffin, as they say.
New England got the ball back. They did get it downfield and put together an 8-play, 65-yard drive. Ramondre Stevenson making a great catch off the edge of the turf for a 7-yard touchdown. The 2-point conversion was no good, though, and at 29-13, New England then had to try an onside kick, which Seattle recovered. They couldn't run out all the clock, so Drake May had the ball in his hands, desperately trying to score again as time was running out.
It's 3rd and 1. Here's the shotgun snap to May and a sidearm delivery. Got it to his running back Henderson, who takes it by midfield down the near sideline 40, down the near sideline 35, tackled at the 30. The clock is ticking, 2, 1, and that's it. And the Seattle Seahawks have won Super Bowl 60 in pretty dominating fashion. 29-13, they win their second Vince Lombardi trophy in a win over the New England Patriots. And Mike Macdonald, the Seahawks head coach, becomes the 3rd youngest head coach to ever win a Super Bowl. And tonight, with the confetti flying, wins Super Bowl 60 here in Santa Clara.
Was it payback for Super Bowl 49? Probably not. I'm not sure that the folks in Seattle are ever going to forget not giving the ball to Marshawn Lynch in Phoenix, but pretty good for right now.
Well, it's a fantastic feeling for the players, the fan base, the front office, and it's earned, not given. You only win on purpose, and tonight the Seahawks did everything on purpose from the first quarter to the last.
All right, Ryan, for a game that didn't see many extended drives, you've got a little work to do here right now. Time for the Drive of the Game, sponsored by GoodRx. Save time and money on prescriptions. Check GoodRx at GoodRx.com or download the free GoodRx app.
Well, the prescription came right in time. A touchdown that was a 5-play, 37-yard touchdown drive, ending with Sam Darnold's first ever Super Bowl touchdown pass to A.J. Barner, and that was a phenomenal throw at that time in the game. And that, when you look back now and everybody looks at this game in its totality, that was the moment when this game started to get out of hand in terms of Seattle dominating in every single phase.
Sam Darnold finished with 202 yards passing, a touchdown, but the biggest number of all is the goose egg over in the turnover column, which he had through the entire of the postseason.
And I want everybody to take something from Sam Darnold's performance. People will be wrong about you all the time. Do the work, do the little things, make the decisions to improve, do that work to back it up, and learn from your mistakes. That's one thing he said at the end of the game. I learned from my mistakes. A lot of us don't like to do that, but when you do, you just might become a Super Bowl champion.
And Drake May, the numbers are misleading. 295 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, but 3 turnovers, all on interceptions, as the Seattle Seahawks win it by a score of 29-13. We'll continue with more of the postgame show from Santa Clara, but first, let's give our local stations a chance for a message. This is Westwood One's coverage of the Super Bowl.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom. Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Did you know that tinting the windows in your home will block 99% or more of the harmful UV light that can damage wood finishes, photos, heirlooms, and the furniture? It can also cut down on glare, so you can enjoy the views from your windows better. North Star Comfort Services has been a leading provider of insulation, window tinting, and residential energy analysis for more than 70 years. Call us today at 685-2368 and let us create a comfortable, safe, healthy, and energy-efficient living environment. North Star Comfort Services, providing comfort you can trust since 1947.
All white chicken meat breaded in tortilla chips. They're Taco Bell's crispy chicken nuggets. Pretty different than the nugs you're used to. Haters will say, that's not the classic nugget. Haters are right. Haters will love them anyways. Oh, and they come with Hidden Valley Ranch, another classic. But we mixed it up with Diablo. They can't hate that. I mean, they can, but they won't. Crispy chicken nuggets from Taco Bell. A brand new classic. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last.
Welcome back to Westwood One's coverage of Super Bowl 60 from the Progressive Commercial Insurance set, along with Super Bowl 50 champion Ryan Harris. I'm Scott Graham. Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. 29-13, the Seahawks win their second Super Bowl championship, beating the New England Patriots. A few moments ago, Kurt Warner caught up with Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel.
Coach, I know these moments are tough. Appreciate a few minutes. Your offense struggled tonight. What was it that Seattle's defense was doing that was giving you guys so much trouble?
Well, again, we just couldn't get in any rhythm, and we talked about being really good on early in the drive, just to create some more opportunities. And when we were, then we kind of, we gained some yards, and then we went backwards, and we never really got into a rhythm. And our defense, did enough to kind of keep it close. And certainly when you get into those passing downs and those long third down situations, you can't, you got to be good to not put the ball in jeopardy. And we turned it over, and then we competed and tried to come back there late, just not enough.
Your young quarterback has been fabulous this year. Struggled a little bit tonight. What'd you say to him after the game?
Well, again, we can put this on Drake, but that's not what any of us are going to do. And this is a total team effort, and certainly offensively, it comes down to starting with the call. Like, I just put this on everybody. It starts with the call and what we're doing, and then the offensive line. And then, obviously we have to be able to run the football. We got to be able to stay balanced. And then, when we do have time, we got to be able to find the guys that are open. And so, again, this is always on everybody, and I'll never do it any other way. And Drake's been really, really good for us. And offensively, we had a great season. We ran into some good defenses, and we didn't play well enough.
I know it's hard to put in perspective, but 4 wins last year in the Super Bowl this year. What was your final message to the team tonight?
We're 307 days into this program and this relationship, and we got a long way to go, and we're going to keep building it. Part of our identity has to be not being a front runner, and that would include right now. And we have to be able to find ways to enjoy the season, but also be disappointed in where we finished. And we have, it's okay to be upset, but we got to be upset together.
Did a tremendous job. Thanks for the time, Coach.
Yeah, appreciate it.
You've got to think the way Mike Vrabel turned this team, not just in wins and losses this year, but in terms of attitude, in terms of the way they carried himself, that this is going to be a head coach, and if you're a Patriots fan, you would hope a group of players that's very well equipped to handle with tonight's disappointment, to use it as something to build on moving into next year. Once again, the final score, Seahawks 29, Patriots 13. Up next, we will rejoin Kevin and Kurt. This is Westwood One's coverage of the Super Bowl.
Have you been using fentanyl or other pain pills medications like OxyContin for over a year and feel like it's out of control? Did you try using Kratom to get off, only to get hooked on 7-0? Get your life back by calling the Matrix Center today for medication-assisted treatment and counseling. Patients improve their health, work steady jobs, have happier families, and start feeling good about themselves. Call the Matrix Center today at 316-260-3445. That is 316-260-3445. Now accepting Medicaid insurance.
If you missed Sports Daily, you missed this.
I do push back on some of the eligibility stuff. I don't want to see 26-year-olds playing college sports either. I do like the idea of junior college not counting against NCAA eligibility. And it brings us back to extended eligibility. I think the more places you can let high schoolers go play, the better it's going to be.
Sports Daily, mornings on 97.5 and 1240 KFH. If you missed Sports Daily, you missed this.
And we welcome in Jalen Thompson, our Royals insider. Looks like Bubic and Pasquantino are headed to arbitration. What's your feel for this?
It's just a way for them to try to get the money that they feel like they want and deserve. I mean, look at Vinny Pasquantino. He had a career year. And as for Chris Bubic, it's a matter of how much do they value him for what he did before he got injured.
Sports Daily, mornings on 97.5 and 1240 KFH. If you missed Sports Daily, you missed this.
Dabo Swinney went on about a 10-minute rant about how this player was poached away, Ole Miss tampered, and came through.
Everybody wants to play the nice guy. Of course, it's Dabo Swinney that's the one that's going to stand up and say, listen, guys, you're playing against the rules. You can't do that.
They're so afraid of lawsuits and everything now. That's an easy one to enforce. I'm not sure you're losing that court battle.
Sports Daily, mornings on 97.5 and 1240 KFH. This is KFH 97.5 and 1240 KFH.
Need to reduce carbon emissions in your business? ExxonMobil can help. As a global leader in carbon capture and storage, we're working to reduce industrial emissions, including those in our own operations, while helping businesses stay competitive, so you can focus on raising your ambitions while lowering your emissions. ExxonMobil. Let's deliver.
I'm Rhett Lewis with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Super Bowl 60 is here. The New England Patriots and the Seattle Seahawks face off today for the opportunity to call themselves NFL champions. Patriots quarterback Drake May has been dealing with a shoulder injury during the postseason. However, this week, a full participant in practice and has no injury designation for the game. There are two Patriots listed as questionable, linebackers Harold Landry and Robert Spillane, along with defensive lineman Joshua Farmer, who is out. For the Seahawks, rookie safety Nick Emanwari injured his ankle during practice on Wednesday, and there was some concern about his availability for the Super Bowl, but he is also off the injury report and is good to go for the game. The only Seahawk with an injury designation is fullback Robbie Oots, who is questionable. Kickoff is today at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time from Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, California. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8 year old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
If you missed Sports Daily, you missed this.
Eliminate week 0, move everything back, start all the games a week earlier.
You'll get sometimes you might get 10 days or 11 days before the game, but you can play it on New Year's Day and you can start the game at 4 or 5 o'clock.
It would kill the Rose Parade on New Year's Day.
Oh, the
What about the Rose Parade?
This is our problem in college football.
Sports Daily, mornings on 97.5 and 1240 KFH. If you missed Sports Daily, you missed this.
Pro Bowl. Did you watch?
Oh, no, I did not.
It's a flag football game, and it was pretty silly.
Listen, that's going to be an Olympic sport.
First of all, the people that are going to whine and moan about this, how many of you were watching the Pro Bowl anyway?
It's not that I don't like the idea of it. I think it's as fine as any way to do an exhibition football game.
Sports Daily, mornings on 97.5 and 1240 KFH. 97.5 and 1240 KFH, Wichita's most listened to sports radio.
And the major contributor was Derek Hall. He's my defender of the game.
Yeah, that's a good choice. Gene Steratore, the scrutiny on officiating has never been greater. We've got more camera angles, from all vantage points. I mean, there are probably over 30 cameras that were used here tonight by NBC to cover this game. I thought the officiating crew did a fine job. What did you think?
I agree with you, Kev. Look, a lot of people say, do the officials ever win? And in this locker room tonight, Sean Smith and the crew, you do win when you're an official because you don't negatively impact the game. The game played, they call what needed to be called, and managed the game very well. So I think the guys in the stripes tonight, the third team, did a great job.
They did a great job, and we need to wind up this conversation about the officiating, knowing that they've been graded so thoroughly from week one right through the playoff game that they did preceding the Super Bowl. To reach this game for that crew is the highest honor, and you know that firsthand. You have officiated, you have refereed a Super Bowl.
Yeah, you're so right, Kevin. And it's a beautiful thing when you get on this stage with over 100 million people, and the goal tonight for those men was to be unrecognized. A unique subset in this culture, and you know what? They wear that as a badge of honor, and I thought they did a great job tonight.
You must be exhausted. You've done so many football games this year, and now you join us for the playoffs and the Super Bowl. It is really an honor to have someone like you up here in the booth, and I look forward to many more years of you and us together calling these Super Bowls.
Sharing this booth with you and Kurt has been surreal for me, Kevin, and I've loved every minute of it, and looking forward to another one next year, I hope.
We got it. You got. We'll see you in Los Angeles, Gene, and you got March Madness coming up for CBS. We'll be tuning in for all those games. Kurt, you've been on both sides of a Super Bowl, won and lost. Let's begin with what you picked up and felt from Vrabel outside that New England locker room. How does a player process a game like this when you've just been building week by week to get to this point, and then it ends in such disappointment?
Yeah, playing in a couple of these, and specifically my second one actually against Coach Vrabel when he was a player. The most disappointing part is when you put in all the work and you get to this point and you don't play your best football game. And that's what hurts the most, and that's what sticks with you. You come out and play a good game and you just get beat by a better team, that's one thing. But I have a feeling that Coach Vrabel and the Patriots are in that locker room going, man, we didn't put our best foot forward. And so it's frustrating. Obviously, it's going to take some time to get over this. But, I tried to finish with Coach Vrabel and just letting him know, hey, don't forget. Don't lose perspective on what you guys have done. 4 wins a year ago, 14 wins in the regular season, in the Super Bowl. And as he said, they're only a year into this program, right, and look what they have done. It's hard to keep that in perspective right now, but I think it's always important to celebrate the successes and celebrate your season so you can put it behind you and move forward. I think that will come in the next week or so, but right now it hurts. It's tough. Because you don't know how many of these opportunities you're going to get, and you hate to miss them.
Well, we've digested so much of what Darnold has done. You and I did the NFC Championship game 2 weeks ago when they beat the Rams up in Seattle. Watch this tonight. No turnovers in the playoffs for Darnold and that offense, and this is a quarterback who turned it over. We began the show talking about this 4 or 5 hours ago. He's turned it over more than any other quarterback in the regular season this year. That had been, as you had mentioned earlier, one of the things that trailed him out of SC and through the seasons with the Jets in Carolina and Minnesota. Now this year he had 20 turnovers with Seattle. But when it counted the most, he did not turn the ball over.
Well, that's how you become a Super Bowl champion, right? You play your best in the biggest moments, and I thought he did that, specifically in the conference championship game, because Matthew Stafford, the MVP, played an excellent game. We were there, and it was back and forth, and he needed every single throw. And I've always said the most pressure you feel is in championship weekend because you don't want to be the team at home. You want to be a team competing for a chance to be world champions. He played his best football, didn't need nearly as much tonight, made some key throws when he needed to. But what a tremendous story. And really for this whole team, you tip your hat to Mike Macdonald in just his second year with what he's built. John Snyder has done a great job of, bringing in the right guys and the right key free agents and the right trades and signing Sam Darnold and building the right team. This is a young team, a team that you feel could keep together for a long time and could be really competitive in the NFC. Now, you never know. There's lots of things that can change from year to year, right? We just talked about the Patriots, 4 wins to 14 wins. But I do believe that they're building it the right way here, and they've got the right pieces. Isn't that what we heard from just about everybody in the locker room, how close we are? And, the teams that I've been on that have gotten to this stage are exactly the same way. You just feel like there's a different closeness within that group, and I feel like they have it. I think their leadership has done a tremendous job, and you tip your hat. Tonight, they earned it. They were by far the better football team. Everybody contributed, and that's exactly what you want. I know they're all feeling good and having fun celebrating right now.
It's so perfect that you put a bow on this game. Working with you is a career honor, and we've loved every Monday night game we called this season, our playoff games. We were in Pittsburgh and Seattle and here in Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara. Always enjoy it. You're such a joy to be with. And I've said this before to people. I've never worked with anybody who works as hard as you do to study the game. Every play, every snap of every team all season, you go over and take copious notes. I've watched you do it now for 8 years. And so when you talk, we all listen because you've scouted it, you've watched the film, you've put in the work. And this is on top of a Hall of Fame career. What a benefit you've been to our listeners. A great asset to Westwood One, and I hope you get some time to relax now.
I feel the exact same way about you. There's nobody better in the business, and I count myself blessed to be able to do this every week with you and specifically on the biggest stage. This is a highlight for me. I don't know. I've been in the stadium for 47 hours, I think, but it makes it fun to be here with you, and that's the only bummer, right? I'm going to take 6 months off. You know it. I'm going to Cabo. I'm going to relax, but I am going to miss being here with you because it is one of my most fun days every week is when I get a chance to call games with you.
It's a blast. Final thing. What time did you get here at the stadium today for NFL Network?
We rolled in about 4:15 this morning, so it has been a long day. And the cool thing is the energy of this day and this game carries you, no matter how long you're here, because this is what it's all about. And the beautiful thing is, like I said, I get 6 months mostly of a break from the football game, and so I will take that and I will use it as I know you will, and we'll be back at it next year, and I can't wait.
We love you, buddy. Have a great off season. We can't wait for the beginning of training camp next year and our first Thursday night game, which will be in Seattle.
Okay.
That's where they kick things off.
We'll be right back here.
Super Bowl champion, Scott. And Ryan, we'll send it back to you. A joy working with you, Scott. We've worked 16 of these together. I can't wait for number 17. And for you, it'll be number 18 next year. So take it away, and thank you for a great day on your end of hosting Super Bowl 60.
Always an honor, Kev. Always an honor to be with Kurt as well. What people don't realize is that Kurt actually has a cot here tonight. He's going to remain here. He's so used to being here and so happy that he's at Levi's Stadium that he's decided to make it a second home. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you.
Talking about some of the final thoughts, let's check in with Laura Open and some of the big picture things that you saw tonight.
I love the Sam Darnold story, right? 5 teams in 8 years. How many people does that mean failed him or gave up on him? And yet Sam never did. He told me he recalibrated as a backup quarterback right here in Santa Clara. Full circle moment where he watched Brock Purdy take what the defense gave him and just did his job. It was the opposite of Sam, who had spent so many years putting the world on his shoulders unsuccessfully. He left San Francisco saying, this position doesn't have to be pressure-packed after all. I saw that tonight. Such a different looseness and joy to Sam. So many of his teammates told me this week and after this game, I'm just so happy for Sam. This team feels special. They're connected. And we saw that all season long. Mike Macdonald studied business and leadership, and everything about this team feels intentional on the field and off. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, Halftime for Sideline Reporter aren't always memorable, but my conversation with Mike Vrabel definitely was. That connection and intention Seattle has, they're rocking it in New England also. Unable to get the offense going, Mike challenged the locker room to go out there, make a play, any play, and, quote, go change your life. That's a lot to ask of a 23-year-old quarterback. And Drake may not be quite there yet. We saw that tonight. But you get the feeling this Patriot team is building something yet again. It wasn't the most exciting game, but as someone who loves to read energy on sidelines, I loved the energy down here. I loved the connection of both teams tonight. And I look forward to seeing how they both move forward, especially now that expectations will be attached to both.
That is very true, Laura. Thanks so much. And when you think about Drake May, the last time he was here for a Super Bowl, he was 15-year-old kid with his dad, and they didn't have tickets to the game. They met some guy in some garage and found their way into the stadium to watch that game and watch his beloved Carolina Panthers suffer a very, very difficult day, and his favorite quarterback suffer the same. Well, today got an opportunity to play in this game and threw 3 interceptions. Afterwards, he talked to the media.
It's been a long ride. They played better than us tonight. They deserve to win that game, and speaking for the whole team and myself, just what a journey it's been for us. I love this team, love those guys in that locker room, and we'll leave it all on the field. And I know a lot of guys did that tonight, and just came up short, didn't play our best, and that's what happens.
And so, a long offseason for the Patriots, but the realization they went from 4 wins to the Super Bowl this year, 1 win away from winning it all. Once again, the final score, Seattle 29, New England 13. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
This is Steve Smith here, former NFL wide receiver and host of the 89 Show on YouTube. So having a counselor and working with BetterHelp, that gives you an opportunity to really start to unpack. But people don't understand, when you unpack things, you also open up a box that you're not always sure what's inside. So I think that's why seeing a professional is extremely important. If you need someone to open up to, visit BetterHelp. That's betterhelp.com/89 to get started.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensate for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
The copyright of tonight's broadcast on Westwood One is owned by the NFL on behalf of its member clubs. All rights to this broadcast are reserved, and any rebroadcast, recording, retransmission, or any other use of this broadcast without the express written permission of the National Football League is strictly prohibited.
30 seconds left, and the countdown has started. The bench is empty, and arguably the best team in pro football all season has shown it again. They are NFL champions. The Seattle Seahawks have won Super Bowl 48, beating Manning and the Denver Broncos 43-8. The clock is ticking, 2-1, and that's it. And the Seattle Seahawks have won Super Bowl 60 in pretty dominating fashion. 29-13, they win their second Vince Lombardi trophy in a win over the New England Patriots. And Mike Macdonald, the Seahawk head coach, becomes the third youngest head coach to ever win a Super Bowl. And tonight, with the confetti flying, wins Super Bowl 60 here in Santa Clara.
Second ever Super Bowl championship for the Seattle Seahawks. 29-13 winners tonight over the New England Patriots. And back in our broadcast booth, Scott Graham along with Ryan Harris. Ryan, your final thoughts on what we just watched out there tonight?
Thrilled and happy for the Seahawks, all their players, all their coaches, and it took everybody. And you got Kenneth Walker getting the most rushing yards by a Seahawk in a Super Bowl. Oh, by the way, he's also the first running back to win MVP since Terrell Davis. You had Cooper Kupp lead the team in catches for 61. Jackson Smith-Njigba, the big star, he didn't have to do much today. And for a portion of the time, he couldn't. But that's the kind of team you need. And then the defense showed up. They were not giving any quarter until the fourth quarter. And it was a remarkable performance on the biggest stage. And they will remember it for the rest of their life.
And I'm going to go back to what Mike Vrabel said to his team at halftime, change your lives. And the word change is scary for people in general, talking about their lives, their work, their families, or their favorite teams. And what we saw out on the field is two teams that decided to make a change, but not just for change's sake. They made purposeful change in terms of what they did with regard to the top down, with regard to who was running the team, with regard to the culture of their team. So, again, don't be afraid of change, but make sure that change is purposeful with an idea in mind. Clearly, these two teams both had that, and it carried them to Super Bowl 60 here today. Well, I got to tell you something. Second time we've done this. Enjoyed it immensely, pal. Thanks for spending the time.
It's an honor to work with you, legend, and what an experience to be up here, especially 10 years later from being on this field myself, but always great to work with you. I learn every time.
Yeah, you just want to look around one more time, don't you?
I might go get some confetti. I mean, I like confetti. Ever since Super Bowl 50, I love confetti. I like it with my breakfast. Who doesn't?
Take care. Be well. Travel safe. Our final score, Seattle 29, New England 13. We're going to wrap things up when we return. You're listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. In fact, Robinhood Prediction Markets enable you to predict the outcome of over 1,000 different world events, such as the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risks that is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives, LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Young people with developmental disabilities deserve every chance for a full and active life. But it can be difficult to balance their day-to-day needs with their lifetime of potential. Hi, I'm Kurt Warner. My wife Brenda and I started Treasure House, a community for young adults with developmental disabilities who have the potential to grow and thrive in the right environment. It's designed not just to be a place to live, but to truly be a home. Join us in supporting these young adults by making a contribution today. Visit treasurehouse.org. That's treasurehouse.org.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8 year old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
Let's go!
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
I left my heart in San Francisco.
And our final score tonight from Levi's Stadium, just south of San Francisco in Santa Clara. Seattle 29, the New England Patriots 13. You've been listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One. I want to thank our outstanding crew for their assistance. Studio coordinators Art Martinez and Curtis Poindexter. Sideline logistics coordinator, the best in the business, Rob Luzzi. Our spotter, Savino Ruvalcaba. Our statisticians, E. Hooperson and Randy Polakar. Engineers, Raul Velez. Al Rosenberg, Dave Sniff, Chris Prudon, and Ben Blevins. Technical assistance provided by Matt Higdon, Anthony Vitiello, Mark Sipe, Joe Glavin, Brett Lustig, Steve Vandeventer, Adam Heisler, Kerry Kittleson, Peter Michelson, Frank Lewis, Cruz Loop, Jesse Cooper, Aiden Sipe, Mike Zelenka, Trevor Marriott, Scott Northcraft, Fred Wilcox, George Davis, and Gary Williams. Production assistance provided by Mike Haggerty, Ryan McGuire, Liz Gruber, Joanna Chandelo, Dennis Saplinski, Drew Casey, and Pete Walsh. Transportation for the crew provided by Air Car Now. Our associate producers, they worked hard all week. Dan Silverman, Nick Pope, and Jordan Markovic. Our coordinating producers, Aaron Cummins and Brian Finkelstein. Executive producer, Mike Eby. And the Senior Vice President of Sports for Cumulus Media and Westwood One is Bruce Gilbert. Tonight's broadcast is Super Bowl 60, sponsored by Wrangler, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by Progressive Insurance, and by the NFL Lab. Once again, our final score from Santa Clara, Seattle 29, New England 13. Congratulations to the Seahawks, Super Bowl 60 champions. For Kevin Harlan, Kurt Warner, Laura Oakman, Gene Steratore, Ryan Harris, Ross Tucker, and everybody on our staff who helped make this season a very memorable one, I'm Scott Graham. Thanks so much for joining us. We will see you again in 179 days at the Pro Football Hall of Fame game. You've been listening to Super Bowl 60 on Westwood One.